Were you trying to talk at any point?
No, I took a call. I took a
Okay.
call. Yeah.
We were just talking about that. I don't know if you heard what Cyber said, that there's reports now that Kuwait is saying that several American warplanes crashed. Not one, but
What?
several.
Yeah.
Wait,
But they,
was that a
Bunch?
friendly fire thing, or were they training like these baby jihadists in those Gulf countries, teaching
No,
them how
they
to
were
fight planes?
training, Punch the monkey. So apparently they were training him in Kuwait to use the anti-aircraft systems, and they took down multiple American aircraft.
yeah, I have the report in front of me. It says
Punch the what?
the monkey, that little cute
Oh,
monkey, the little cute monkey
you
that's
didn't see
been built.
Punch the monkey? They got the IKEA monkey because its mother abandoned it.
Uh-huh.
So the
Right,
reported.
so they wanted to
Okay.
give him a career because he was seen walking around on his feet, like 2 feet. So they just figured he must be a person. And apparently Kuwait gave him a job managing the anti-aircraft systems.
He had to sign an
So the
NDA.
You guys are
Let me just
wild.
read the report here real quick. Several American warplanes crashed in Kuwait this morning, but their crews survived. Kuwait's defense ministry says, as Iran pressed on with a third day of strikes in the Gulf. Quote: several U.S. warplanes crashed this morning, confirming that all crew members survived. Kuwaiti defense ministry spokesman said in a statement, adding that the cause was under investigation. I would hope
Shot
so.
down and
But
crashed are two different things. Like, I don't get it.
I'm assuming it wasn't several mechanical failures, but I guess we'll find out. Authorities immediately initiated search and rescue operations, evacuating the crews and transporting them to a hospital for medical evacuation and treatment. He
So
noted that
like,
their
wait. So let
condition.
me understand. Two F-15 fighters, or what was it?
He says several. The number, the phrase that he used, that the defense ministry statement says, is several. He noted that their condition of the crews is stable. Videos on social media appear to show an F-15 crashing with a pilot ejecting, and that's
And the
it.
pilot was a white dude.
The pilot was an American fighter jet pilot, and he got shot down by friendly
But was he
fire. Like,
American and Kuwaiti, like, or is the American like red, white, and blue?
He's a total American.
I don't think they're putting Kuwaitis in American aircraft.
Oh, who knows what they do? We train them here. We're about to train all these Qatari dumbasses in the U.S.
Yeah,
on
but
that.
not American flagged aircraft. They put their own
Jesus,
flag on
Kuwait,
them.
and we saved them from from Saddam Hussein too, and they're fucking. I don't mean to laugh.
Yeah. We saved their ass, and then they infected our universities with the craziest batshit
Yes,
curriculums. Yeah. Anyways.
I hope it's not. I
Yeah,
hope
it
that's an
was
erroneous.
definitely one of them was definitely an F-15. The hit also came in when it was, like AB said, very low and slow, probably looking for a landing.
How much does an F-15 cost right now? A plane like that?
Depends which model, but it's a lot.
F-15EX, a lot. It's okay. Kuwait can afford it. They can also afford to pay disability for those soldiers because ejecting is very bad for your back. The amount of force that goes into a pilot's back it's really, really damaging. So they can afford to pay for that too.
But you know how scary it is because you don't know where you're going to land. You don't know if you're going to get lynched by a bunch of jihadis after that too, right? That's the other thing.
So the new ones, the new F-15s, we don't know if it was one of the newer models, but the new F-15 EX Eagle 2 fighter jet costs approximately $90 to $97 million per unit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
But how come multiple ones crashed? This is what I don't understand. How did that happen?
I hope that's like a wrong statement. I hope like maybe somebody gave the guy bad information, because you would have thought that we might have seen more than videos of more than one plane.
I think Hot Rod knows. Hot Rod, what do you know about this situation?
Likely it was probably landing at Ali Al Salim Airport or Air Base. It's kind of like just north of Kuwait City, but not as far as like Camp Buring in the north. I've been to both, and that's probably where it was landing because that's pretty much our base. It is technically in Kuwait, but we run it all. I mean, we've had that thing packed since the beginning of the Gulf War. So that's probably where he was landing, especially considering that he was coming through Kuwait City there. I would assume, just like, Cyber was saying, it was probably an actual Kuwaiti that doesn't know squat, and he was probably manning the air defense and decided that plane had to go. So that's probably what happened. I do have breaking news.
Yes.
For you guys, I can put the link up top here, but The Saudi Arabian Aramco's Ras Tanra refinery has been hit by a drone, and
Whoa.
it is on fire,
Yeah,
and it is
yeah.
shut down, and Europe will no longer have gas for a while.
Really? How much does that one pump out? Like what are we?
I think it's 550 million barrels a day.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
it's the largest one in the world. It's like fucking huge.
So is it fully down? Like are we talking
Yeah, it's fully down. I mean, the workers are walking out of it and everything. It's on mass fire. It's
How are they
bad.
able to? No one's got like protecting those airwaves. Like,
It's an enormous
it's a
gas
suicide
field.
drone and it's a huge
oh,
gas
a
field. So it,
drone. Okay.
yeah, suicide
I just
drone.
shared it to the top because it's a big deal. You know what I
It's a
mean?
big deal. Yeah. Um
These are huge facilities, but the one thing I would say is that I knew a guy who worked in a petrochemicals plant, and he said that fires and accidents and explosions, for negligence reasons, happen all the time, and so a good management team will be able to repair damage. He would tell me about the most insane accidents, like, and how they were able to get them back up and running. So if it's being managed efficiently, it should be back up and operational pretty big soon. Because again, these drones, like, they're scary and they can kill people, but in terms of their ability to damage equipment, especially equipment that's spread out over large areas, hopefully they weren't able to damage multiple systems.
Well, the climate
So
lovers.
the price of oil futures right now is up 9%, about $6 at just below $73 a barrel. Opened at 75.
Keep in
That's
mind that's down from 80, right? So
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
the
But I
market
was
is
wondering.
pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that's still within a decent range. Yeah,
Up from 62 to 75, like we're talking about a pretty small jump considering like what's going on.
yeah, yeah. I was
And
just wondering.
every single OPEC country is at war. Like a
Yeah.
$10 jump is not so big.
No, not at all. Not at all. I was worried it was going to be worse based on what we just heard. Thank God I did get
That
a
probably
little
hasn't
bit of oil.
reflected yet.
what happened?
That hasn't probably reflected in the prices yet. It just happened. But
Mhm.
all the climate people are now going to blame Trump for
Yeah, it has. Their
climate.
Bloomberg terminals are lighting up. Anything that happens there is immediate. Again, they have people on the ground. If you trade in energy futures, you have like contacts there that you pay them just to send you a text when something like this happens.
So let me I just want to see you put the video up top of the strike in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up top.
Let me see. Let me take a look at it.
The climate people are not going to be happy with Donald.
Oh wow, there's a lot of people. There's no more climate change stuff. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. Let me see here. Wow, that's a lot of people.
A lot of smoke.
That's a huge area. That's a huge gas field, huh?
Yeah, it's like one of the biggest refineries in the world.
Wow. They're
It's Aramco.
targeting. I got to
That's
tell you,
Aramco.
either the Chinese or the Russians. I think it's the Chinese are giving them exact locations where to strike. I that they're getting definitely help. There's no way, Hot Rod, they're not, because everything is so disconnected on the ground right now in Iran. There seems to be
Yeah,
a lack of command and control. So for somebody to strike that direct area, they are getting coaching of where to send things.
absolutely. China definitely would give them the targeting information.
Yeah,
The thing is that China buys all of Iran's oil because we actually locked them out of the market. For us, we can't buy any Iranian oil at all. So
right.
China's been buying it
China
up on the cheap.
illegally buys all of Iran's oil. Yes.
Right, it's
China.
been bought up on the cheap by them. The
Yeah.
thing is this kind of inverts everything from the top down, because now America, our companies can buy the oil directly from Iran when this changes. The Iranian dollar, or their monetary fund, has just kind of went to the floor. So the money is really cheap there. Our dollar is actually gaining strength in the past couple days, and it's going to be bought up on the cheap from us. Like, we're going to be buying up Iranian oil really cheap. It kind of pulls China out of that cheap market, and they're kind of in a world of hurt here.
The goal
I
was
would
to get
assume
China
that's
to purchase our oil on the U.S. dollar, and then for us to basically control 40% of oil worldwide between Venezuela, the Iran situation, and force them to buy in the U.S. dollar. That way, we kick them. The whole BRICS thing goes away. The
Well,
whole China project goes away.
also force them to pay market rate once
Right.
a new regime is in place, or at
Yeah.
least less of a discount at the very least. Yeah.
And then let's go see if there's any statements from the Russians after this strike. I'm just curious because it's interesting to see how they're going to respond. So I'm looking at some stuff out of Lebanon right now, guys. So there's been statements. Wow, that's a huge plume. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Just a word of advice: when oil and like energy things do burn, they burn with a lot of smoke, but that's usually just incomplete combustion, and it doesn't necessarily mean there's a lot of physical damage to things. It just means that there's a lot of fuel to burn. So it's like it looks worse than a house fire, but that doesn't mean that it is actually like so bad. You can often deal with it with like chemicals and things.
Okay, so Israeli the IDF told Lebanese to not return to their homes, the southern area where they've evacuated, to not go back. They're still striking. IDF drone exploded.
You
What?
mean southern Lebanon, to be clear, right? Not southern
Why
Israel.
is Ynet saying it was an IDF drone that exploded on oil facility in Saudi Arabia? That's not true. We no, sorry. The IDF is telling us that a drone exploded on the oil facility. I read this wrong. Excuse me. And then it says IDF. We struck Hezbollah officials among the last ones remaining. There's an assessment report here. Let me give a full assessment. Give me 1 second. ISW just pulled something out, so give me a second here.
By
Is
the way,
it
I'm just really quick. I'm
hold
gonna
on?
go out.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, yeah.
Times one. Got some launchers ready to launch. Pickle times two.
That's in English, but it's in Israeli fighters. That's wild. Okay.
Yeah, they use English for communication because it's
Oh,
simpler if
because
everyone's
they're
speaking the
working
same
together.
language. Even Chinese fighter pilots speak English. I'm watching a video of the pilot being put into the back of a car. And he's not on a spine board. They're putting him into the back of an SUV. I
Yes.
am very unimpressed with the medical and just every kind of whatever, because it looked like he came down rather hard. And the guys have their phones out and they're like recording this guy.
I
That's
just want to say
He's
Frigid Gabriel was in this space and she didn't come up. I sent her the mic. I wanted to speak to her so much, but
She never comes on Spaces, I
that
think.
no, but she was on my space. She was listening. I'll tell her hi. I want to tell her to
that
come up.
video of him being in the back of that vehicle, the two people in black there, that's Kuwaiti police. I
Yeah.
recognize them, and they're just making sure that he's getting to the base or the hospital, one of the two. But they'll take care of him. Like somebody had said just previously, Kuwaitis, they remember that we liberated them. There is no doubt they are pro-American as it gets, and a true Kuwaiti, had Saddam found them, his orders were to find them and kill every one of them they could find. So they totally love Americans there. I can tell you that firsthand.
And nonetheless, by the way, as you know, the Palestinians who were living there at the time sided with Saddam because they're ungrateful bastards.
Yeah, I'm just shocked that they didn't fold down the seats because it's a Toyota. It's a big Toyota, and they could have folded down the seats and he could have laid flat, but they've got him with his neck twisted and his legs and his torso like twisted, which is
Yeah.
really bad for someone that's just been in a high G impact like that.
Did you see his left arm was injured? It was kind of bloody.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
go out.
getting ejected out of a plane,
I know.
it's
I know. I
fucking
know.
dangerous. Like,
I know.
I'm going to go out on a qualified limb right now and say that, as my suspicion is, that there were not several planes that were shot down, and that this is some kind of mistranslation or miscommunication to the Kuwaiti minister, who's in turn, and it's several pilots or several crew or something. Because otherwise, we would have seen, I think, several videos of more than one plane, crashing or what have you. I see no evidence of several planes. Several indicates at least three, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I only saw two parachutes, so that was it. And I know they're not going to Arif John. It wasn't over there. There's no airstrip there. That they got helos and stuff that go in there, but it wasn't there. It had to be Ali Al Salim, because the only other airstrip really is to speak of is the actual Kuwait City airport.
What's the terrain like that over there? Is it pretty flat where
Yeah,
they were
it's
landing?
really
Okay.
flat.
Okay.
That whole region is flat. It doesn't start getting to any type of terrain until you get up to like Camp Beering, and then north of that, it kind of gets a little bit hilly and rolly a little bit. But it's still not that bad until you get up into Iraq. That's where it's there. You get like Safwan, and over there, then there's some terrain. But other than that, it's pretty much flat.
Got it. I'm trying to pull up some stuff for you guys here. Give me a second.
Having some tech difficulties here. Forgive me if this was already mentioned, but how long ago was that Saudi Aramco hit?
In the last 10, 15 minutes, I saw it.
Probably about an hour ago, because I did see a video. Yeah, I saw a video about an hour ago when it first popped up, and then this was the new one where the workers are like taking off and leaving the place. I would assume they got to put out the fire, obviously, and then they got to figure out what's wrong, what's broken, yada yada yada. But they're just leaving because all that gas or the smoke is toxic. It's not really good for you.
Thanks.
Do we know?
Looks like oil markets have taken a bit of a dive too on that.
What's the number like right now?
Stand by. I'll check it again.
Okay.
But when the futures first started trading, West Texas Intermediate was like $72 a barrel. Then I think we had some gentleman come on about 3 hours ago talk about how the market's improved a bit, and then they softened
just below 73 right now, just below 73.
Yeah, so it's back above where it opened when futures opened at 72. It's worse at 73. So that to me says something happened, and that might be the Saudi Aramco hit.
Brent is up by more than that, by 9.5%, and Murban crude, which I've never traded before, which is I guess Dubai or UAE crude, is at 82.6, up 11%.
Okay, so Saudi Ministry said that it was a limited fire at the Ras Tanura refinery due to shrapnel from the 2 drones that strike. So it's that was taken out of the sky. So it's shrapnel hitting the refinery.
From the interception, yeah. From the interception.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe not as bad as we thought.
AB, are you showing Brent over 80?
Say again?
Are you showing Brent over $80 a barrel right now?
I'm showing Brent just below, let me just see, just below 80. Just below 80.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, no, now it's just above. But when I was first, it was 80.02 is what I see, yeah.
Okay, so I have a drive-by of the strike here. Hold on a second. Let me see here. It looks like it's one of the... I'm going to retweet it so you guys can take a look at it. It looks a little bit worse than it is. Let me see.
Are we sure the fighter jet, the F-15, got shot down accidentally, or was it mechanical failure or something?
No, it was a shot down because if you look at the video, you can see it come from behind, and it nails it like right where the 2 exits, the thrust is. It nailed it right in the tail, so it was probably heat seeking of some sort, and it just nailed it in the back of the plane, and then it immediately just kind of cranked around and then just went flat, and then that's when he ejected.
So we're thinking anti-aircraft.
You can see the puff of smoke hanging in the sky above, where it basically you could see it literally stalls out and just starts spinning down like a leaf, which is indicative of like low speed flight, which you wouldn't have if they weren't coming into land.
Shit.
So accidental friendly fire anti-aircraft from the Kuwaitis.
Sure looks that way.
It's wild to see how the plane drops. It's very interesting. Like it's the trajectory.
Whirling around.
What did we drone attacks in Erbil, Iraq, Kurdistan? This was at. No, this is yesterday. God, that's wow. These strikes are significant. Hold on. Trying to see if there's another post. Let me see here. Wow, they're going after that junior account like crazy. You saw 0 Hour and those guys?
He might be the biggest liar on Twitter.
He is. I mean, he legitimately is. That's why, I mean...
Like, he makes Suleiman look like a very honest, upright, forthright citizen by comparison.
Some of us may or may not have been like, hey, could you help a girl out with this one?
With Junior?
Yeah, there was a bunch of us.
I think he lives in Cyber's neck of the woods.
Another guy who escaped from Florida. Anyways, I heard him on a stage saying that he took a $30 million loan and didn't pay it back in the U.S. or something to that effect. Who knows what's true or not with these guys? They lie every 5 seconds.
Could be lying about that too. But just basically, his whole shtick is he takes any tragedy or random event or weirdness anywhere in the world and says, known Israeli agent, like Chaim Chaimanson, just.
Wait, the pilot lands and then everybody was filming the pilot. I've got some weird video here.
And one of the guys was about.
He's got his gun in his hand. All these Kuwaitis came out and were just videotaping the whole thing. This is a wild video. I posted it right now. It's from PH Gritty. You can guys go look at it on my feed. I just retweeted him.
Are the Kuwaitis? Who was the gentleman who was just telling us about before? Who've been at the base?
Hot Rod.
Hot Rod. Are the Kuwaitis, from your experience? I'm gonna generalize here and maybe in sort of simplistic terms. Would you say that compared to other Gulf countries, they might be sort of the country bumpkins of the Gulf region?
Country bumpkins.
That's kind of it's a tricky question to answer. The real answer is a dyed-in-the-wool Kuwaiti gets royalty money from the oil money every year. So they're, and this was when I was there in 2005, 2006. They were getting $1.6 million a year in royalty money. So fast forward to today, I'm sure it's quite a bit more, probably 2.6. You know what I mean, or even 3. So they live a very posh life. They do not work. I only met one Kuwaiti that actually, Kuwait, 100% Kuwait, that actually worked. Okay. And he was the police chief of the Kuwaiti police department there for the whole country. And it's just an interesting dynamic because they have everybody do all their work for them. So I don't think they'd necessarily be country bumpkins per se, you know, but they're definitely different people. They're definitely pro-American, and they're definitely on our side, like 110%.
Well, I meant. Thank you for answering. I meant more in comparison to Qataris or Emiratis or Saudis or whatever. Just sort
Okay,
of.
okay, I get you.
Yeah.
Probably along the same lines. I wouldn't say any more or
Okay.
less.
Okay.
I've been to Qatar, and I've been to some of those places. I've met those people, talked to those people, etc. And I would say they're all pretty much on even ground, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Just because I saw, I think I'm taking that entire impression of mine based on the still shot I saw of some Kuwaiti guy with a raised stick, and the pilot's like putting his hand up, saying, "Wait, don't hit
Yeah,
me."
I can guarantee you that was not an actual Kuwaiti. None of those people in that video are actual Kuwaiti. Like,
Oh, okay,
when
really?
you see Kuwaiti is like on a different level of everybody else. They dress differently. They act
Right,
differently. They're just
right.
they own the place. You know what I mean?
So that might have been a foreign laborer of some kind, or something.
Right. You're looking at the police. The police are foreign labor. You know what I mean? Except for one guy in the whole freaking police department in the whole country is actually Kuwaiti. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I gotcha. In that way, it's very similar to Emirates or Qatar. That the residents are like 10.
Correct.
The citizens are like 10% of the residents.
100% correct. Yes, that's exactly right.
I
And
got it.
it was funny because I saw a video yesterday, and I just want to share this. But at Camp Beering, there was a video of one of these drones that came in and hit Camp Beering. What Camp Beering is like in the middle of no freaking where, northern Kuwait. Like, it is in the middle of nowhere land. And this drone came flying in, and it was crazy because the person who shot that film was standing right where I was 20 years ago, like literally right there. It was just the craziest deja vu thing that I've seen in a long
That's
time.
hilarious. That's
It
hilarious.
is. I'm just like, holy crap, I was right there, right where that tank was. It was just bizarre. It was kind of a weird, surreal thing for me. And another factoid that I wanted to share with everybody is when I was there in 2006, which is 20 years ago, right? It was 15 years after the Gulf War, and everybody remembers the Highway of Death and all the pictures of all that stuff. They were still cleaning up the steel from that. Like, literally, they took all of that trash off of the road, put it in a big pile, and they were recycling it and scrapping it and selling it to China. They were still recycling that steel when I was there 15 years after the Gulf War in
Are you
2005.
serious?
Wow.
Yes,
That's
I'm
Wow.
serious. That's how
crazy.
much shit we blew up on that road.
Wait,
It's insane.
wait, by the way, how do you feel about we're getting the Pakistanis to shoot up the Taliban at Bagram base, and then the Taliban asked us to support them, and yeah, we're like, nah, we're good buddies. Thanks, no thanks. I mean, what do you think about? It's crazy, right?
Okay, I'm going to sound a little bad here, but the only good Taliban I know is a dead Taliban.
No, straight up. I
No,
wanted
that's
to
accurate.
Moab.
That's
I wanted
accurate.
to Moab a moat around Bagram, and then drop in
Yeah.
crocodiles and alligators from the sky and let them eat whatever's
No,
inside.
the
And
Russians
people made
actually
me
did
a
a
whole
good job
meme.
of that. The
What?
Russians did spectacular with that. They dropped enough freaking mines there. It's just unreal. It's like,
Really?
yeah, when I was there, let's see, 2009, there was still like 80,000 mines that they had documented
Oh my god.
that they haven't like removed.
Oh my
Like, think
god.
about that. And when the Russians left, there was something like over 250,000 mines at Bagram. Like,
Yeah, and
think about
about
that. That's
one
just
million
nuts.
dead Afghans or whatever.
Afghans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Um.
they fought in such an unorthodox way that we would just like freak out. Okay. Inhumane isn't even the first word that comes to mind when the Russians, just barbaric.
Oh
Like the
yeah.
way they fought the way they fought the Afghanis, it's unreal. The Afghanis have such a hatred for Russians to this day. They literally tried to kill me with a Russian army jeep. They blew it up. They packed it full of explosives and they just tried to blow us up. Like, it is the most insane stuff, and that was kind of their middle finger to us because the Russian Jeep was there and they used that to try to kill us, you know. But to give you an idea of how bad they really hate Russians, there was a place where I was at. It was called the Tangy Valley. It's a little strip of road, you could call it.
We
That
should
goes in
send
between.
Jackson Hinkle then there for a tour, like all these Taliban
Totally.
tours that everybody's
In
doing
his
now.
best Taliban
Social
costume, yeah.
media. Why don't we send him there? Yeah,
Anyways, there's this base, right?
yeah,
The Russians wanted this battle space because it cuts between these two mountain ranges and two highways, and it saves you like probably 2 or 3 days of travel, right?
yeah.
And to hold that, the Russians put in a whole division, a division, mind you, of tanks there. The Taliban,
Wow.
the Afghanis, literally killed every single person in that division, killed every single tank in that division, and left one guy alive. And they fed him, watered him, and told him to walk out that direction. They let him live to tell the story. It's that freaking bad in Afghanistan. Those people are fighters.
Damn.
No
Damn.
bones about it. They know how to fight. Top notch.
Wow.
That is a story. That's a true story. It's such a story. It almost sounds like made for TV.
And I was right there at that very same place, and those people did not change their mind about anybody else coming in their area. I mean, they fought us hardcore.
These tribes
The
are like
crazy.
insane.
The crazy thing though, like sort of bring you to the U.S. Exit. And I've mentioned this, and we've mentioned this on the space before.
Ali Reza was waiting, so make your thought, and then this
Yeah,
guy, Ali, yeah,
quickly.
yeah,
That a hot rod. That by the time the U.S. pulled out in the disgraceful, embarrassing way that we did, uh, it had been 18 months straight without any U.S. Fatalities there.
yeah,
So, in other words, we had gotten it to, at least in terms of our position there, we had gotten it to a good enough place where we were doing only counterterrorism. We weren't trying to occupy the stuff. We weren't trying to remake the society. We were just trying to keep shit from happening. What ended up happening, and
That was
but people,
actually a negotiated
yeah,
drawdown. Believe it or not, Trump
yeah,
negotiated that withdrawal, and how he did it was spectacular. He literally had the pictures of the Taliban leader in his pocket. He went into the meeting and he said, "You're going to let us leave." And the Taliban leader's like, "No, that's not how this works. I'm the big dog here." Trump literally pulled out his pictures, threw them on the table, and he's like, "This is your wife's house. This is your kid's house. This is your whole family's houses. I will kill every single one of your family members unless you let us leave." That's how he negotiated that peace deal. Literally, no kidding.
but the point is, we didn't have to. Like people got the kind of the fixed impression in their head, just like with Iraq in a different way, right? Because of how long we were there, that it was we were bleeding every day, every week. It's like, no, for a year and a half, not one U.S. soldier died in Afghanistan until Abbey Gate.
What are you trying to justify, AB?
Oh no, I'm trying to say that we didn't need to. Maybe we didn't need to pull out of Afghanistan. We didn't justify. I'm just trying to make a point that we didn't need to pull out of Afghanistan. Maybe at all. We could have kept a small presence of a couple thousand counterterrorism soldiers, like we had.
Yeah. For what
And
though?
even
Like,
if
what
we,
you saying
and
it would have helped with?
it would have helped the country from falling apart. It would have helped from not leaving tens of billions
Yeah.
of dollars of U.S. equipment there, and not having the kind of Vietnam-like, disgraceful exit. That's what it would have
Yeah.
helped with.
Well, too bad Dumb got into office.
Yeah.
Iranian Red Crescent, take that for what you think, says that 555 people were killed from the U.S. Israeli strikes on Iran. I don't know what I believe from them anymore. Might be more, might be
That
less.
the RT one I sent you too. I thought that was a fake news.
No, this is open source. I'm just reading my open source stuff. So Saudi Arabia says it has intercepted drones targeting its Ras Tanura oil refinery. A large airbase used by Australian forces in the Middle East was reportedly hit by Iranian missile strikes over the weekend, but Defense Minister Richard Marles insists the military personnel are all safe. The IDF warned residents of dozens of southern Lebanon communities who fled overnight not to return home as Israeli strikes continue. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait and Bahrain, the U.S. Embassy in Jordan have also issued all security alerts. By the way, they're still trying to get into the U.S. consulate and base in Karachi. Have you guys seen any updated footage of that shit?
They still haven't.
A bunch of them got killed by the Pakistani security guards.
Okay, so there's been nothing updated because they're very motivated to get in there. It's like a brand new location. So
yeah, it was Pakistani Shia, right, who are very pissed off about Khomeini. They're the minority there.
Yeah.
And the Pakistani security forces that guard the embassy from the outside.
Well, your Marines that guard the embassies and stuff, those are called Yankee White. They literally go through over a year of training for counter-terrorist stuff like that. So they're trigger happy to begin with, and they're really good at what they do. My brother was actually one of them, so he actually was at Camp David. Ali, I'm sorry to cut you off, man.
yeah, go ahead, Ali.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me time and mic. I'm Iranian who lives out of my country for 16 years. And before everything, I need to apologize. And I hope you have, time to just hear to me for a few minutes. I'm going to try to my best to make it so fast. I was born after that so-called revolution in Iran against the Shah of Iran, orchestrated, really sorry for that, that's a fact, by the Jimmy Carter, France, Britain, and stupidity of that generation in Iran who destroyed our country for 40 years. I grew up with the movies from 80s during Cold War and start growing love United States. If you take a look at my photo, with the cowboy hat and the tie of the United States flag, and I really suggest you to watch the video that I pinned on my account. Is about the 9/11 and the terrorism history for very short video, in 2 videos. I understand that most of you are Americans, you are patriot, and you love your country, but I want to tell you something. This war is not, that you say we are spending money and, our lives, soldiers' lives, for the other country, for ally that is called Israel or the people of Iran. Believe me, is the guarantee of United States future security. When Iran falls during the time, you didn't need to send any soldier, any navy to Persian Gulf. And with respect, that's Persian Gulf. It never was just the Gulf. Because the Shah was secured as your ally, the man of democracy and the free country. But after that, everything what happened. To be honest with you, I speak so naked and harshly maybe, but the truth is Arab countries, maybe they become your friends, but never could be your allies because deeply they are Islamist and they look at you as the enemies. Right now, unfortunately, what's happening inside the United States and what I'm seeing from far away, so many Democrats who love Islamists and the terrorists in all around the country out of US, they are attacking Donald Trump, President Donald Trump. Why you start a war, why you spend money or resource, but they never say that so many people killed in Iran. When 9/11 happened, so many Iranians, they, light the candles and they try to be more, beside with Americans. But what happened in Arab countries? They start yelling and dancing and they've been so happy. We are totally different by the other countries in Middle East. And what President Donald Trump is doing right now is not wrong. It's so good. Believe me, you will see it in the future. Even what I'm going to say, maybe so many people are totally disagree with me. Attacking to Iraq and Afghanistan wasn't wrong. But the way they did it, and they gave the country to someone like Karzai, a stupid guy in Afghanistan, and removed their king because they had a king also, they had a crown prince. And in Afghanistan, in Iraq, they gave the country to the Islamic Republic in Iran, and Shia militia, they get the power, was wrong. Otherwise, the fall down of Saddam Hussein and Taliban wasn't wrong. It was so good. Because you need to make Middle East in peace to bring it to the world. Middle East is the, somewhere in the world that has a lot of energy resource, but it's like a bomb. If you make that, area clear and peaceful, is going to import it to the world. It's very important. Well, I've seen, unfortunately, something that someone like Mr. Mike Pompeo, that I respect him before so much, he put something about the MEC. The MEK is a left Islamist group, terrorist organization, and he was going, propaganda for them, like just Giuliani. I just replied for him that what kind of CIA director you have been that you don't know they are terrorists. They hate United States. They are anti-Israel. Please, if you are American and if you are patriot, then I'm sure so many of you are, support your president. We Iranian, we try our best to support President Trump. And in future, we are going to be the biggest ally, United States, Israel, and Iran. As an Iranian, I give you guarantee that we will have the best relation like we had during the Shah time. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful that I've been with you guys and gave me time
Can I
and
ask
the
a
mic.
question,
Thank you
Ali?
so much. Of course.
Do you think the return of the Shah is a good move? Like it's a good fit?
Oh, to be honest with you, if I want to tell you something, Mohammad Reza Shah, the late king of Iran, he was the Jesus of Iran. And we betrayed him, I mean, the last generation. After that, we lost everything, our culture, our nature, economy, the respect in the world we had, we lost everything. After 40 years, the generation that never saw him, they start loving him. And the Prince Reza Pahlavi is a really democrat guy. He is, look at the future. I don't say because, I'm old fashioned guy or, I have a look at the past. No, we want to make Iran great again, just like the way you want to make United States great. But if you have a weak, outer policy in the world, you cannot make United States, great and safe again. Because when I, as a foreigner, take a look at what happening in the United States and say, oh, you had someone like, Ilhan Omar and Tayyip al-Rashida in Congress. I was like, oh my God, is it a joke or real? I don't know if I could, answer your
That's a
question.
good point. That's a good point.
He is all we had, and we have. He proved himself, for more than 40 years. He could be, hate Iran and Iranians for what we done to their family. But he never get surrender. He fight for us, fight, and never surrender. If you have any question, I'm at your service.
Was that your kitty cat meowing?
Oh yeah, I have a cat.
So
She's my.
cute. Is it true that
Oh,
people have pets in Iran?
Oh, right now I'm not Iran, but yeah, most of people start loving, the pets, especially cats and dogs.
Mm.
Yeah, my cat is the most beautiful one in the world.
Aww. Send it out.
She is my daughter. She's my best companion.
That's very cute. Okay, I want to share something that that came out. Give me a second. This is, hold on one second. No, not this one. This is okay. This is from Mike Duran. This is I have to say that. And Garito, this is regarding Iranian response.
I'm not surprised, but this is what's interesting. What's interesting is the Iranians are shooting missiles. They are continuing to shoot missiles. I collected here just before we started taping. I went to the Hebrew press. The Israeli press is publishing many more names of people who died than that I've seen in the American press. I was going to say that the American press is at least that I've seen. So the and the Israeli press is also publishing speculative things, which it's getting from sources in the intelligence and military intelligence from Iranian media and elsewhere. And here's the Israeli press is saying that 40 top leaders died, and they include Ali Shamkhani, who was the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council and senior security advisor to Khamenei. This is a very important guy. Israelis tried to kill him in June and failed. Mohammed Pakpour, who is the commander of the IRGC, Aziz Nasserzadeh, who is the Minister of Defense, Abdurrahim Mousavi, who is the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, Mohammed Shirazi, who's the head of Khamenei's military bureau, Saleh Assadi, who's the senior intelligence figure. Possibly, they're saying they're not confirmed, but possibly Javad Por Hussein, who's the head of foreign intelligence. So they on day one, on moment one, the Israelis decapitated Iran, in just like they did the last time, and the missiles are still going. So this tells you, and they're shooting a lot of missiles. The Israeli press is a little too jubilant about because there are less missiles coming to Israel than expected, and the ones that are coming in such a way that they're pretty easily intercepted. But I forgot the number. They shot off 139 missiles toward the UAE yesterday. So Iranian spokespersons, I think from the foreign ministry, said that they are not targeting the Arab countries around them, but the American bases in these countries, which is obviously not true, but that's the way they're trying to portray it. Yeah, sure, and they are also attacking American bases, and we all saw the video of the naval base in Bahrain that got hit, but the point here, though, is that command and control of the IRGC um, missile forces is intact and operating, and but it's also decentralized, right? So this is not as surprising, because the way they've pre-programmed the whole thing is that is that in units have independence and are ordered to shoot whenever they can. I don't know about that, because these are strategic weapons. You have to, it's one thing if you're a commander with a artillery battery on the battlefield, then you have the right to shoot your artillery at will. But when you're shooting a missile at the capital of the UAE, that probably takes a commander a couple of rungs above you to say go for it. I don't think they're all just running out and shooting willy nilly. There's some purpose to what they're doing. Or there could have been a pre-planned strategy. Could be, but could be. I doubt it, though. I doubt it. And look, these. I don't think this structure is easily destroyed by the air. Maybe it will be. I doubt it, though, because it's underground. There are some videos out there of the previous head of the IRGC who was killed by the Israelis last time around, of him driving in a tunnel underground, which has, and he's on a road with 2 lanes and traffic, and tons of missiles. These aren't bunkers that the Iranians have. With the help of the North Koreans, they built underground missile complexes. Let's call them missile cities. And these are not easily destroyed by the air. What the Americans and the Israelis seem to be doing is going after the launchers. And that I thought it was interesting, that news item I read you. The Wall Street Journal said that they've taken out 50% of the launchers. That's a big deal, because that will really slow down the missile strikes. But they can't take out the stockpiles. The Iranians have a huge number of missiles in these underground missile cities, and it's going to take a while for the Americans and the Israelis to really degrade the missile units of the IRGC. I don't have any idea how long, and I'm not a military expert, but I can see what has to be done. That has to be done, and I can see that it's a bigger problem than people think. And of course, the whole purpose, there's a strategy behind what the Iranians are doing. They're trying to regionalize the war. because they want to bring as much pressure diplomatically on the United States to bring it to an end. They want as many American casualties as they can get, because that will have an impact, they calculate, on American domestic attitudes toward the war. And it will put pressure on Trump to bring it to an end. And they want, most important of all, they want to burn up as many interceptors of the Americans and the Israelis as possible. And that's that these missile launches, we shouldn't get too excited about the interception rates, or fantastic interception rates that we have of knocking down the Iranian missiles, because that's one of the purposes of launching them, is to make us use up our interceptors, because our stockpiles are not endless. They're very expensive, and they are limited. And the Iranian strategy is predicated on holding on long enough to force the Americans and the Israelis to burn up more interceptors than they want to. And that also will put pressure on Trump to come to a ceasefire. So the Israelis are trying to get as much done as possible in the window that they have, which is probably a week. And I don't know that that's enough to really take down crack up the regime. And why do you think the time frame is that small? Because that's the number. Not what Trump is saying. Trump has been talking about longer periods of time. He doesn't want this. I think politically, he doesn't want this to go on too long. He wants to, just like remember last time he came in. The same mentality is still there in some form. It's shifted. It's changed. But he last time he came in with the B-2s, he hit the nuclear sites, and he said, "We're done." I remember he went out in great anger, which I think was authentic anger, and he said the Israelis and the Iranians are so stupid, and he cursed at them, and he said this has to end now, and he turned back the erratic way of Israeli attacks. Yeah, so that mentality in some way is still there. The Iranians know that their strategy is designed to exploit it so that they can survive. I would have thought, if you'd have asked me beforehand, if they took out the leadership like they did, all these guys, all the top guys in the IRGC, would, how long until they were suing for terms? I would have thought, it was quickly, and it would be quick. And I probably would have thought too that we'd see some clear defections and so on. We haven't seen anything yet. Now, who knows what's going on behind the scenes? Maybe there's tensions and things are cracking up, and because it's only been 1 day. But I'm counseling myself not to get ahead of myself, and not to think that because yesterday was a very good day, that means we're going to get everything that we want. And I'm looking at what needs to happen before we get to what we want. The other thing is that clearly, Khamenei was 86, and the regime clearly, I think, had already taken steps. They knew he could drop dead any day just from natural causes, and they had already taken steps to distribute power around. I think the Israelis knew that. I think that's why they took out all those guys at once. But apparently, there's still a serious structure there. This is my takeaway from day one: is what a fantastic day, but the structure is clearly still there. That was when the Babylon Bee headline came in that said, "Don't these people now wish that they'd done this meeting on Zoom?" By the way, I'm really looking forward to getting the story of this surprise attack. When Israel surprised all those guys in their beds the last time around, I thought this can only happen once, and then we all will no longer sleep. I didn't think they would all come together in a meeting. There was some kind of fantastic deception operation here, and we don't know the whole of it yet. I want to know the wildest. And then also the wackiest thing I heard is that Mossad dentists have implanted tiny GPSs in their teeth. And so we've been following them via their GPSs in their teeth. But I think that's the kind of story just to sow dissension, make people distrust everyone. Yeah, though after the Grim Reaper operation, people are inclined to believe more and more things. And one last question about this, Mike: do we have any indication that internal security forces are targeted in an effective way so as to prevent the suppression of demonstrations? The news this morning, I can't remember if I saw it in the American news or the Hebrew press. The news this morning is that the Israelis are going after that today. There's a very interesting division of labor that the Israeli press is talking a lot about. It's not talked about much in the American press, where the Americans are going after infrastructure, and the Israelis are going after the leadership. The Israelis have perfected these. They call them tightening the circles between intelligence observation and strike. The strike circle. I'm sure it has a name in English, but I don't know what it is. And the Israelis have really perfected. They're very good at it. Doing all this in near real time, identifying a target and hitting it. The Americans are doing the long-term infrastructure. The Israelis are going after personnel and internal regime leadership. And today is Besiege and IRGC. We'll see. I started this whole discussion a few minutes ago. I was saying that the IRGC is still clearly intact. We'll see, 2 or 3 days from now, if it still looks like it is. I would not want to be on the receiving end of a joint Israeli-American effort to degrade my capabilities. So now geopolitics, because
Okay. I might fall asleep. So if you guys are like done with the audio, then I'll
That's
probably
pretty good. It's good. How much longer is it?
it's a few minutes longer. It's
Let's go.
okay.
You
I'm
can say
already
goodnight
I'm
if you're
positioned in
done this
bed, so
marathon because you're gonna have to come back tomorrow. There's gonna be more news. Like right now, they're reporting there was an F-18 also shot down, though we don't have any
Son of a bitch,
media
what is going
confirmation.
on?
No. It's the same incident. It looks like there was somebody behind the controls who just saw two aircraft coming in, probably information, probably working together, whatever. It doesn't matter. That guy's definitely not doing his job anymore. He's definitely sitting in a
we are
closed,
not
quiet
giving
room.
him access to the anti-aircraft weaponry anymore. Fucking God. What a dick. We have to send Hot Rod over there to straighten him out.
Hot Rod left. I think he left.
Yeah, you could call it for tonight because like tomorrow's gonna be a busy day too.
Yeah, I just want to hear this one part here.
regardless of what is going to happen to Iran exactly, clearly the Islamic Republic of Iran has been very severely weakened as a regional force. And that leaves the question, Israel is ascendant, obviously, but that leaves the question, what would the new Middle East look like,
What's
regardless?
up, Dante? What?
Oh no, I just wanted to say Patriot missile batteries are notorious for those friendly fire incidences.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, no, it's a problem which plagued them even back during the first Persian Gulf War. They probably had an incident with they probably had a hiccup with their IFF system, their identification friend or foe. So it happened quite often during the first Gulf War and
Do,
during the
do they
geopolitics.
realize that the Iranians don't have any F-15s or F-16s or F-8 or F-22s or F-35s?
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter when you're looking at an identification friend or foe. It's either going to read a
Another guy with a
familiar
cat.
tag
All
or
you
it's
guys
not.
with cats. It's hilariously cute. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Dante.
She's my little princess.
No,
Don't
no,
you?
we love it. We know she's your princess, but there's another guy that had his princess here too, a Persian guy from Kuala Lumpur, and he had his cat meowing. Where's Michal so she can hear Dante's cat? Somebody, I gotta DM her. The two cats, when they start talking stuff, the cat starts making noise. I wonder if you guys have the same type of cat.
Because the cats are passing kitty intelligence.
Yeah.
The the cats are outraged about the friendly fire incident. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, but I just wanted to clarify that it doesn't really matter with
So why doesn't it matter? Why doesn't it matter that they can't
no.
differentiate between totally different planes with different signatures or whatever? Go ahead.
I mean, it matters, but it doesn't. So what I'm saying is, all the aircraft are going to have, when it comes to the Hawk and the IFF, they're going to have their own unique signatures, but they're not going to be aircraft type specific. You understand what
But
I'm
I thought
saying?
they had
It's
a
not.
Yeah,
beacon
yeah.
on them that they would turn on when you're coming into friendly territory, especially given that the airspace is uncontested.
Anyways, this is not a new occurrence. Like this is there's nothing
That
new. The
sucks.
Iranians didn't shoot down jets. It's Patriot missile systems in there freaking since the inception of age problem. So just don't read into it. That's all I'm saying.
Do we blame this specific Kuwaiti jackass or just the Patriot itself?
Well, it's interesting. He has the 335 helmet sitting next to him, 335th Fighter Wing. So he probably, I mean, he probably trained with the U.S. or he could be an exchange pilot or something of that effect, or they could be, he could have been flying wingman for him, because the Saudis they still fly the Charlie models, the single seat Charlie model F-15s. So
Give that
um,
kitty some love.
Risses came
she
up
wants to
from
go
the
out. She wants to go out, but it's pouring rain. So
oh.
I had to come in. I was like, no way. It's such a little talker.
yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
cute.
she is.
What color is she? Gray? Black?
She's a tricolor. She's
Oh,
white,
wow.
black, and brown.
What a cutie. Girl, I guess you said?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
princess.
Oh, only tricolors are female.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Her name's
That's funny.
Izzy.
My cat cries to go out, too.
Her
My
name's
parents does.
Daisy or Dizzy?
Izzy.
Izzy.
Izzy.
Like Isabella? Short for Isabella?
No, like Izzy, but it's so you have to say it like an Italian. In the U.S., they would call it, like in English, it would be like ISIS, but it's Izzy in with the Italian
Oh,
pronunciation.
cute.
But it sounds like Izzy in
Izzy.
the U.S. Yeah, it's Izzy, but
Izzy, yeah.
And she stays, she's good. She doesn't run. Like, has she ever, like, not come back? Or, like, when you let her out outside?
Oh no, she never runs out. Like the door will
Oh.
be wide open to go outside the house, and like the front door, and she'll just sit there, and then she'll get scared,
Dude, my
Aw.
and she'll
dog,
run
my
back up.
dog is like, I guess like my man and I is like sleeping in the same bed. Okay, the dog comes in between the two of us and he lays on him the same way that I would lay like on his upper chest. You know, gotta have like side pillow, but like he goes
Hmm.
in between the two of us and then he stares at me and then he cuddles on him the same way that I do. And I'm like, you just totally shotgunned my spot. I just got mogged so hard right now. It's like I'm the one who
Dante.
wanted you. He didn't even want you
Dante, I'm gonna
here.
send you pictures of the
The
cats.
Italians have a name for that. It's called venduto. So vendere is to sell. So when you say it's like, oh,
Yeah.
he's a venduto, meaning he sold himself for food or cuddles or whatever. It's like a term of affection.
Go check your
Well,
DMs, Dante.
venduto.
Go check your DMs.
All right, hold up.
The CNN report is unforgivably flawed, even if one rejects Israel's basis for doing so. Once the U.S. had actionable intelligence that Israel will attack and Iran would respond by attacking the U.S., even if it didn't participate, that made an Iranian attack on U.S. forces imminent. Therefore, CNN's report actually proves the opposite. CNN's headline claim is as follows. Pentagon briefers acknowledged to congressional staff in a briefing on Sunday that Iran was not planning to strike U.S. forces or bases in the Middle East unless Israel attacked Iran first, undercutting the administration's argument Saturday that Tehran was planning to potentially strike the U.S. preemptively and pose an imminent threat, according to multiple people who attended the briefing. This inverts reality. Okay, so there was a briefing on Sunday or Sunday night?
Yeah.
There was actually a TMZ report stating that this reporter was talking on TMZ that on Friday night he actually heard officials inside of a restaurant at a bar getting drunk talking about the impending attack on Iran. But it was Iran which launched first.
Yeah,
So
Iran launched first, right?
yeah, they
Yeah.
did. But I just think it's funny because there was this TMZ report, and it came out like before any operations were public. Like this dude was talking with the TMZ douchebags
Yeah.
about these drunk guys in the bar were talking about the impending attack against Iran. It's going to happen tonight, or
When
it's
was
going
Okay,
to.
this?
right here. I've got it. I've here. So here's a timestamp. It's published. So a group at a Washington D.C. restaurant was talking openly in the bar area Friday afternoon about a national secret that was about to literally explode hours later: the bombing of Iran. Attorney Mark Garagos was at Joe's Seafood Prime Steak and Stone Crab around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, getting something to eat and preparing to do the Two Angry Men podcast with Harvey Levin from his seat in the bar area. Just before 3:45. Mark overheard people at the next table in the bar area talking about Iran. There were 4 men sitting at a high top table, and 2 women were standing next to the table. Okay, so probably hookers. No, I'm just kidding. The men were dressed in business attire, sports
Definitely
coats.
hookers. You don't let your woman stand while you're sitting if
There you
you're in
go.
a relationship.
I should also qualify that Mark Garagos of Garagos and Garagos was Hunter Biden's attorney.
That's correct.
So
That is correct. I was
He's a very
he is
famous.
a
He's a very famous defense attorney. Yeah.
yes,
Wait, you said
so he's
Iran
a
launched
scumbag.
first.
He's just like that rat fuck Abby Lowell.
exactly, exactly. Were you gonna say Cyber? Can I reread it?
I was just asking. Iran launched first this time. Is that like when they launched? They launched on the Gulf, or they launched on Israel? Because I wasn't awake at the time, or I was in the middle of Shabbat, so I didn't actually.
No, they were starting doing stuff last week. Right? Remember the drones approaching the U.S. ships?
Oh yeah.
Is that what you're talking about, Dante, or something else?
Even with this recent strikes, like the ones that hit Bahrain and UAE, apparently they were targeting outside of Iran. Apparently they were targeting even outside of Israel when they launched the first strike. So
Oh, that's
that's one.
interesting. That's interesting, Dante.
So I mean, so they're gonna know immediately when something's happening. Like they're indicators and tells. They're gonna know. They're gonna have signals intelligence. When this stuff launches. Just like we do, we know exactly when they launch anywhere in the world. We can freaking get them down to like a freaking 12-digit grid if we wanted to. Well, actually, we can, and that's even old technology. Not sure if you guys are familiar with the show Pine Gap. It was filmed like 10 years ago, but it's about Five Eyes surveillance in Australia.
The
Yeah,
Australian one.
yeah, I watched it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like old technology.
Right. That's why we were able to release it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says Mark overheard people at the next table in the bar talking about Iran. There were 4 men, 2 women. The men were dressed in business attire, sports clothes, blah, blah, blah. Mark says one of the men said in a voice loud enough for him to clearly hear, the U.S. is going to bomb Iran today. Mark's not sure who these guys were, but Joe is 0.2 miles away from the White House. You hear Harvey just before they began the podcast asking why Mark chose that location for the podcast. Mark responded, the conversation next to him was so fascinating he couldn't leave. Later in the podcast, Mark says, by the time the podcast drops, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in Iran, I'll leave it at that. And then Mark reveals what he overheard. Today is the day. Sure enough, hours later, the U.S. and Israel. But everybody was saying, like, today's the day on Friday. We were all talking about it, anyways. And get this, one of the guys at the table was singing this to the tune of the Beach Boys. Barbara Ann, bomb, bomb, bomb, bomb around. Yeah, but we were posting those on Instagram, on Twitter. That's probably why. It's literally the definition of loose lip sync ships. So this is. We're about to start Two Angry Men. Mark and I just finished the podcast. Wait till you hear.
Oh God.
He found out eavesdropping at a restaurant in Washington, D.C. at the table next to him. Unbelievable. Everybody was saying this on Friday. You can go to
Yeah,
any
when did
Twitter
this
space.
podcast come out? Sorry, when did this podcast actually go to air?
It went to air so February 28th, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, but it was filmed
No, I care when it was published, because if TMZ knew that they
February 28th.
overheard national security information and they published it, then TMZ should they
February
should
28th at 10 a.m. So
yeah,
hours after the attack started.
yeah.
fine. Okay, so they waited, fine.
Well, I'll tell you what, the DNC didn't. Neither did Massey and those lot. That's how they were able to tweet about it. Because I guarantee you, Garagos was he was calling everyone. He still has Biden on speed
But
dial.
I still
So
think everybody was talking about it, Dante, even in my spaces. Like we knew it was either going to start Friday night or Saturday night, something weird. We all sensed something. People were saying things. So I don't know.
yeah, I mean,
Look,
they were
as
even trying to throw off the pizza
Index.
chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, pizza index. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it would have made sense for a weekend, but because the Iranians really they don't follow this concept of Monday to Friday.
By the way, apparently Sisi is giving a live speech, and he was visibly shaken. Said they should have not have struck in the Gulf. Let's hold on. Hold on.
احنا طبعا انتم متابعين معانا وشفتوا خلال يومين امبارح والنهارده تقريبا حصل تطورات كبيره جدا ومتسارعه جدا جدا ويمكن يعني مش عارف اقول ايه الاهم وايه المهم فكل الاحداث اللي حدثت او التطورات اللي حدثت كانت تطورات مهمه لكن احنا من مصر كنا حريصين جدا جدا ان احنا اولا نؤكد على
I need somebody who speaks Arabic. Do you speak Arabic, Dante? Anybody? No? Okay, so basically, we'll have to wait, but he's basically was apparently physically very shaken, and they miscalculated the Iranians, and they should not have attacked the Gulf despite any reason. So they should have not done that. So,
Egyptian markets
so
crashed,
full
The
room
guy
of
who
so
Arab
murdered his
reporters
own
taking notes.
son is.
What'd you say, Spirit? What?
I said so. The guy who murdered his own son is cowering in his boots.
Sisi killed his own
Wait,
son?
DC murdered his own son?
I think it was him. I know it was one of the guys. I
No.
can't remember
Oh,
but
I heard about one of the Iranian officials, the police guy Rezai. His last name is Rezai, who I think murdered his own son.
yeah,
Uh,
his son was actually outside of Iran
yeah,
going against the regime.
yeah, but I didn't hear that about Cece. Cece's son is like a major, grifter
Okay,
kind of.
so I was probably just mistaken on the name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hezbollah fired rockets at Haifa in northern Israel overnight, choosing to enter the battle and facing a heavy price. The IDF struck Hezbollah targets across Lebanon, including Beirut, hitting headquarters, launch sites, and senior commanders. 50 villages with Hezbollah infrastructure were warned for evacuation ahead of future strikes. Hezbollah again sided with Iran over the people of Lebanon. Anyone acting against Israel would pay a heavy price. This is from the
أطلق حزب الله الإرهابي عدة قذائف صاروخية نحو مدينة حيفا وشمال إسرائيل انطلاقا من جنوب لبنان. حزب الله ومن
It's so crazy how we have to have
I mean,
spokespeople now in Arabic and Farsi. Like what's next? Sorry, Dante. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying, people really shouldn't be surprised because Mikati, Lebanese PM Mikati, owner of M1 Group, he's in bed with MTN Group, which owns Iran Cell. So probably shouldn't be surprised about that.
This is
Their actual business. What's that?
No, I'm just
Oh,
saying
you guys,
a report.
the
A report
Saudis
that
said
just
that
came out.
Aramco has not been affected, even though there was a strike on Aramco. They said that has
Yeah,
not affected oil supplies for domestic markets. So just check the pricing because they've cleared up that narrative now.
yeah. The Saudis in my group chat are saying it's not a major
I
damage.
got kicked out of that group chat because I wouldn't follow any of those weirdo Saudi guys. You know that, right?
No, which group chat?
The Saudi group chat with the guys.
I can add you into one
No,
of them if
don't
you
add
want.
me back. They're all disgusting in there. They're like each one of
All
them
right,
is more disgusting than the next. No,
this is true. This is
they
true.
were
But I do get
they
some.
were no, they were always saying super inappropriate things in there, and I would just never respond. And they kept trying to say things to me.
Men, damn men.
Men, yeah,
Wait,
and
do you guys? I
Goddamn
have a
man.
question. Quick personal note. If someone met a nice guy, but then the nice guy like had a very historic game, do you think he's going to be the same?
no, probably not.
I just threw my
She's
drink
still
out.
talking about the 18-year-old kid who won the hockey game. Okay.
Did you meet you met Jack Hughes? Is
He's
that what happened?
24. First of all, number one, and Quinn is 26. Yeah, he plays in Jersey.
Oh, but I'm saying you met him recently.
No,
No
she's
comment.
just teasing.
No,
Oh, okay, okay.
no comment. But
Oh yeah,
When you
definitely.
met him, did he remember your
of
name?
course,
I'm not saying you have a chance, but like, don't give up on yourself.
Yeah, don't stop believing.
he
Don't
gained
stop
like a
believing.
million followers in like 2 days. It's like great, awesome.
You have to sort of get in touch with his Jewish side, so he has the good
He's
Jewish
half.
boy comes
Yeah,
in.
he's half.
He's the right half too.
Why, the mom side?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
true.
His mom's Weinberg or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if he wants his kid to be Jewish, like he has to pick a Jewish
I
chick,
mean,
so you'd have to convert.
crazy humble family. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's unbelievable. He doesn't even like drive a crazy car, nothing.
Good for him.
They don't make a
He's
lot of
been he.
money when they're in the Olympics, by the way.
No, he has a $60 million contract
No,
with
but
them.
he's
Oh, he
gonna get
does?
Yeah.
mucho
Yeah.
endorsements,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
there.
No, I'm toast, but it's fine. Whatever. God bless America.
He's gonna be the most famous hockey player
Okay,
in America. Yeah.
so
It was
Woo!
pretty
Think?
funny. I was talking with one of my real estate friends, one of my realtor friends up in Toronto, and he was telling me they got a lot of calls from athletes wanting to buy vacation homes there
Where?
where?
during the
Where?
in Trento. So I live in northern Italy,
Oh
Oh.
yeah.
and like right where the games are. So
Oh yeah, yeah. They were just there hanging out. Yeah.
So
Did
the
Israel just
Olympics
get
was
hit
just a
again?
ploy to bump up the Italian real estate market.
um, I mean, it was great for rentals. That's for sure. They were charging. I saw places charging 3,000 to 4,000 euros a night, and they were all packed out. There were people, houses that were, 2 hours away from the games, an hour and a half, 2 hours away by car. People were booking down as far as, Venice and Bologna. So,
It's interesting
yeah.
because apparently the American team, when good for them, insisted on staying at the village, at the athletes' village, rather than sort of 5-star hotel or whatever nearby, 4-star hotel
Yeah,
nearby.
they literally had to sleep in like twin beds. It's like
But
hilarious.
The Canadians went and decided to go
Yep.
hoity-toity,
Yep.
and that's
Yep.
why
And
that's
they
why
didn't
they lost.
bond. They didn't have that bonding experience.
Yeah, I think the Americans just wanted to get laid at the village, but who knows?
Why
They did
doesn't
not
this
get laid.
albergo serve maple syrup, eh?
Did you hear him? Laid. They didn't get laid. I'll kill you, AV.
Oh, not Jack, not
No,
Jack,
no,
everyone
no. I'm
else.
saying, but they're focusing on playing. I mean, maybe they got laid. I don't know.
The Olympic Village
Bruh.
is notorious for
Hockey
I'm gonna just
players
tell
have
you,
been
Rish,
doing
if
it
you're
since
gonna,
Like
like
Rish,
condo
if you're
sales.
gonna marry this guy, Rish, if you're gonna marry this guy, you have to know that any boy who went to the show, definitely has kissed other girls before. So you're just gonna
oh
have to
my
accept that.
God,
yep. Especially hockey players, but it's like
he's different.
listen,
he's
unless
different.
you're
He's
like
for
from
sure
a
different.
very religious background, like Stell and her son, for example, I'd say you probably want a guy who has like a few bodies, if you know what I mean.
Hold on, Josie. Before you go into the gutter, did you see the guy who? Did you see the pilot who was on his knees putting his hands up when this random
Yes,
Canadian
that's
walked
what I
up
was
to him and
talking
was going
about.
to hit him with the pipe?
That's what I was talking about earlier. Yes, that there was some guy
It
who's
says it was okay. So it says bystanders wanted to hit him, thinking he was an Iranian pilot. Got shocked to find out he's American. They took him to a safe U.S. base. Okay, this is kind of wild. This is
yeah. I was mentioning that earlier. That the
Like
Olympic.
AB was saying, they got to be kind of stupid because they could tell like his entire uniform is
Right.
covered
That's
in
why I asked the
like
whole
English
country.
American like insignia, and he speaks English. And also, if in case nobody mentioned it yet, all of the Iranian planes were bombed before they took off. So how an
Right.
Iranian pilot gets in
Remember
the
when I asked
air is questionable.
the whole country bumpkins question to Hot Rod? That's why I was like, are they country bumpkins there? But maybe it was just like foreign
I
workers
mean,
or
that
yeah.
they also looked like they came down in close proximity to the base. So
yeah.
the locals there are all going to know who, what Americans look like. A lot of them probably, get access to the base, frequently. So I think it's probably a slim chance they would have attacked them in any
But they just
meaningful.
destroyed a couple $100 million worth of American jets.
Well, I mean, that wasn't Kuwaitis. The Kuwaitis don't know. I mean, Kuwaitis don't even have freaking. They have patriots there, but those are our patriots, and that's which are there. So
Oh, so you
Then
think
why
it was
did the
The
Kuwait Minister of
locals,
Defense go out to the press first?
I mean, the locals are gonna, know what American uniforms and American equipment looks like. I mean, they're not. We've been there freaking, 40 years. They're they're not going to be ignorant about what U.S. uniforms look like. But they probably just didn't know initially, so they approached them with caution.
Dude, my account got hacked again, and this time they're saying we're unable to verify you as the original user. Go
Yeah,
fucking
this
eat
happened to
a
somebody
dick.
else. Yeah,
Go
yeah,
eat
it
a
happened.
dick.
Yeah.
You don't have a
Freaking
Yeah.
2FA?
useless.
You don't have a 2FA token?
I do, but it says error every time that I do it. I had like the
Yeah,
phone. I
okay.
had the
This is what you have to
2FA.
do. You have to turn off the whole phone and like go to the computer and do it separately. Like this has happened to me. And you have to wait. You can't do it right away. You have to wait. You can't keep entering it in. Happened to me last year.
So do I it says on the email, do not reply to this email. So do I actually reply to this email, or I just restart the process all
Uh,
over?
I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Freaking brown people in Nigeria, Nigeria.
No.
Oh,
Josie,
please.
I understand this is
It's the
stressful for
Chinese.
you,
It's the
sweetheart, but you
Chinese.
need to not blame black people for everything that goes wrong in the world.
you should
Like
do
Yeah,
they're
that.
like
yeah,
It's not all black people's fault that
yeah.
some brown people might
I
have done
blame
something.
brown third worldist.
Blame the Palestinians. This is the
Yeah,
right
you
way.
can hear. You can. This is a
Blame
Have
the
you
safe
ever
space. Blame
heard
Palestinians.
of
Palestinians.
Jewish or white hackers? No, you have not. So it's
Well,
totally valid.
I
A
yeah,
couple.
but I've heard of Russian
we've
hackers.
heard of Russian and they're somewhat white. So
They
what's up,
hire
Yeah.
the
Ducato?
browns, okay?
What's up, Ducato? Oh my God, just kidding.
God.
It's the Chinese.
Disavow. We disavow.
Disavow all the
Josie
racist.
works for Myron Gaines. It's not our fault. She brings
I
that
am a
energy to this room.
degenerate. They're not.
By the
Okay.
way, Josie? Did you hear me roasting Myron the other day? Yesterday was it?
Roasting, you couldn't land your plane.
I roasted the shit. He wanted to run
And
away from me.
I texted him. I was like, dude, AB's the homie. Don't chill. He went easy on you. At some point just left
I
because you
told
couldn't
him
land
not
your
to leave.
plane.
He's like, I'm gonna go leave and go back to my stream. I'm like, no, stick around, Myron. I got a couple of
Dude,
things to say to
the
you.
whole chat was like, this guy's just yapping.
Well, of
And you
course,
compared him to Tucker.
it was an Amru chat, and I called him Amru. I insisted on calling because he does not deserve to be called Myron. I insisted on calling him Amru.
What is so precious about the name Myron? Is that like your name of your ex-boyfriend or something?
No, I mean like he's a really racist, like anti-Semite, and he shouldn't pretend that he's a Myron when he's an Amro. That's what I'm saying. It's okay.
I mean,
I realize you work for him. I'm
stealth,
just saying.
uses stealth. Like, people don't start
No, but
it's...
no one thinks that that's her actual first name. We all know it's
Kaya.
Julie.
Myron's been real open about it. We just use Myron because it's like, it rolls on the tongue easier, but
It's
that's
like
about it.
it's
You
like
should be proud.
Ilhan Omar changing her name to Barbara.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he should be proud of himself. He
Exactly.
pretends to be like this based, almost like black white nationalist, like like that Dave Chappelle skit or black white supremacist.
They're
Okay,
Um,
your name is Abraham, but you go by
Clinton
AB.
Bigsby.
yeah, not
Let's
the same thing. Not the
we
same
say
thing.
AB. And like, my name
Not
is
the same
Josie,
Yeah,
thing.
but
but
I
I go
had
by
a friend whose
Josie.
name was Jean Pierre, and he went by JP. It's not like
Yeah,
he's not
but I
Yeah.
changing his
mean,
name; it's just shorter.
No, that's a stage name. It's a stage name, and I'm just like it's a very different than his real name. Yeah.
yeah, but when you come from
To
an
them,
aggressive perspective, it's like, dude, why? Like, just why?
listen, he's sitting there
And
wrote
you
on the
call him
space.
Tucker.
No, I was caught putting him in the category of Tucker of people who are retarded and got everything wrong about the Iran war predictions. That's what the point I got him on. I'm like, you got the whole World War III is about to break out last time and then this time, and I'm like, people shouldn't listen to you not because you're mean or racist. They shouldn't listen to you because you're wrong about everything about
I
this
mean,
issue.
you probably got clipped, so if you want to start a YouTube channel, this your clout moment is probably going on right now.
All right, fair enough. I'll look for it.
I'm all about that dough.
I'll send
And
it to you though.
I requested for that freaking F word Mario to bring me up, but apparently even him and his 5,000 freaking NFT bots think he's too hot shit for me to come up,
Mario
It's hard.
was
It's hard.
Mario audio on the voice, or was there somebody else running the account that day?
No, it was James, and yesterday was James and James Lebanese guy,
A bunch
and
of yappers. Man,
Earlier in the
they
day, it was what's
can't
his name?
learn. They talk so slow.
It was open source, not open source. Sorry, all source earlier. Sit rep, whatever they call themselves these days, and then James later on.
I can just see a bunch of apes NFT that accounts that were created in 2025 with like 3 followers, 0 follow
And
type
did you hear?
stuff.
I mean, I know you know the guy. You heard how rude he was being to the Kurdish lady. He was like, "Go play with your." I won't say the
That
word.
was
Yeah,
kind of nasty.
that was kind of nasty. Yeah.
I was like, yeah,
Tommy,
that
quit
wasn't
playing with
on
your
the
genie.
Book of Rose. That wasn't his best one. I was like, ah, come on, man.
Y'all know the Krasensteins actually registered like one of like their first bot farms from a Russian domain.
Yes.
Okay, but
Yes,
bot
Santos.
farms
Did you
like
know that they bought up a whole bunch of domains related to CSAM material and tried selling them to make money?
an
Yeah,
all
they
leather
did. They did
Gmail
it
address.
and
I
they were
read a
doing
funny
it with fake gold too. Out
I
of
read
yeah,
a funny post that said that the Hodge twins are in a gay relationship with the Krasenstein twins,
that was funny.
which I think is
Didn't
quite
They
funny.
Stowe talk
actually
about
used
that
the
earlier?
Scrambler account.
Did
Like,
we? I don't know. I just found it very funny.
I mean, the Hodge twins. I mean, I never got that whole thing.
No, never, not at any point.
I mean, it's insane to me that people think, deposing a dictator is, an asshole with the body count that Khomeini has is somehow like a stain on our morality, because it's going to lead to another 20-year incursion, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not, because there's no personal oil incentive involved in bombing Iran for any senior White House official, like the entire
Yeah,
G1.
and even Lindsey Graham's not talking about occupying Iran, physically with ground force. It's just a retarded.
Bro, we should just fucking take it over.
No, yeah,
Well, we
honestly, them bombing
Josie,
Syria
just go
hurts the
convince Myron of
cause.
that and then come back to us, okay?
What did you
They,
say?
they
I'm a world conqueror maxer, okay?
so
I
do
mean,
we.
honestly,
Okay, Joan
them
of
bombing
Arc.
their neighbors was probably like the blessing in disguise, because now we could just sit there and pitch a GCC led coalition to temporarily, take over Iran.
Well, not only that, they have to. It enables us to sorry, how do I say, distribute the air missile defense batteries, right? In other words, it's not all concentrated in one place. It's like Israel or whatever, right? The GCC countries get to use some of their shit to knock the stuff down, so it's better from that point of view too.
Maybe we should like give back to the Kurds, so they feel like they finally get a return on investment so they can actually go take over the government that I'm not quite sure who is planning on taking over. I'm kind of
How
Some
scared.
the hell aren't you quite sure who is gonna take over? Iranians
The
wrote
Shah
his
is gonna
name
take
in their
over?
blood on the walls. Yes, he's not the Shah. His name is Reza Pahlavi. He is
Yeah,
gonna
there's
take
all
over
Pahlavi,
for
yeah,
the
whatever.
Okay, let them cook. Let them cook a little bit.
yes, and he's gonna lead us through the transition, and the people are gonna decide the form of governments. But I think we have chanted and written his name all over. We have shown where we stand in the universities, in the streets in the past 2 months, that someone like you doesn't just suggest taking over Iran, or they don't know
Why did
who's going
y'all
to
get
take
rid of
over.
him then? If he was
Yeah,
that great, why
Josie,
did y'all get
Josie,
rid of him?
Josie,
Because
Josie,
they
Josie,
killed,
let
when
me
we
listen,
tried, they
listen,
killed
listen. Wait,
40,000
wait,
of
just
us.
listen. Josie, just listen to him because you have to understand it's like Beetlejuice. When you say his name 3 times, he appears wearing one of his sparkly shirts, and then he gets to dance around with a crown, and then Iran goes back to being a civilized country. It's really that simple. You're overthinking it, sweetheart. You got to just go with it. Say his name 10 times, write it down on a piece of paper, crunch it up, stick it in the fire, and then he comes back. It's like magic.
What
Decano's
the
nice. He's
fuck
one
is
of
your
our friends.
problem, man?
He's one of our friends. He's one of our friends. Decano. Go ahead, Decano.
What the fuck is your problem? Seriously, like what does a guy have to do exactly? What do the Iranian people have to do exactly
Yo,
for you to
exactly, your blood
accept
sugar is
our
low. Like,
rights?
calm down your
Let me
cortisol,
explain what
buddy.
somebody does. What somebody does to earn my belief that they can be a leader is they create an organization of people like Charlie Kirk did, and they manage in a organized way an effort to do
and
something.
and And do
And
you
he has
know that?
never
And you
organized.
know
He
that
has
he
never
has it.
organized a group of people. He's never organized a group of people to do
Search
anything.
February 14. Search February 14. What the fuck are you talking
What
about, man?
happened on
Did you
Okay,
February
see what
14th?
happened?
homie, you need
Jesus
to
fuck
chill.
me.
Like your
What's
your
going
your
on, guys?
cortisol
I'm back.
is
I'm back.
spike.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Okay. Okay. It's. Sorry. I went to go listen to something. All right. I don't know what we're arguing about. Ducato, you want to give us any updates? We've kind of gone through all the updates as of this morning regarding Iran and Lebanon right now. Is there anything that stands out to you? Don't ignore what everybody else is saying in here. Everybody's very tired. We haven't slept yet. What's going on, Ducato? Can you hear me? Double M.
In terms of what's going on, yeah, I can.
Do
Can you
you
hear
are
me?
you do you
In terms of what's going on,
do you validate any of the numbers? They said 555 people in the strikes of
lies,
lies. Okay,
lies. More of the terrorists.
more
Yeah,
terrorists have died.
more of
Okay,
the terrorists are dead.
okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, that's obvious. If you would
Yeah,
like
because I was
just
like,
hear
we need to
what
add some
I have
zeros
been
to that
hearing,
of the terrorists. Like, yeah. What are you hearing? What are you
yeah,
hearing?
they're lying their hands up.
Okay. Qatar
The
says that
explosions
Iran.
I heard that
Qatar said that the RGC or Iran must pay the price for such strikes. They can't go unanswered. Let me see here. Um, oh, the Lebanese have their own problems now. There says it's gonna smack in the face towards the Shia. What happened? The IDF released rare footage showing the Khomanshar ballistic missile being destroyed. The one in the base, I guess they have video. Just a lot of content and videos come out. Let me see. This is Hezbollah. Let me see. And by the way, ISW has an updated report of everything that was struck as well. Also, Saudi
Yeah,
Ministry of Energy says
I
the
take
Iranian,
ISW with a heavy grain of salt with their Soros funding, but
yeah,
yeah.
Aramco, the strike there, the oil fields are going to be fine, but the Iranians sent a drone over there. Mm,
I'm seeing like the Incirlik was attacked, but there's no official
Fake news.
word on.
Fake news.
yeah, it's all fake
Fake
news.
news.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fake news.
yeah.
All the other Muslim countries were attacked. The ones that have been mentioned, but the Incirlik thing that there's circulating video. Remember when there was the riot, Dante, few years ago near Incirlik? The Turks
Uh,
got all.
yeah. Are you talking like 2016 with the coup
I think
attempt?
so. Yeah, like years ago, right? And then there was some worry because there was nuclear. I don't know if there was nuclear weapons at the time, but they do keep nuclear weapons there at some point.
Yeah.
Anyway, but that's the video they're circulating from years ago. Anyway, so nothing
Yeah.
in Turkey, but all the other places.
I was about
Okay,
to say because that wouldn't go well because the Turkish MIT love the jihadists.
Stealth. Do you want to let Ducato go because he's been raising his hand
Yeah,
for a long time?
Ducato, an oil pipeline near Awaz, a key piece of Iran's energy export infrastructure that moves crude, was reportedly struck in a suspected U.S. strike. I don't know if you have that confirmed. Ducato. Ducato? Ducato, are you there? Anybody there? Hello,
Yeah, I
hello?
hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we all
Ducato,
hear
can you hear
you.
us?
He spiked his cortisol too much. You see what happens?
No, no. Did you see the kitty pictures, Dante?
I
Did
did. They're adorable. We don't
Okay.
deserve them.
You said we don't deserve that, meaning humans, we don't deserve the kitties?
Yeah, exactly.
That's those are Michal's kitties from Israel. They were sleeping, so she couldn't bring them on the space because they wouldn't wake up and talk. So they're going to the bunkers quite a bit. So yeah. So anyway, so she's.
Ducato,
I thought they might be the same color as yours. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, pretty close. One of
See,
them
I
is pretty
knew it.
close.
I knew it. I'm like totally psychic with these things. It's very funny.
Stealth, did you see they're opening Ben Gurion in stages from this afternoon
I
Israel
know it's
time?
crazy, dude. They're opening up Ben Gurion Airport, which means they have full air dominance, and they're not worried about the ballistic strikes from Iran right now or something. It's maybe they're just limited flights, and they'll have
also, yeah, they're doing rescue flights or whatever you want to call it, return flights for Israelis that are stranded overseas.
yeah.
So,
They'll want to come back home.
yeah, I'm assuming that, and it slowed down a little bit the rockets, so they're probably they're opening for that reason. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I have some friends stranded in Abu Dhabi right now, and they can't get flights back to Europe right now. But they've basically had like confined to the resort, and They're not being charged for it at all. As a matter of fact, they actually got reimbursed for their whole trip.
Have you ever lived in the UAE, Dante?
Been there frequently.
Okay, just was curious.
Yeah, I've been kind of all over, and Qatar as well, obviously. Did you guys see the Camp Buring video?
No, which video?
Yeah, like there was a shahed that actually hit directly into Camp Buring. Like I saw the video and I recognized immediately the guy was standing right outside of the dining facility, but the dumbasses hit the storage yard. They didn't hit the staging area. Like so, this the crisp yard, as it's called, the central receiving and staging point for cargo, is located next to. It's like this big, massive area, which is located next to all the tents or all the cans where people stand, as we call them, because everyone who's going in and out of theater has to go to Bury. You have to. It's like the transit point. We go there. We'll spend a few weeks there, or well, about a week there, and then it'll be onward movement to wherever Iraq, Afghanistan, even staying in Kuwait. But I saw the video and it was just pretty interesting because the dumbasses missed where all the people were. And they hit the storage yard. Now, granted, there could have been people in the storage yard, but because that video came out almost simultaneously with the 3KIA and 5WIA. So, yeah, it's
Have
been
those identities been released yet? The 3K in Kuwait.
no, no, not from what I'm aware of. I saw one of the wounded is his father spoke to local reporters and said he's going to recover just fine. But I mean, like you can see it clear as day. Like the video was not manipulated at all, and anyone who's been to Buren knows exactly where they're at. So
Iran just said that it shot down 3 planes coming into their region. That's very funny.
Of course they did.
yeah, totally.
They also said that they struck the aircraft carrier, the Lincoln, yesterday or whatever it was. Yeah.
Joshi, you want to say something, buddy? You got to jump in, sweetheart. Jump in, Joshi.
I want to say only one thing. If they want to do ground invasion of the Iran, or they want to do something that will change the regime completely, they have to spend $2 trillion, and it will be expensive for USA. The current war on terror cost $2 trillion to US Treasury. They won't do that ground invasion.
No, there will not be any ground invasion of Iran. There's no plan to do that at all.
There's no need
Zero.
to do it.
And there's no need to do it. Correct. The ground invasion is all the Iranians. That's the ground invasion. They'll do whatever they want.
What about Lebanon?
Lebanon might be invaded by the Israelis sometime soon. Yes, that might actually happen.
So there's a lot of Australians stuck in Dubai because it's the main route from Australia to Europe. So probably for the first time, Australians are being affected by this war more than ever. It's
I think
a really big deal, Dubai.
There is something interesting about the Dante and everyone about sort of the unintentional solidarity. Even if it's not explicit, sort of implicit solidarity that's come about because the regime struck all these Gulf countries. Do you sense that, Dante?
Oh, 100%, man. I mean, it's almost like they've eliminated the Salafist Sufi Sunni Shia divide like almost overnight. We'll see how long it sticks, but it's weird. It's the inverse of what they've as to how these organizations, these Islamists, have worked together in coalition in alliance in the West. Sunnis and Shias will work with the Deobandis in ICNA, the Jamaatists, to get rid of the freaking great white imperialist devil from within its own borders. But now you're seeing like the inverse because they bombed them all. So now all these people are forming this coalition to go after the radical jihadists, rather than the radical jihadists uniting under one umbrella to get rid of the big bad man in the West. So definitely, dude. Like I said, silver
You gotta love it.
linings.
You gotta love it, man. Yeah, I'm in this. I mentioned it a couple times on the space. I'm in this group chat with wide assortment of people, most of whom do not have the same, let's say, outlook on geopolitics as I do. This one guy, in particular, he's Bahraini. So yeah, his government does have a peace agreement with Israel. But on the other hand, this particular person has literally made like explicit like gas chamber Holocaust kind of rants before when he got pissed off at a certain Jew that was on a space with him. This guy, the reason I bring it up is this guy in the last 24 hours has been posting pro-Israel account after pro-Israel account after pro-Israel account, often explicitly Israeli accounts in the group chat saying, yes, do it, get him, amazing, I love you guys. It's hilarious.
This is
It's,
for
it's, it's a,
I mean,
this is for the Candace fans in the space. Risk. This is a quick video. You'll appreciate this. This is relating it to the current strikes in Iran. This is a hilarious
Her?
guy.
This is her or parody?
It's parody. Listen.
With this post, and I'm prepared to lose followers for that. But I had a dream last night, and Khomeini came to me, and he told me that he was betrayed, and I think Israel was involved in his death. If someone could find out if he was having dinner with Bill Ackman in the Hamptons this summer, I think that's where we should start. Stay tuned for my 4-part series coming out about Mrs. Khomeini, entitled Bride of Ali, where we find a lot of interesting things going on there. I may lose a lot of
Okay, so
that's
yeah,
hilarious.
this is in reference to Candace Owens' craziness. She says just this stuff, but about Mrs. Kirk and Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul.
He has her
So
cadence down good. It's so funny.
yeah, it's very good. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, sorry. So I'm finding funny videos, and I'll post that one. What else?
She's
What else?
atrocious, man. It's I'm telling you though, that guy, I want to make a collage of that Wolves in Finance, all the stuff that he said today on his video, like the craziest conspiracy theories, like Charlie was her handler, and like it's just insane stuff. Like, I mean, it's just like your brain has to be falling out of your, like Roseanne Barr must have had foreign knowledge because she was in that interview and she was liked Candace Owens, but all of a sudden she hates Candace Owens and says she's gonna punch her in the face. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you people?
yeah, I mean, Roseanne Barr subscribes to all the propaganda. I mean,
Yeah,
she's
but she said she'd punch Candace in the
attributed
face. So I stand by
Yo,
that.
Rosenbar's a queen. I will not tolerate this shit talking against Roseanne.
So
She
she
does
was like
the
she bought it
conspiracy stuff.
hook,
She's
line, and
cute.
sinker, the Mamdani's mom and Epstein files thing. And people were talking about it. Nobody talks about Mamdani's father and his jihadist ties. We covered that a couple days ago, I think. Stell.
So
The
the
whole
mom's not real.
Yeah,
The
it was a
dad
couple
is
days
real.
ago. Yeah.
So the mom's not really in it. The dad's in it.
No, so the mom's not in there, like that Times Square photo with like the
No, it
Clintons
wasn't a
lined
photo.
up.
I thought it was
Yeah.
like an email or something.
Yeah, no, there was
Okay.
there was no email like that. So Mamdani's father is on the board of Grameen America, which is founded by Muhammad Yunus, and his longtime advisor and strategic business development consultant is Isabel Maxwell, who is Jelane's twin, and her husband is actually in bed with Alan Patrikoff from Apex Partners, which it's chartered to sit on the board of Grameen America for their charity. So there's it's kind of incestuous. Grameen America, they were supported by the Jamaats. They've done like a lot of jihadi funding. Yunus obviously came into power in August 2024 with the Jamaat Islami. And these were the guys who like gave birth to like not only the Diobani movement and the Taliban, but also to Al Qaeda. They were the vessel for the Saudi pastors, and they created like Lashkar-e-Taiba and Hizbul Mujahideen are two of their militant wings now, and they just got their shit packed in during Sindor. So
Damn.
But nobody talks about,
What wasn't
that
Mohammed
angle.
Yunus? Wasn't Mohammed Yunus the guy who won a Nobel
Peace Prize,
Prize
yeah.
for like economics?
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
Peace
for
Prize. Sorry, yeah,
microfinancing
for the
schemes.
microfinancing bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, so what's interesting, he actually got his grant seed funding from the Ford Foundation. South Shore Bank, which is basically brought up Obama, which is also heavily connected to Grameen. As a matter of fact, the co-founder Mary Houghton actually worked for Grameen in Bangladesh. They're a community development bank slash microfinancing institute as well. And they basically funded the Woods Fund and Bel Airs, and they come from that whole structure, right? They also got their grant seed funding from the Ford Foundation for these microfinancing schemes. Someone else also got their grant funding, their seed funding from the Ford Foundation for microfinancing schemes in Indonesia, and that would be Barack Obama's mother. So, Ford
What do you
Foundation.
think about Ian Carroll?
I don't think about Ian Carroll. That's what
So
I
what do you
think
think
about
he
Ian
is?
Carroll.
What do you think he is? Like an alien, an op? Like what do you think he is?
I mean, he's a mouthpiece. He's a talking point. People
Okay.
give him oxygen, so he just keeps going with it.
But
He's
how does he get like land Joe Rogan after like being on social media for like 2 months, like and then and then all these other big names, and then Candace, and then this, and then that. None of his information is publicly online. You can't find anything about him unless you go on like Reddit and dig like an architect and like not an architect, like a I don't even know what, but
Well, I mean, no one even. First off, Ian Carroll's probably not his actual name,
yeah.
and then obviously, people. I'm sure if people dug in, they could find it. Everyone found out Glenn
I will pay
Greenwald
you a
was a
hundred
freaking.
dollars if you can. Again, I'll send you some stuff I know, but I'm telling you, it's the weirdest thing. He is just unsearchable. Like if you wanted to find his birthday or zodiac sign, you wouldn't even be able to find it. Nothing. If you Google him, it just comes up his podcast and his like tweets.
That's what I'm saying. Like Ian Carroll, like Carroll could be even just a
Yeah.
kid's
Well,
middle name.
supposedly his parents were teachers, so, and their last name was Carol. So I don't know if it's his real name or not. It's annoying, but and then I found a thread on Reddit where like some friends from high school were there that he knew him, and they were saying some stuff. My friend was gonna reach out, but I didn't want to just say. I don't know what to say. Like I don't want to be like, hey, can I ask you some questions?
Yeah, Reddit's a whole new world.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't feel like dealing with that, but that's like literally the only place you can find anything. Like he was in Guatemala and did like a GoFundMe thing for like this school, and he taught down there. His teachers, his parents taught down there, and then he has subconsciously. I don't
Okay,
know.
so he's probably got an intelligence outlook to him as well, because a lot of so when if you guys go anywhere abroad, like especially here in Europe, these ESLs, these English second language schools, that you
Hmm.
see, they're all intelligence fronts. Like almost
Really?
all of them. Oh yeah, like almost all of them, especially the ones that are in close proximity. So you get a lot of these teachers. Who are whether or not they be like foreign service officers, because there is an intelligence apparatus within the State Department too. Like there's a whole intelligence service, and they'll do stuff like this because they get a lot of people recruited. But you'll find them in proximity to embassies because that's where you find a lot of foreign intelligence operatives abroad, because they like to target the embassy area. So you know go look at the one in Rome that's close to Via Veneto. That's right across from the Guardia di Finanza, and it's also co-located in the same block, connected to the same building as the Regis, the St. Regis, and you guys already know what that is. Like you saw it with Bond and John Wick, but it's an illusion because the Regis is also like an intelligence hub everywhere.
So
Blackmail
why do
City.
they use just the languages thing, like just because it's teaching people stuff? Like why do they use those places as fronts?
It, because it's really inexpensive. Like
Hmm.
you just go and like you'll see they're hardly ever open. They'll have like a
Yeah.
physical location, and it'll be really central to a lot of interesting different institutions. So, and it won't be really in like residential areas. Like for instance, the one I'm alluding to specifically in Rome. Like it's not a residential area at all. At all. Like it's
Hmm.
very much like administrative on the government, and there's a lot of foreign embassies around there as well. But
Hmm.
just for context,
Yeah, it seems like a perfect. It seems like a perfect front. You get a wide assortment of often high income or um, connected foreigners to come into your place. You know,
exactly.
um, yeah,
So think,
under perfectly plausible, situation. Yeah, it seems perfect.
yeah.
Do you think
So
people will ever stop listening to this idiot?
no,
Ugh, why?
Well, his engagement is more fake than
It is
almost
so
anybody
fake.
else
I
on
wish
Twitter.
someone with a
Yeah,
big
yeah.
account. I take screen recordings almost every day. He has bots. If you go to his refresh his
No, but
account,
like you can see, it's not even cope. If you look at
no, I
his
know.
his numbers, right? His view count stays the same,
Yeah,
and then his likes go up at like an exponential rate. It's like not
but even if
even Elon Musk doesn't get numbers like that.
exactly, even if you go to his followers though and just refresh it, you'll see every few seconds there's new bot accounts being added. It's insane. Every few seconds you refresh it, and I don't know how no one has called him out. If he found that out about someone, he'd have a field day.
We need Pam Bondi on that
Yeah,
shit. But
literally. He goes after her, so maybe she'll do it. Oh, he's such an arrogant, smug prick. He thinks like everything is measured in like ratios and likes. Like, bro, shut the. Ugh, what a
good. Stealth,
loser.
are you there? Are you there, Stealth?
She's on the
Or are you
phone.
passed out? Stealth?
She might be on the phone. No.
Not sure.
Ugh. What about Hassan Piker, Dante? What do you think of him?
douchebag. MIT as
Yeah,
well.
right.
Well,
What?
he's MIT 100%.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait. Wait. Go back. Let's rewind. Why do you say that?
So
Because he's
what's
just
funny
too.
is this was actually told to me by someone in the Beltway as well.
Okay,
Like
guys. I'm
What? We
yeah,
can't hear
so
you. What'd you say?
he has like connections to MIT, and his whole shtick in the U.S. Definitely fits the narrative, the modus operandi for
Wow.
MIT. So
Anything with his uncle too? That is MIT.
I mean, it's a family. It's almost always a familial affair, especially when it comes to ISI and MIT. So,
Wow.
especially with the diaspora. So, yeah.
here. What happened? What happened?
He
I'm
said
here.
Hassan Piker's MIT.
Yeah, he went to MIT. You mean?
No, Turkish intelligence, MIT.
Oh yeah. Well, so is there any is there any knowledge around that training and everything?
Uh, he has connections to him, like a lot of very close connections to him. Like State Department knows about him, kind of connections. So,
Right.
And he
um,
makes it seem like he's not allowed to go back there.
He's
this
not
is
allowed to go
always
back.
the
As it says.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
always how it is. Yeah, he goes
Wow.
yeah. I mean, this is and
And he barely talks about Turkey. That's one thing, he barely talks about them. Like that's what's so funny to me. I'm like, that's kind of weird, no? Like you never talk about the country that you're like. It's weird.
instead he
Never, like
just disses
never.
instead he just disses America.
Oh my god, all day nonstop.
Yep, all day
I
long.
gotta send someone what he said about the veterans last week at the State of the Union was atrocious.
Yeah,
But why is he like uncancelable? Because he's MIT. Like, well, how is he? Like, how is he the only person that's like unable to be held accountable for anything he says?
I mean, has
And
he
then the
done anything that's technically illegal?
oh yeah, he's well the death threat alone on Rick Scott.
Oh, yesterday. Yeah,
If you care about
yesterday. What?
Medicaid, you'll kill Rick Scott. That's one right there.
Wait, yesterday. Yesterday he made statements. What were
Oh
they?
yeah, he said the Chinese. He said he was encouraging his audience. He's like, if I was you guys, I'm not telling you, but I'm telling you, you should go and get Chinese drones for $10,000, and it's like a suicide mission, and
To
blah blah
use them
blah.
in the U.S. and he
Yeah,
said you can get them on like Alibaba or something
yeah.
like
He was
that.
telling them where to get it from. I think he put it up on his computer.
Okay, well
Very.
that's a different story. I mean, there's different ways you can go with that too.
Well, there's.
Yeah.
I mean, I have so many videos of him. But again, I just feel like, like, why did the mainstream media keep writing puff pieces on him even after he says this shit? Though it's just like weird.
Because again, because the Red Green Alliance, I mean, ICNA controls all the
Yeah.
narratives right
Uh,
now.
Yep.
and they're
Do you want
working
to
with
expand on that?
NIAC too.
Do you want to expand on that when when you say that IGNA owns all the narratives? Can you expand on that?
So ICNA so you had MSA, which was brought to the U.S. in the '60s after the civil rights reforms, right? That's when a bunch of Muslims basically came over here, and they students who were actually already here, and they stood up the MSA. And then you fast forward to the late '60s, Jamaat-e-Islami and the Muslim Brotherhood. So the Muslim Brotherhood was kind of largely responsible eventually for ISNA, the Islamic Society of North America, but ICNA was created by Jamaat-e-Islami. As a matter of fact, Maulana Maududi, who had founded Jamaat-e-Islami, he was the very first inaugural speaker. Even though he couldn't speak really good English, he had a translator with him by the name of Karam Jah Murad, who basically absconded to the United Kingdom after they were all hit with genocide and terrorism charges in 1971, stemming from the Civil War. But in 1974, they basically had like the first ICNA convention, and he was the speaker there. His son, Dr. Syed Farouk, who lost his medical license to like in 2006, he had to surrender it for like 21 counts of medical malpractice, something like that. It was 21 or 23, something like that. He became like the first leader of ICNA, and ICNA eventually in the 1990s funded because like some like the terror accusations that were coming out, especially with like the Rabida Trust. They created uh, in the early 90s in Texas. It was like 1994 where CARE stood up out of Texas. Like Texas has such a jihadist problem. It's insane. Nobody is like discussing it. But yeah, like all ICNA was, they created the Fake Council. So I mean, these guys like they had like direct recruiting pipelines for jihadis. As a matter of fact, the NYPD, I've talked about that intelligence report, the tumor report that was leaked out publicly. It was released publicly after the ACLU had actually filed to get a bunch of terrorists released, like a bunch of jihadists released. So, like Jamaat was named all over it, and since then they've been able to kind of rebrand their image, and they do this with infiltration. Like I
So
said,
why would, if the State Department knows, um, if the State Department knows that there's an issue with people like Hassan and they're running malign foreign influence ops, why not open up an investigation? See, I mean, I'm sure there's a FISA warrant. There's so many people I think that are under FISA discovery at this point, because especially now, don't I
yeah.
mean, and the statements that are saying they're so close to the edge. Um, that's why I just don't understand what would be the hubbub. I mean, to get him deported.
That's what
I
I'm
don't get
saying.
it.
He's like untouchable. It's the weirdest thing ever. He is so dangerous and such a he's brainwashing an entire generation of
That's
kids. I'm
what I'm
telling you.
saying. He's got an intelligence apparatus behind him. So
Yeah. Like, it's no doubt, I guarantee Charlie Kirk's shooter was watching Hassan Piker. I'll put my money on it. Because he spins the same stuff, uses the fascist thing all the time. And the
yeah,
way he spoke about him, like during the coverage of his death, I got banned because I went off on him. I couldn't believe what he was saying. And then he did like a 10-day media tour doing all these like articles. Like, I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. And then he still like was dogging him in the freaking article a day after he was killed. Disgusting.
yeah.
Audience captured.
I think Innoc was probably really heavily involved in that whole situation with Charlie
Who?
Kirk. Innoc, National
Oh,
Network
yeah.
of Cuba.
Really?
Yeah, so Armed Queer Salt Lake City actually, they're a part of
Oh, yeah,
Innoc.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
Venture Ramos Brigades, the
Yep.
DSA as well, various
Yep.
different DSA entities.
Yep. I had that all on in April of 2025, last year before
Ugh.
his. Everything was sent over by me to the FBI, to State Department, to everybody at the White House. Everything about that, because Elias Rodriguez killed the two embassy employees. And so I put everything that together. He was in Cuba training. I have all of it. I'll talk to you privately about it. Everything. It's all over my feed since April of 2025.
Yeah, and
It's
they're also
everybody knew.
directly connected to not only the Obama administration but also um, Socrates, the Cuban president, who was deposed by Batista and then eventually allied with Castro.
Yeah. Okay. So Pete Hegseth and Kane are giving the Pentagon hearing at 8 a.m. So Eastern Standard Time.
Three
So
hours.
yeah, 3 hours. So I want to get a little bit of rest, guys. How do you guys feel about that? I
I
can
mean,
leave
I've,
the
yeah.
space open, but I
No,
don't
no,
know how
no,
long
no.
you
I
guys
haven't
want to.
slept either. I hope I can go to sleep. I'm so like I have so much shit on my mind. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
I'll hit you up in the
let
morning.
me. I want to say hi. Hi, Julia. We've been going for a while. I'm gonna get a little rest. If you want to come up, Julia, and say hi, that'd be great. But if not, I'll be open in 3 hours for the hearing. I'm gonna schedule the space. I see a lot of people awake down below. Like I have a ton of updates, just so you guys know. You can just go to my feed or open source Intel's feed. You'll probably get pretty much everything as it's coming out. There's incoming right now from Iran into Israel. Just so you guys know.
How many people are in the tunnels
What
or
tunnels?
the basement?
Depends on what area. I mean, it's thousands that have to go. But let me just see here. And ISW has a full update on all the different strikes and says we attacked Prime Minister Netanyahu's office and the residence of the Air Force commander. They suffered every damage. So this is like propaganda out of. This is very funny. Let me go to Amit Siegel's house. This is funny. I mean, his face. The Revolutionary Guards. Missiles were launched from Iran. Home Front Command's defense policy. Iran representative to the IAEA claims Israel and the United States attacked the nuclear facility of Natanz. Does anybody have anything on Natanz that came out 15 minutes ago? There's a a family member, the whole family was killed in Beit Shemesh. The cutest family. Oh my God.
Aww.
Yeah. It was from yesterday. So the sixth member passed away.
What were they
Uh,
outside or something or in their house?
no, they were inside the house, but the ballistic missile went right on top of them inside of their bunker.
Ugh.
It's really bad. A very cute family. All the kids, the wife,
How
everybody
old are
was
the
cute.
kids?
I think one was like 6 years old. One
Oh
was
my
12.
god.
Yeah. Very cute family. The wife is gorgeous. Husband adorable.
Damn.
Yeah. It's bad. It's bad. There was an assassination in, I think, Lebanon. Qatar's foreign minister to CNN. Iran must pay a price for its attack. Let's see what else. More targeted strikes in Lebanon. An actual, holy shit, what is that? Oh, this is the crash of the American fighter jet in Kuwait. These images is wild. Like the internet that's available these days, and everybody posts everything. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Okay, so the Iranians are moving now to a larger barrage instead of single launches. That's what they're saying.
Where are they? Why are these guys getting nuked? I don't get it.
Who's getting nuked
Whoever's
too?
left to bombing everyone,
Oh,
like I don't get how they don't have their location.
now there's been Naim Kassan is a designated target for elimination now. So that's a big deal in Lebanon. Naim Kassam, he replaced Nasrallah, right?
Why he wasn't a target?
Well, because he replaced Nasrallah, and that's the guy in Lebanon, and you would normally not strike inside of Beirut that closely. It would piss off like the somewhat peace agreement between Lebanon and
Yeah.
yeah.
Somebody give him the okay.
Um, 0 Hour says you want your kids watching some guy
Yep.
pretending to wear a suicide vest on a gamer stream.
Yep.
Okay. Trump was just trying to jester max and deal max on the world stage when the Ayatollah negged his offers and spiked his cortisol. So he grabbed frame bomb mogged his skitty bitty ass. I don't even know what this means. I
Oh
need a, I need a dictionary for this.
my
This is
god.
from James Lindsay.
I'm telling you, we got to
Okay.
make just T-shirts and just start cranking them
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Let's do it. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. A good
All right.
cause for Secretary Rubio to look at Hassan Piker's parents who defrauded the United States, the only coming to the U.S. to make Hassan an anchor baby, then raising him in Turkey until he was 18.
Wait,
And so
who has that up?
Safety Swipe made a whole thing about this.
Satisfied. Yes.
Again, that's a Shahed drone. Like, that's crazy.
Watch. Oh, this is disgusting.
Bro, you really actually don't need, like, Like, I was thinking about this with like the Afghanistan, the Taliban, Pakistan fight that was taking place, and I was really thinking about this. You really don't need suicide bombing anymore. You know, because like the Taliban guy was like, "Oh, you have nuclear arms, but we have like suicide bombers. Like, we'll just blow up your country with suicide bombers." And it's like, you really don't need that anymore in drone warfare, right? You don't need that at all. Just make fucking drones. Just you can purchase them from, you can purchase them in the online marketplace. Like, China literally sells, like
He was just in China recently,
He's so
Jonathan.
disingenuous. You hear the way he says it, though. Oh my god. Yeah, he was just in
Hey,
China. Now he's going to
Stealth.
Cuba.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, One about the family that died. It was only the father. I know the pictures are circulating that the whole family has died, but it's only the father that died.
No, what are
The
you talking about? They announced the wife. They announced the two kids. There's a third one. What do you mean?
I've been seeing. I don't know where you're seeing the
Straight
announcement,
from
but
the
I'm seeing.
IDF.
Uh, okay, maybe we're talking about a different family.
The one in Bet Shemesh that it landed on their house,
Yeah,
and they were all in
Beit Shemesh.
yeah.
Yes, correct. I'm seeing news the opposite, but anyways. The other thing, have you seen the exchange between Danny Danon, the Israeli ambassador, and Jeffrey Sachs?
Yeah, of course, the first initial one. But Jeffrey Sachs is supposed to be at the dude. Somebody needs to double back him.
Yeah, did you find out or no?
I
Is he
sent it.
going or no?
I didn't make enough of an effort. I sent it to a few
All
people, like
right.
a few important people. But
Well, I don't think he went yet because we would have saw the thing, right?
But he was blocked from today to whatever today's
oh,
event
he is
was.
phenomenal. That's all that matters. Where does it say that he's blocked?
That's why there's the video of the exchange of them exchanging words between the
Because he
Israeli
was pissed
ambassador
that
and
he was
Jeffrey
blocked.
Sachs. That's at least that's what I'm hearing from people. I need to double check it. But he was blocked in today's event and not from the Security Council.
From where?
From today's event,
From
but not from the
there was
Security Council.
some event today from
Oh,
speaking in the UN.
wow, really?
So there's an exchange between Danny Danon and Jeffrey Sachs. You said you saw the video, Stealth.
I saw it, but it was hard audio to understand, like
So
between them.
basically,
I saw it. Yeah.
uh, Danny Danon saying he will protect his people all the way.
Yes.
They're going all the
Yeah,
way,
and he
and
goes,
then
"Oh, you're suicidal and the Holocaust."
yeah.
What was
Yeah,
the
he
three
went.
words?
He
I
went.
missed.
He went. He made an Auschwitz reference, and you guys are suicidal. And then Danny Danon is like, you can go to Iran and fight with the Iranians, basically,
Well, why did he mention the Holocaust and blah blah blah?
because he's deranged and trying to play the Holocaust card on the Jews, and it's not going to work on Danny Danon. That's what now the radical left has been doing is like playing up the Nazi Holocaust comparison, right? On the Netanyahu government, and this is not going to work on us.
Which is ironic given that the Grand Mufti, literally worked with the Waffen SS in Bosnia and the Handschar.
Yeah.
In Bosnia,
But
yeah.
but this has been going on for 2 years, where the Palestinian movement was trying to flip the script and call the Israeli government Nazis and Zionism, Nazism, and all that, right? The Jeffrey Sachs was doing the same thing in just a more academic way. I
Gary,
can
that's
check.
so cold
I
in
can
here.
check what how the Israelis block which event they blocked him from. I'm gonna Google it right now.
Hey,
But
Stealth, I'm going to send
yeah,
you a
yeah.
bunch of stuff I dug in on
Oh yeah.
Krassensteins. Yeah.
Okay. You guys see Hexus put up the picture of Khomeini with his glasses with a bunch of sand in his hat. The dapper Minister of War and the Pentagon's new signboard adorned with His Excellency's turban. Turban. This is very funny. He's like, this is so wild. This is like everybody's wilding out. Okay, let me see what you sent me. Oh, oh. Wait. Is that the Oh, this is all the stuff that he owns, right?
Yeah,
All the
this is
digital stuff.
everything from the Krasensteins. You'll even see all their Russians. Well, this is actually just a
Does
small
the
portion.
0 hour have all of it? Let
Uh,
me.
I don't know. Maybe
Okay,
he does.
okay. Let me
I don't
send it
know.
to him.
What the Krasenstein's like legal problems in the past? You're saying?
Oh
They
yeah,
have.
just that's just the start. Like with the talk gold stuff. Oh no, this is like I'm going to show you their Russian domains.
Is this the investigation that Goddard did on them? Is this all the stuff that he put out? This kind of stuff.
This was some of it. I actually
Okay.
found more, but that was like
Oh
a really
wow.
good resource. But I found more in this as well. These are. This is from a closed source program I use. Um,
What did you find anything on that Austin shooter by any chance?
I haven't even looked into him. The
Okay.
Senegalese dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. I've got a special one for you. This one is really pissing us off. She's going after Mrs. Kirk, and
I
she's
am.
trying to get the case. She's trying to get the case kicked out of court by running an influence op. Let me send you something.
You got the video I sent you, right?
Let me see what you sent me. Hold on.
The one that she did with Tucker Carlson under
Yeah,
her
that's the one that
podcast.
she admits to everything. Yes, yeah. That's
Yeah.
the yeah.
Her
So
voice is
Oh
Steph,
like
wow,
I'm
wow,
I'm I'm
wow.
what?
checking.
Dante,
Oh,
that thing that you send me, is that like
so
yeah,
Steph,
sweetheart. Go
I,
ahead.
I was checking, and Jeffrey Sachs was supposed to address the UN Security Council today, according to JNS. Um, and Israel, along with the United States, played a role in preventing Jeffrey Sachs to address the UN Security Council.
Who played the role to block it? Who?
Israel, along with the United States.
Good, very good, very good.
The words that Sachs say in that video is Esther and Auschwitz. He was combining them.
Oh, because the Purim. What? Wow. He's
Yeah.
disgusting.
So Danny Danon says, "Mark my words, every place, every time, and we will protect your people." I think someone translated wrong, but we'll protect our people. And
Yeah,
then
he
Jeffrey
says it in
Sachs
English.
responded to Esther and Auschwitz. Those are your two ideas. Very clever.
Okay, so Dante, this person. Hold on, let me send you this. Um. So this is not her real name. Hold on a second. Um, um, Hi, Gila. Is it how do you say her name? It's not Gilia, right? Gilia?
Is it
Julia.
Julia?
Julia.
Julia?
Julia.
It's in
Julia.
Italian.
Well,
Yes.
Julia. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Buongiorno.
I still, yeah.
Hi.
Buongiorno. I thank you.
Parla
Yeah.
italiano? Tu parla italiano?
No, no.
Oh, okay. I just was wondering. Okay.
No, she just has
No,
an Italian name.
Yeah.
I just love the Italian language, and that's why I wrote it in Italian. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say hi to you. Thank you so much for your spaces. I've been listening to every bit of it, although
Earlier in the
trying
day
to
is much better
function
because when we get
under the
tired,
sirens.
yeah, the earlier in the day was very good. The earlier space, like this space, but earlier, I can't even remember what time, was very good because I got
Uh,
very tired. So yeah,
I wish I had time. I barely slept because, the
same.
last
I
thing we
know.
needed here in the Galilee is Hezbollah to attack us.
I know. I know.
They started in the Galilee and then they moved on to Haifa, and now you have this madness. As far as I'm concerned, is that a civil war might erupt there. I'm receiving messages from many Lebanese friends of mine living there that the Shias fleeing southern Lebanon after Avichai told them to evacuate. They are coming in handy to the Christian and Druze villages and also with guns, weapons, like they're threatening the people.
who live there in the villages. Like you don't have a choice but to host us. And they're putting everyone there in danger, and this is messed up. So I don't know what to expect more, but yeah.
It's crazy. It's really crazy. One second. Khamenei is dead. Good. It's very funny. People are making memes of when Donald Trump says Khamenei's dead, and other people are just ready. They're waiting and they're staying up to go to bed. So they're making these very funny clips. This is the memes are wild.
Hamane.
What do you think is going to happen with 100,000 reservist soldiers called up in Israel? It's a lot. Like I keep asking people, Julia. Nobody says anything to me.
Well, you mean the ones who got deployed to the northern border?
Everywhere, anywhere and everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, most of them are actually got deployed to the Lebanese-Israeli border. I think they're gonna be a ground invasion, let's say, southern
Mm-hmm.
Lebanon. This is the only option that they have there. Like, I don't see it. Like, this is the only thing that they are there.
Yeah.
Damn, I really took a nasty spill into my bookshelf before.
Oh, be careful.
Well, it's too late for that. My whole arm is like swollen. I cut it, like split open my elbow. I didn't even realize I tripped over something, and I like had all my crystals on the thing, and I was like hanging on to it so it wouldn't fall. But I like hit into the screw that was, like that's on this inside. I don't know.
That's what you get for doing witchcraft.
I don't do witchcraft. I wish I knew how to do witchcraft. Why, you know how to
No,
do it?
don't.
Ew.
Disavow.
Ew. Ew.
Dangerous,
Ew. Ew.
dangerous.
No,
One
I
second.
manifest. I'm not. I don't do witchcraft, but I manifest.
So you're being smart.
But I will say I have something blocking. It's like someone has a hex on me or something. I'm telling you, since 2012, I used to have the craziest. Like just everything always went fine. Everything was amazing. Like 2012, something happened. I don't know. My grandpa died. I broke up my ex like
What's your birthday?
July 11th. I'm a Cancer.
We need the year.
Well, I'm not to tell you my whole fucking first and last name. I'll DM it to you.
Okay.
2020. I'm a Cancer sun, and then my rising sign is Virgo, and my moon sign. No, my moon sign is Virgo. My rising is Aquarius. What about
We're gonna check your enemy year. Check me out. I'm not Gary the numbers guy, but
really?
mm, I mean this stuff has been pretty freaking accurate. Like
Wait,
got
are
me
you doing the
screaming.
number one? Are you talking about the What do you call it, charts? What is that one with the number?
Numerology.
Split it. Oh, is that the one where you like split the first, like the letters into like single digit
No,
numbers? Okay.
no. The
What is that called
GG33
again?
model.
I forgot what that's called.
GG33.
Oh, okay.
I got my account back. Hold on, then. But the thing I gotta reset the chat.
What's your rising and moon, and what's your
I don't
sun?
know.
Oh my god. Then no one's gonna know it from like my
I don't know.
names.
I only followed the like
Oh
GG33
really?
because like the reading that Gary did actually got me like I screamed. I was like, you're either
Really?
spying on me or like that's actually crazy.
Huh. No, yeah, I mean they are sometimes really on point. Stealth, do you know your sun and rising and Aquarius, your ascending?
She
I
Orthodox
don't.
Jew, she doesn't do
What
that.
I
what
don't care about
what
these things.
what month is your birthday?
I can't say for OPSEC
Uh
reasons, but
okay.
yeah, but
Tell me later.
yeah.
um
I'm like Scorpio, Cancer,
you're a
Pisces.
water sign.
No, I'm not a water sign. I
Those
have
are
all
all
that stuff.
water signs.
Yeah, but those are all in my thingy, my charts.
Yeah, that's all water signs.
We need to do
Yeah.
Chinese astrology too. Like so like send me the year because we need to check what was your enemy
Dragon.
year.
I'm a water fire dragon. God knows what it's
Hey,
called.
hey, Steph, you saw that I sent you about the
Yeah.
repertoire Ben showed?
Yeah. $180,000 a month, or total. He go-
I this looks like it's one time. I don't know about monthly. 150,000 for the rapporteur
Stephanie,
from Australia.
North is what's with the North Node? The calendar. They
He
say
was paid by
North.
China, and he's
North.
supposed to be right. He's a rapporteur for the protection of human rights, and was paid 150K. These fake UN rapporteurs.
Riz, did you get my DM?
Oh no, hold on.
Trying to put together.
Just want to make sure it's working.
Did you? Yes, I am getting it.
Cool.
Yes. Hang on, let me do this.
Did the
I like.
Israel get hit again?
Hmm?
Did Israel get hit again?
Did the what get again?
Did Israel get hit again?
I
Yeah, 3 missiles came in. 3 missiles launched from Iran. All were intercepted. So, they're intercepting them at least. And Iranian Revolutionary Guard missiles struck the city of Hamadan in Iran.
Because like
So their
my
own
friend was
rockets.
like my friend was telling me like they had to switch bunkers because
Yeah.
like it was so bad that like there was like dust falling off the ceiling. They're like
So
that shit's gonna collapse.
their
Like
own rocket hit their own stuff. This is wild. So a lot of their rockets keep going down and hitting themselves. It's so dumb. It's like unbelievable. It's crazy.
so it's like oh did I get collision?
It lands on its own, like it flies for a bit, and it just crashes on their own cities. It's so crazy.
What the heck?
Oh yeah, go look at my feed right now. It's wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So
Actually,
Israel is
replaying.
having technical problem.
Not Israel. No, this Iranians. Iranians.
Oh no, I thought like my friend and I'm not gonna say where she's at, but like she was like yeah like the booms were so bad that it was like they had to switch bunkers.
mm.
The Israelis just struck into Tabriz. It's a pretty large blast. I'm not gonna lie. It's huge. Hold on. Evet arkadaşlar, an itibariyle İsrail füzeledi, yolumuzu kestiler. Tebriz'i füzeliyor. Tabriz, Iran. An itibariyle evet. Evet. İsrail vurdu. İsrail vurdu, evet. Önümüzü kestiler. How do they know it's Israel and not the U.S.? Büyük iki tane füze önümüze düştü. Aha, tam önümüze düştüler.
Because they would all be dead if it was us.
Evet. Tam yolun üstüne düştü. Biz Bostanabad polisinin oradayız. Evet, tam önümüze düştüler. İki tane büyük füze. That sounds like it's that sounds like Turkish or that's Turkish, right, Julia?
Ken, yes, sorry.
It's
I was
Turkish,
reading
right?
yeah, it's Turkish.
Yeah, it's not Farsi. Evet.
Can you say that again?
Polis bizi ikaz ediyor diyor. Hemen araçlarınızı ayırın birbirinizden veya çıkın
Okay,
gidin diyor.
Ken. Yeah. It's Turkish.
Yeah, it's Turkish. It's not Farsi. I understand Farsi. I don't understand Turkish. So,
You
oh
understand Farsi?
yeah, sweetheart. Why?
Wow. Okay.
I like speak
That's
six
new. I didn't
languages.
know that.
I speak like six languages. Farsi is like the least I used to understand a tremendous amount of Farsi. Now I haven't practiced it in a while, but like I can generally understand
What do you
the
mean? Didn't
general.
you practice yesterday when you were out drinking last night?
I did, but we were cursing mostly.
That's good enough.
Yeah. Yeah. We went through like a whole list of like curse words like pedaxag and kosananat and like we went through the whole the bad words, Julie. I can tell you're smiling. And the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah. Then we said naughty words. We were like all over the place with the words. It was very fascinating. It was fascinating.
Okay, so I'm reading
We
this.
said koskesh and yeah, all the good stuff. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm
Jende.
reading this transcript of her interview with Tucker. Tucker, I thought you were from Atlanta. Oh, really? I get that a little bit. So I understand the context of Georgia now.
Do you get it? Do you get it?
Yeah, well,
Georgia. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll send you some other stuff on Georgia, and what happened there as far as like the NED. And
Sure,
there was for this past election. which the deep state lost, the communists lost, there was only one company the National Endowment for Democracy had recommended to Georgia. Can you guess which voting company that was?
Uh, which one?
Smartmatic.
Oh boy.
Trump needs to get a handle on the National Endowment for Democracy.
He needs to get a handle on it by dropping some ordinance on it.
No, he needs to fire people. He needs to put people in place. Like, this is the one thing
The
that I've always
National
said about the
Endowment,
conservative movement.
I would implore people to go read the 1984 report from Senator Malcolm Wallop's office, the Wallop Report. No, they will find some very disturbing details on the origins of the NED and its funding of the
It's all
AFL-CIO.
CIA. It's all CIA. It's what it is. It's fine. It's a government organ. It is accountable to the executive. The Republican Party needs to have a bench of people who are professors who are looking to, like, work somewhere else. The problem is that they don't have these kinds of technical, knowledgeable academic people who can be slotted in like a whatever you want to call them, role players, right? This is something the Democrat Party is very good at. They have a lot of role players that they can put into whatever place they need, whatever institution they need, and they're there and they can rely on them to be ideologically aligned with the president.
Well, so the AFL-CIO is like one of the largest unions in the world, and they're funded by the U.S. taxpayer through the NED's charter. So that's a huge problem. That is a massive problem, and that is a domain the left will always control. The problem with people is they think in terms of election cycles. Like the problems with Americans, we think in terms of election
Oh
cycles.
my God. Yes. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. I hate it. Yes. Sorry, I had to say that.
No, it's frustrating to me because everyone's playing a generational game. Think about this for context. 25 years ago, the Twin Towers came down, and now the mayor is going to be freaking reading the Quran for the 25th commemoration of the 9/11 bombing, the 9/11
I, I,
attack.
I, I'm sorry, but I'm going to vomit. So that cannot
Agreed.
happen. So you guys need to
Yeah.
figure out how to, whatever open investigation they have, because I think that they had this Sri Lankan Bangladesh Communist Party running his grounding in his
Thing,
office.
yeah.
You know
So
that
he was
I'm saying
actually on the New York
my
City.
understanding is there's a DOJ or FBI investigation to that. Wasn't that publicly discussed? I'm not saying
Thing,
anything.
yeah, so I can
Great.
go on. I can go on all day about singing. And I can tell you this: he's going to get caught up in the Dominion voting stuff too. He actually
We can't
already
even
is.
get him. He's in Shanghai. We had
Yeah, they don't extradite, I don't
He's
think,
in
right?
Shanghai. He's not going to come back in America. His
No,
second
he's
in
not.
command
But they can
is.
seize everything in the U.S. and they can go after Apac's partners. They can go
I,
after
I,
Grameen.
I don't think he has anything in the U.S. I think it's all overseas. No.
No, no, he does. He definitely has stuff in the U.S. via ThoughtWorks because he still has a partnership, a
Ah,
controlling stake in ThoughtWorks, which is in GPVAN, which is the National Voter ID database, which Hillary Clinton and the DNC commissioned him to build with Seth Rich and Aaron Schwartz. Emphasis. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's all coinciding, but Michael Gottlieb, Hunter's BFF, who was trying to get a dirty, corrupt Romanian oligarch off the hook, as well as get passports for
which Romanian? Which Romanian?
Papavicu.
Oh, you know I speak Romanian, right? Fluently, and I
Yeah,
read.
it's
Yeah.
Gabriel Papavicu. They call him Gab. So Gottlieb was with Hunter
Wait,
over
that
at
that's
BS.
that was the number two or number three guy after the Georgescu who almost who wasn't able to get in. Is that the other guy? They were the three guys that was backing up Georgescu who were.
Yeah, he was financing them. Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy is it's Russian oligarch money, right? No.
Well, a lot of it's actually out of Cyprus. It's
Well,
pretty
yeah,
interesting
everything's out of
because they
Cyprus,
no,
but nothing's
Novinsky
really out of
also
Cyprus.
has like Novinsky's corporation is also who is a Russian-born, now Ukrainian, I guess I would say, but he
Hmm.
was also registered at Burisma. His company was also registered to the very same office as Burisma. But anyways, I digress with that. So
Dante, who would have invited Sean Ryan to go and meet with Georgescu to do an interview right before he lost the elections?
Sean Ryan. Oh, I don't know, take your pick. I mean,
Sean Ryan's podcast. Why would his whole team go out there to interview with Georgescu? Because and Georgescu was pulled off the election cycle for the
well, I mean,
TikTok
why did
Russian
Hunter Biden
disinformation.
get freaking 5 hours on with Sean Ryan? I mean, the guy.
Yeah, can you explain that to me?
No, because I can't even explain it. No one can explain it. Hunter
Like
Biden. Let me say
they were
this. Hunter
they were talking
Biden
about
is.
calling whoever pedophiles. Meanwhile, Hunter Biden had little girls on his lap, and God knows what else was in the. And he kept saying that his laptop is Russian disinformation, as if it was made up. Is there any way that any of the stuff in the laptop was actual made up,
No,
Russian
no,
propaganda?
no, no, no, no.
Because I used to spend time with Marco Polo guy, on Spaces, and he seemed to have it dead to rights. But there was so much like Russian disinformation that was like actually being spread that we thought was
That
like
was
fake.
me, by the way.
That was you?
Yeah,
What do you mean you? You mean with the
like
Marco
that.
Polo?
Like, so Garrett put it out,
Yeah,
Marco Polo, but there was a team which
of course.
accumulated all the information,
Yeah, yeah,
and there were people who are not officially like part of Marco Polo
yeah.
who were basically like contractors on the outside.
Right,
But
right,
there
right.
was only a handful of people who wrote that, like a single digit number of people who wrote that report or who helped with the research on it, because Garrett is really the one who had like compiled everything. I can unequivocally. So there were 3 laptops turned in, right? One of them had a damaged keyboard, and the other 2 wouldn't even turn on. 2 of those were eventually returned. It's the third one, which was never returned, which JP McIsaac ended up booting up, right? That's
Does he still have like a store and everything? That guy, is he still?
he. So he tried to sue, and he lost his lawsuit.
Uh-huh.
Who was that?
That
JP
remember the
McIsaac,
blind guy who had the Hunter Biden laptop?
yeah.
Oh, okay. The
But
guy
but
with the store? The guy at the store?
he also had a fucking terrible snake of a lawyer who was also
Oh,
one of the
God.
ones.
It was a setup.
Yeah, and
Damn, that shit is so crazy.
you talk to
I
Bob
was right there.
Costello. If you guys want to understand like the story about the laptop, listen to Bob Costello and what he says about it.
Really?
Yeah, Bob Costello is
Why?
great. Um,
He knows about it?
yeah, he was Giuliani's lawyer. But here, let me
Uh,
say this about the Smartmatic case and about the laptop too. This will really just drive home how much they venue shopped and how corrupt the judiciary is. So the judge in the Marco Polo case is Hernan Vera. Now, why is Marco Polo being sued in California in Vera's district, which has nothing to do with Marco Polo at all? Well, it's because his ex-wife was Biden's acting Secretary of Labor. His former junior partner for an organization called Public Counsel also worked for Biden. Now, going to the Smartmatic and the Dominion case, by the way, I'm going to tie this back to Gottlieb too. Going back to the Smartmatic and Dominion lawsuits via Fox News, who originally settled first, like they were racing to the finish line to settle for obvious reasons. The clerk in that particular case for that judge, Judge Eric Davis, was a woman named Nina Monzak. Nina Monzak. Remember that name. Joe Biden's long-term former law partner, and they've been business pals and best buds for decades since the 70s, since Biden basically walked into the Senate from his failed law firm. That man who has actually held Biden's power of attorney since 1987, 87 or 88, I can't remember. I think it was 87. That man is Mel Monzak. Now, what's the relationship between Nina Monzak and Mel Monzak? Well, they're father and daughter. As a matter of fact, Nina Monzak, the clerk, in the Smartmatic lawsuit, which guaranteed Biden's victory partially, actually was a clerk for Biden. She worked on Biden's staff from 2004 to 2006. Her mother also worked on his staff in the early 80s as well, for early to mid 80s. She was there for many years. So the clerk in the Smartmatic Dominion Fox lawsuits is the daughter of the guy who holds Biden's power of attorney. Totally not a conflict of interest.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and going back to Gottlieb, so Gottlieb, you guys can, by the way, if you guys want to read all the emails are online, BidenLaptopEmails.com. Also go to Marco Polo's page, read the Marco Polo report. Garrett has like an institutional level of knowledge on this topic, so also listen to him. But go read the emails for yourself. You can query it by words, phrases, the big guy, Gottlieb. But Gottlieb, who was partner over at Boy Schiller Flexner, who was also representing Ukraine at the time, but they were also, what people don't realize is BSF was also actively representing the Russian government to fight the U.S. sanctions at the time.
Wait, hold on a second. How did they not say there was a conflict of interest with the son for the judges?
What you're talking about with the Monzak thing? I have no
Yeah,
idea.
no one filed for a conflict of nothing. Do you
Yeah,
know?
Chris Ruddy from Newsmax, I know he knew about it, but nothing. Mum's the
No
word.
one talked about that it was a mother. No way, really?
Yeah, Giuliani didn't know about it until after the fact. Bob Costello got pissed about it
How? That's crazy.
because Fox is the dirtiest
That's what it
butt
is,
fucking
Fox.
scumbag of them all.
Wow.
Chris Wright over there at Newsmax, there's a senior editor. His name is John Gates. And don't get me wrong, there are great people at Newsmax. People, John Rosamondo works there. He's a wealth of knowledge. He's a great guy. But they have plants even inside Newsmax as well. And interestingly enough, they actually just cut a deal in 2023 with Telecom Serbia, which is connected to Dominion Voting. So,
Really?
yeah, so Telecom Serbia is a client of a company called Roaming Networks. It's a Serbian company. It's run by a dirty oligarch named Nenad Kudac, or Kovac, actually. His
So the
nickname is
challenge
Mr.
I
Roaming or
have,
Nessa Roaming.
the challenge I have with this, Dante, is that like when you get to be a certain size of company, you have to do business in foreign countries, and there are a certain number of people in those foreign countries that you just have to do business with if you're in media. So I'm wondering how much like influence does Smartmatic or whatever Dominion have over these other media companies? Like which way does the relationship flow?
So
And
it goes the other way actually, because Dominion Voting, which was created by basically the whole architecture is built out in concert with the president of the former president, rather, I should say, of the Canadian Serbian Association. He was a guy named Goran Obradovic. He's the one who's on all the patents, but he is Serbian. He's from Bosnia, and he was even in Bosnia with Dominion Voting back during the early 2000s. As a matter of fact, there is documentation which shows him has been there in December of 2003. So Roaming Networks, which has since had to change its name, since 2012 has been a business partner. They've been integrated in with Huawei, but they were also the ones who had built out Dominion Voting's primary data center for pure flash storage. Now they have since, when this got out, when they discovered that this, people were paying attention rather to that fact, they basically deleted everything off the internet and changed their incorporation. Similarly, in the U.S., Hyder Garcia, the former Smartmatic exec, became the director of elections in Fort Worth, right? Fort Worth, Texas in 2018. What they don't tell you is that less than 4 months before Roaming Networks incorporated an entity in Chicago and Alaska with a physical office inside the U.S. And they incorporated in Alaska because it's a site, it's native. So there are like certain federal regulations in there which would prevent them from getting looked at. But their physical office, which they opened up at the end of 2017, less than like 3 months. It was like 3 months before Hyder Garcia got to Fort Worth, was in Fort Worth, Texas.
Let me ask you a question, Dante. What do you know about Maher Bitar and his involvement in the Jerusalem office before he went into the White House and basically was running
Oh
the White
yeah, that's
House?
Bob Marley's little minion over there.
Yeah,
I mean,
but how did he get from Canada into Georgetown? Like he was recruited, he started the SJP at Georgetown, and then he gets to become the most powerful person in the White House above Kamala Harris, basically running the auto pen and running whatever. And he ran both impeachments on Trump working for Schiff. Now he's back working for Schiff. He got his security pulled, but again he goes radio silence, no social media
no, you
presence,
forget
nothing.
about the UN RWA stuff
Yeah, I
too.
talked about the UNRWA. Yeah, so
So
he ran the UNRWA office also in the Middle East. He was in Ramallah. He was in Qatar many, many, many, many, many, many times, and he did all this without being a U.S. citizen, and was one of the most powerful person running the White House.
well, that whole national security team, like the whole NSC under Biden,
Yeah, and he
which
was part of
includes
the
Bob.
51. He was part of the 51 people to sign off on the
Oh yeah,
Russia.
the Hunter Biden laptop letter. Yeah, freaking Mark Polymeropoulos too. I hope he's having some fucking buyer's
What's the deal
remorse.
with that guy? Uh, the what's his name? Not George Stephanopoulos, but go back to Marbitar. How what? There's no footprints, no social media footprint, nothing on the guy except for a handful of pictures. Where the hell did he come from, and how did he get so high so quickly and be moved around? Somebody was, I mean, he was Obama's
It was
guy.
grooming him, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. And people forget, like there's a total jihadist element within Canada too, but the Canadians have a huge Khalistani problem up there as well. So I mean, these were also the same guys who were doing all the vetting and all the force protection for the federal government. So a lot of people slip through the cracks when it calls
Does
security.
anybody
Who
know
we've
if
talked.
he was like a lobbyist or being paid to run those? Like run all the research to do all these impeachments against Trump? Like what was he doing in between? I mean, it's just so much we don't know.
Well, and that's why people need to subpoena. But the Ways and Means Committee is pretty much the only one that's actually trying to do something. I mean, it, them obfuscating, obviously, with all these subpoenas. There's a reason why they all have the same lawyers, like Abby Lowell, Mark Garagos, um, Michael Gottlieb, are all in on sealing up 2020. There's a huge reason for that. As a matter of fact, Michael Gottlieb, who represented Ruby Freeman pro bono in her lawsuit against Giuliani, which they won, Michael Gottlieb was also the family who represented Seth Rich's family into shutting down all investigations into Seth Rich's death. He basically took over the family's defense and said, "You're going to hear a bunch of rumors and speculation, whatever. So we're going to sue anyone who tries to look into Seth's death." And they were like, "Okay."
Well,
There's a reason his brother Aaron was trying to get that. So there was another laptop too from Seth Rich, and his brother was trying to get the work one, but there was also a personal one. And some of those documents were actually publicly, say, discovered, I guess would be the appropriate word for it.
well,
So,
let me ask you a question. It looks like there's some evidence of Seth's relationship working with Epstein and with the FSB. Is there any possibility the Russians killed Seth Rich, allegedly, in Minecraft
no,
world?
no, these were two freaking gangbangers who were offed up down in South Carolina. No, this was, and again, you can't think of things in terms of like FSB. The top FSB guy, Sergei Mikhailovich. Turns out he was working for the U.S. for freaking 20 years. And the only reason he was found out was because Dmitry Alperovich is a fucking snake, and Maxim Popov. So, I mean, we've got moles inside there too, but the deal with Seth was him and Aaron Schwartz were developing alongside Josh Schindler and, a couple other people, a lot of them through the New Organizing Institute, which became the CTCL. They were working with ThoughtWorks to develop national voter ID, and they had access to the entire voter database registry,
Yeah.
and they were manipulating it. They were altering it.
So that could be CCP influence there. The question is who's clearly it was like some type of alleged hit, right? Because they didn't steal anything from him, right? When they killed him,
No, they didn't. He was alive when he got to the hospital too.
he was.
Yes.
That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah. Well,
Doesn't that make
let's
it
just
kind of a
say there
sloppy hit?
is.
Like if you're doing a
What's
hit,
that?
make sure doesn't that make it kind of a sloppy hit? Like if you're doing that, don't you make sure he's done before you disappear?
Well, you also don't do it in the middle of freaking Flagler Street where there's so much publicity, like there was so much around. But um, they had shot him from like he was shot multiple times, and the guys just bolted. They ran. But apparently, according to staff there, he was verbal when he got there. He wasn't like coherent, but he was like still verbally responsive. And then Muriel Bowser shows up, the mayor herself shows up, and a couple hours later he's dead. And then the
See,
very next
He
day
why
showed
you
up
would the
hear
where?
mayor why would the mayor go and do that? Wouldn't you have a fixer go and like clean those kinds of things up?
because if the mayor shows up there, not a lot of people are going to question it. And that could also
Yeah,
been
but
a
wouldn't it be
distraction too
easier to
for
just
other
have a
entities
doctor
involved.
or a nurse like deal with it as opposed to have the mayor do it and then like
I
obviously
mean,
that
I'm not saying the mayor killed him. What I'm saying is she was a distraction who just. Why is the mayor showing up to inquire about Seth Rich? That's the question people need to be asking.
Well, because Seth Rich was well known in the DNC, and there's people looking for him. People might have even, people might have even
He was
called
still
in.
actively working for the DNC at the time, and he was working for Tim Kaine too, directly. So, I mean, he Wednesday with Seth is it's probably he met his end much like Aaron Schwartz, who didn't fucking kill himself. They probably understood what the DNC was actually trying to do, and that is create fraudulent voter rolls.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at what Apex does now with their portfolio, these guys, they have access to billions of different IDs through all the background checks that they can do. They control the payment processing, third party payment processing for over 500,000 NGOs, well north of that. So that's where a lot of this funding is also coming in too. So you have like this centralized node, which is controlled by, and again, going back to Epstein and Maxwell, Isabel Maxwell is also a longtime consultant to Alan Patricof and Apex Partners. They have a very long relationship going back, which is
but
intimately
then
tied
shouldn't we
into.
be able to subpoena that company if we can find one NGO that's corrupt and doing like obviously criminal behavior, then we can subpoena them because they're not
Yeah, the
reporting
problem
it.
is
And
everyone's been working the last couple of decades to bury it and not investigate it because it
right, but like
implicates, people
don't
like
wait, can
Rod
I
Brett
ask a question?
Rosas.
Don't credit card companies and these kinds of companies have an obligation to report terrorist or money laundering activity on their platform?
That depends on the offense and what they view as suspicious activity. But and again, these are coming as third-party payment processors. These guys dictate the tempo to which these fees can be applied, and it has to be the financial institutions, the banks themselves, which actually pull in the fencing, which actually submit the SARS. So
Dante,
these people are, like I said, in
Wait, you're
Grameen
saying that
America.
payment processors don't have to submit SAR reports to Treasury?
No, the financial institutions do.
But it's exclusively financial institutions. It's not both of them.
Not the third party vendors. No, no, it's supposed to fall on the actual financial institutions, and this is how they're able to manipulate fintech so well. Grameen Bank started an entity. They actually created uh, uh, a currency, a fintech app called EasyPayza, and this has been
Wait,
implicated.
Grameen Bank is the one that was started by that Indian woman. What's her name?
But
Agarwal.
no, Bangladesh.
Can I ask you another question, Dante? The Pizzagate thing was bullshit. So when the op was being run about Pizzagate, then a guy goes to show up there. That's because people are being radicalized about this whole Pizzagate thing, right? Is was that?
So,
Yeah.
and again, this is why psychological operations and controlling narratives become so important, because they wanted everyone who was in the nexus of Pizzagate, like anyone who was implicated in it, they had to create an even more extreme narrative. So what they do, they went with the whole Comet Pizza thing, which was owned by David Brock's boyfriend, James Alefantes. But what they do by creating that narrative, by playing that narrative, they automatically, as far as mainstream narratives go, they made everything connected to Pizzagate just like muddied water. They soiled it, and that's what they do. They understand certain information's coming out, so what they have to do, they have to create an even more extreme narrative, which is bullshit.
Right, like the Epstein stuff, and Bannon's all over it, running an op. But and now Epstein is the op. They're calling it the Epstein War instead of the Iran War right now. That's the propaganda point. They're
Yeah, and that's and this is also Democrats too, because Trump's covering for Epstein. Trump never covered for Epstein. I mean, there's ample evidence actually that he was informing the FBI. And the FBI was probably, I would argue, there were people probably in the FBI who were covering more for Epstein, the Louis Freeze of the world, who, by the way, was also working on the Popovich case. So, just some food for thought.
yeah.
By the way, One Eye, who's that? Louis Freeze. So,
The one eye.
One Eye. Yeah, Louis Freeze. He's
Mm-hmm.
got lazy eyes. One Eye.
Oh, one eye. Oh, yeah. Your cat.
You have a kitty too?
What's
Do you have
that?
a, do you have a kitty too?
Oh, yeah. No, she's back in it. She wants to
What's
go
her
back out
name?
again.
Oh
Easy.
yeah, that's right. Wait, you have a cat? Wait, that's somebody else, right?
No, it's mine.
Stella? Oh, that was from before too. You were the same person.
Yeah.
Everyone has a
Izzy,
cat,
Miss
Riff.
Izzy.
Everyone except me has a
Okay.
cat.
I also
Cats
have
are the
no
best.
cat. I have no cat.
I'm
I
the
have no
only one. Me and Stealth are the only ones that don't have cats, but only because
no
I'm a
cat.
dog person.
Of
I'm a
course.
dog person too, but I had cats back in
I
the
don't
day.
have cats. I got
My
a lot of shit
Listen,
heads.
I won't take the cat slander.
I
All
had
right, we
the I
get it.
had a gray English short hair,
Oh,
beautiful,
of
violent.
course you did.
The minute I had a baby, she tried to suffocate the baby in the crib. That's how jealous she
Really?
was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's those prima donna cats. You can't get one of those. They're not the stray cats. Those are
Well,
the
no, this
best
cat
cats.
I found her. She was tied to my car wheel by evil people who thought it'd be cool to watch somebody drive away. And I had this weird instinct. I walked to my
An English short hair. Someone tied an English short hair to your
yeah.
car.
It was a
Holy
kitten.
shit!
It was maybe 3 months old, and they tied it with a rope, and they wanted to watch somebody drive the car away with the cat. People are disgusting and immoral and nuts. I had this bizarre feeling. Go into my car, and I'm like, you know what? Something is wrong. Something's off. Something. And it was daylight. I just had brunch. It was a bunch of friends. Everything was great. I was gonna go to the mall, and I get out of the car, and the guy goes, the cute guy waiter, because we were eating outside brunch, he goes, oh, did you forget something? I'm like, no, I had a weird feeling to come back and look at my car wheel. He's like, oh, do you want me to check it, like as if you have a flat? I'm like, no, it's fine. It's just 2 seconds. The kitten was tied to my car wheel. Took her home that day with me. But then she tried. The
Oh,
minute I had the baby, she was like sitting on his face in the bassinet, like trying to suffocate him. She would open up doors to get in because she was so jealous. So I had to give her to my real estate agent, who loved her. They
oh,
didn't have kids, and oh my
God.
God, they took care of her till she.
Oh,
But
that's
she
good.
was wild. She terrorized every other animal. Like yeah, shares every other animal that we got. She was just, yeah, very
Really?
jealous.
Yeah, they don't have the best personality, short hairs.
Oh,
English short hairs.
she was beautiful, beautiful
Yeah,
eyes,
yeah.
beautiful, but she was very jealous.
The fuzzy ones that Taylor Swift has, they're very nice.
Yeah, they're different. Yeah, yeah.
And they're very timid and they're just very like they're just so chill. But yeah, they
Yeah, two of them are short hairs. Two of mine are short hairs.
no, but this is like the English short hairs. This is like the fancy kitties. The fancy looking kitties. Um my cat I have like I had a Russian blue, my Bella.
Oh yeah,
My
mine
favorite
was
one is
mine. I guess it's a Russian blue. Yeah, that's what
hmm?
mine was. Yeah,
Oh really?
yeah,
No, don't tell me that.
yeah.
Aw. So I have long hair.
No, she was short hair. So are those the long hair
Well,
ones?
not short hair, but I'm saying like short long.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Russian blues are the best. I'm surprised. That's weird. She could Russian blues. I've never saw a Russian or met a
All my
Russian blue.
pets have been very jealous of the next pet that I get. They're
Mm,
just like that. They're very possessive of me.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So wait, Miss Izzy, is she's the only kitty or no? You said you have other ones.
Me?
No, we have
Oh.
three
No, Izzy.
altogether.
How many?
Three.
Aw, and they get along or?
Oh yeah, they're great. There's
See, my kitty's at my parents' house, and my parents got this new cat, and it's like messing with my kitty, but she doesn't. She's like the. I've never been scratched by her. She is the most perfect kitty. My parents even said that she is never nasty in her entire life once yet. Like she came up to me when I was in my talk about that stuff. I was in my car and I feel this hair rubbing against my leg. I'm like, oh my god, if this is a possum, I'm gonna die of a heart attack right now. So I like was shaking and I went to look outside and it's this black cat. I'm like, no way. So I'm like, all right, petting it, and then it's like following me up the walkway. I'm like, damn. And then I was like asking my dad, like, please. He's like, no, we have two inside. No. So I went out and slept in the backyard with it. And my dad like got really mad. He opened the door at like 5 a.m. He's like, get in the house with it and we'll figure it out in the morning. I'm like, yes. And that's it. That was my baby, my Minky.
Yo, if
So
my daughter went to sleep outside with a cat, I would lose my shit. I would be
that's
like,
what
are
he's
you
so
trying to
mad.
make me look like an abusive parent who locks
Oh
their
my
child
goodness.
outside? Because
You
I
bet.
won't let you have a third cat.
Yeah, be
Oh my
damn right.
goodness.
I already
I
knew.
would I
Of
would
course, the cat
ground her
got
and
out
take
that
away her
night.
phone. I would send her
Oh
to
no,
therapy.
no, I was young. I was younger. I don't even think I had a phone at that point. Maybe I did. I don't know. But yeah, no, we all our cats are strays and our dogs. You know,
Yeah,
but
our most
sometimes
recent
people.
one. He's basically kind of a rescue. He got separated from his colony because colonies are very
Mm,
like common.
yeah.
So,
Do they let you
yeah.
take? Do they let people take care of them? Like that's another thing too. Is like then one person has to like ruin their whole life to like feed these cats for the rest of their life. It's like horrible. I said there should be like an app where people like rotate and take care of them in the
So
winter
there
when
are
it's
like
cold.
associations that like they'll do their immunizations. They'll provide the food and
Oh wow,
everything.
yeah. Okay, see, no, we don't. They don't have that here like this. Like some of them, but not a lot. It's not
Like
organized
this
like that.
is like if you go to Rome, you go to Largo de Argentina, you'll see a lot of cats there, and that's actually a protected cat colony. Like it's illegal to do anything to
Mm,
harm the colony there. Like no spray painting, no nothing, and it's all legally protected. Um, so
that's like
yeah,
in Key West. What's that artist? Cyber. Come on, you know everything. What's the artist that got killed or died? He had all the cats on the in Key West. Oh, it's at the tip of my tongue. He has like a hotel
Street
there.
artist?
What is it? Stealth, you know
Was it
this.
a
He's in
street artist?
Miami. What is
Who?
it?
Who?
Who's
Was it
the guy who had
painter?
all the cats that had the mansion? He had all the money and he's famous. He was known for his cats,
Oh
and
yeah,
now his cat.
Versace. Not Versace.
No, yeah, but like the other one, like oh my god, it's at the
Oh,
tip of my tongue.
I forgot
Not
his name.
Guggen, not Galileo. Wait, it's almost here. Hold on, wait, it's like at the tip of my brain. Anyway, it's a protected colony. I gotta look it up. I'm gonna die now thinking about it.
What was his art? What style of art did he do?
Um, I think just like does I don't know. I'm like so
Talking about the black guy?
no.
All right,
Hold on, wait.
we get it.
No, I'm surprised you don't know Josie, but you're not from Miami, so I guess.
I'm not.
Rosie, I thought you were a woman of culture. You're always shitting on black people for
Yeah,
being
she.
unsophisticated and you
Yeah,
don't
but
even know
like
art
cats
people.
is
Come
the
on.
thing with me and cats is that like they're kind of indie. I'm kind of indie, so we're just like that's my spot. Be like, no, I don't think so. It's like you can't have two black cats in one room. It's like two roosters in the same chicken coop.
Black cats are the best. They're not
No,
even like bad
they
at
give
all.
people allergies, and they don't even catch mouses. Like fucking useless.
Mice? Are you saying they don't catch
Yeah.
mice? And Supreme Leader. What? Reporter asked
No, they
them
just
who's
like the
gonna take
last
his
cat
place.
we had
Trump's like,
around would
I don't
look at
know.
me
I
and be
guess it's the
like,
Yo,
"No,
he
Yeah,
you're
no,
so
not
they are. They are
desperately
special."
really
needs someone to
unresponsive.
tell her that they love her.
Wait,
It's
Donald Trump
actually
said
so
that he's
sad.
creating jobs in Iran too because the position's open after Khomeini and then the next guy.
Nice.
Where's the audio of that? I need to have that clip. Oh my
Nice.
god, he's so funny. Oh my god.
No. But what does he say?
That
Fill the
is peak
terrorist role? That's
dark
so
humor.
stupid.
What'd you say? What?
That is called
I said, is he
mugging,
saying
ladies and
fill?
gentlemen.
Yeah, but fill the terrorist role? Like, I mean, people are
No,
gonna.
no, the leader of Iran. You have to keep filling the roles.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
okay. I thought he
He's
was saying the
making
leader.
jobs.
All the government officials, all the entire
New job
military infrastructure, he
openings.
killed all of them.
Hey,
That's
was there
fucking
a
funny.
strike right now in Beersheba? Okay, this is Kanha the shot. It says that it's 3:05 a.m. Six. Can you check? It looks significant. I don't know.
Six
Hold on,
ten
I'm still
a.m. There
looking
was
at
a
the.
piece of a
That
rocket that fell in Gush
Hemingway,
Dan.
Ernest Hemingway. He wasn't.
He's a
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
writer.
didn't mean sorry, a writer. I meant.
You threw me
That's what
with
I was
that one.
going
I was
off
like,
on.
who's the artist that I don't know? What the
Sorry. I meant
hell?
Wait,
writer.
so it's been like over 20 hours and Khomeini supporters in the mosque in Iran are still crying?
Is that even real?
Yeah, they're all crying.
He was like 80 something. Get over it, lady. He
I
lived a
don't
nice
even know
long
if it's
life.
real or not.
Yeah, it's probably not. I mean, maybe it is. But he was 80 something. Like, he lived a long life. He's lucky.
This is not serious. Come on,
Charlie
like
Kirk only got to live
stuff.
till
You've
30.
seen when
Oh,
like there's a big funeral before.
he got,
There's a lot of
yeah.
people. There's no one there. There's like 100 people there.
To think that he got like 50 more years on Earth than Charlie Kirk makes me sick to my stomach. Like, what a piece of shit. It's so true. Like, God lets all the horrible people stay on Earth. And he takes all the good people. Even though I'm a good person, but I guess not good enough.
My God.
I'm just saying,
Just
you're gonna
try to
tell me
be
a lot of
mean to
people you
like
know that
one person a
no,
day to
hold on.
keep
You guys
yourself
are gonna tell
alive.
me if you think back to people that you know that died, most of them are really, really good people. You're gonna tell me no? Like, for me at least, all the really good people I know like have died.
I didn't feel sad about the bad people, so like
There's
I just
some
didn't notice
bad
when they
people that are
died. I
gonna
guess
die that you don't like, but I'm saying like usually when people like I've noticed even it's really the people that have like the best time. They're always happy. They're like it's like they make the best of things. Like I can't explain it. It's just the only the good die young.
I think it's a bias that like we miss the people that are meaningful in our lives. There was a hit in Beersheba. It does look like quite a large explosion.
Okay, the Bahraini leader said for those that are showing loyalty greater to Iran than to Bahrain, I suggest you quickly go and move there and trust in God and see you later. Basically, get the hell out of the country. Wow, they just gave a live speech because there's all these protests supporting Iran. They're Shias.
Wait, he's agreeing with them or agreeing
Yeah,
with
no, he's kicking them out of Bahrain. He's like, you can go to Iran and deal with it.
really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Wow, what
mean,
a
they
guy.
beat the shit out of the Manama base again.
Yeah, yeah, they
Who's
did.
that?
That's the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain.
Madama?
Manamaya.
Oh, Madama. Okay. I thought you were talking about people in Iran. I don't know.
So Khomeini brought his great granddaughter to use as a human shield when he was traveling from appointment to appointment. She was 14 months old. She was allegedly also killed in the strike.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, yeah,
Nothing says.
No.
yeah,
They
yeah.
didn't kill a 14-year-old.
14-month old. 14 months
14
old.
I'm
month
I'm
old.
Yep.
I'm gonna start some propaganda here.
You
Yeah.
don't
I'm gonna
know
say
that. Don't say that.
I'm looking at the
he,
video. Yeah. What?
no,
What? Duncan?
he was probably
Send it to me.
diddling her too, because that's how degenerate these people are or
You-
were in his case.
Dude, if you didn't hear Dan yesterday early in the space. So I guess under the Shia, Ini has a book. of how you can have sex with like children and babies. Like there's a whole book on it's so bad, it's so insane. And I didn't believe it until what's his face was posting pictures of the book. It's specifically for like the Iranian Shia Khomeini people. Did you know that, Dante? And he teaches them how to use their penis on the thighs of babies. Did you do it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
God,
Like David Wood did a whole David did a whole YouTube. David Wood.
I
Hold
mean,
on.
after having personally seen Bocce Boys and that degeneracy, nothing surprises me.
I don't know.
Here I'm gonna look up David Woods, but he did a whole freaking podcast on this. I couldn't even make it through 3 minutes. Hold on a second.
Please
So it's
don't
like
play it. I can't listen to that right now.
no, I'm not gonna play it. I'm gonna find it so I can post it so people can go and show it to crazy people who are like, why we're the pedophilia capital of the world? Yeah, we'll show you where.
I reposted that the state media from Iran, they posted a picture of Khomeini with a bunch of like 10-year-old girls in heaven, like it was an
Yes.
AI image. That's like the state media. That's what they're like telling people. That's what you're gonna get if you die a martyr. It's insanity.
Die of murder.
Wait a second. Okay, you guys, let's go to sleep. Yeah, please. It's. I mean, we have like less than 2 hours, so at least I'm gonna take a bubble bath or
No,
something.
go to bed.
You got to go to sleep.
Well,
It's
we can.
Because I
tiny
want
desk
to.
there. It's tiny desk there tomorrow, like this in the
I know it's
morning,
a
in like
fast.
an
First
hour
of
and a
all, we
half.
have to fast.
You don't have to
Not
We
wake
have
even
up
to
an
at
fast all
hour.
8.
day.
In like 10
You
minutes.
don't have to wake up at.
The fast starts in 10
You could watch
minutes.
the rerun of it. You don't have to wake up at 8 to.
I don't know where you are, but like, yeah, check your money.
You should get at least 3
No, I'm
hours of
saying.
sleep, at least.
Okay, let me go to sleep.
Bye.
Bye, bye, bye. I have to be right. Dante, be safe. Be
Yeah,
everybody. Be
I'm
good. I'll
pretty
see
sure
you
Dante,
the
in
I
a few.
started
B2s
following
flew
you.
over my house.
You're what? What happened,
I'm
Dante?
pretty
What?
sure I heard the B2s flying over my house at like 2 a.m.
Yeah, they were on their way back again. Well, they went back home now, right? They did their
Yeah,
second
that was
run.
2 nights. I mean, it was like yesterday.
2 nights ago, they did the first run. They came back home and they got stocked up again, and apparently they're coming back.
Yeah, I
So
think I
you
think
you heard them on their way back?
I probably did catch them on the way back. They may have even pit stopped over in Fairford because I'm not in southern Italy, but they cross over through the Strait of Gibraltar en route. But then they take the northern approach coming back up, and typically they'll stop at Fairford for a period. So if they
Mm-hmm.
did, then yeah, they would have crossed over. But there was no signature, there was no nothing. But that was a very distinct rumble I've heard before. And I'm sure they probably had F-35s escorted them as well. So
You'll check
Yeah,
in tomorrow, right, Dante?
oh
all of
yeah,
Yeah.
us.
well tomorrow's
Yeah.
already today for
Yeah,
me.
it's today tier
So
2, technically, so.
medical pre-meds, or actually he was a medical student. His last year he was resident be a doctor. He said that it's unspeakable what he had to deal with, the carnage of the unimaginable things being these destroyed bodies. And sadly many were still alive. And he was describing it, and I said to him, how can you look at me as an American, as a retired military officer, and not hate me, and even allow me to be in your presence? He said, I don't hate you. He said, I hate your government. And I said, I'm so sorry for what we did. And people, I want us, in fact, I would love to deal with one of these MAGA tards right now, one of these Make America Great. And I'm going to tell them, have you ever, or the young man I buried who came back with 3 rounds with an AK 47 30 feet away, shot him right in the face. And my son brought his body back. We buried him, Sergeant Bross. I talked to his wife. But these people talk, these keyboard warriors, and they never had feet. I've been with my feet on the ground in Beirut, Lebanon in 82. And I saw these people, and it broke me. And you see this and see this. I buried my son. You keep seeing this, and finally you say, you know what? No, no. Oh, but you're not American. You're a Hamas sympathizer. Oh, really? Well, guess what? You're not American, because if you were truly American, and also, by the way, reprobate, you're immoral. You are immoral. When you have this beautiful man, this Professor Mandami, saying, Marandi saying, it was the Epstein. Are you serious? The Epstein versus the moral resistance? Do we see a problem here? I'm on Epstein's side and the reprobate. I'm on their side against you morals. It's, yeah, I can go on, but this is what we have to fight the good fight here, Beatrice.
No, you're on the money, Andrew. Absolutely. And you know what? I hear you. So when you were saying, "Oh, I'd love to get in front of one of these magatards right now," I was thinking, oh, when this is over and hopefully this whole situation and there's peace and everything, I'll show you all the magatard spaces. They're all on at this time in the morning, like even an hour or two before this. They start early, right? Well, early for me in the UK, so probably very late at night in America. Um, and I was thinking, yeah, Andrew can go on and I'll go on with him. But it's just going to be a waste of your time, Andrew. You've got so much experience and so much humanity. And I'm not joking. It would be a complete waste of your time. Like Casey, like she's gone up there and she knows them all. And she's just like, she comes away with such a sore head because she's been banging it against the wall for so long. So she doesn't even go up there unless it's entertainment factor now. But you're right, and you know what? We never learn. We never learn. Like Keir Starmer, we never learn. Like he's gone right in there. We're still just getting over the fact that our government took part in that genocide, and he's toast. I mean, whether he would have gone into Iran or not, Keir Starmer, he was going to be toast in the next election anyway. He's hated by everybody all round. So yeah, let's just um uh Nathan, thank you very much for sending me the news. But yeah, no, just read it out. Just read it out, please. Um, it'll be fine. And I'm just looking up some news myself, see what's happening. We've had no news on Netanyahu then, have we? After that.
No, none of his little insane speeches. Ever notice he wears his red tie when he's addressing his MAGA base, and then he puts on his blue victim Zio tie, his blue Zio victim tie when he's addressing his flock in Israel? No, I've noticed that. It's a habit.
I have a quick statement from the Lebanese Prime Minister. He says, "We reject all military and security actions inside the country. We demand a stop to all Israeli attacks on Lebanese territories. We do not seek confrontation with Hezbollah. We do not accept the threat of civil war."
Wow, and that's
Also, as he made a previous statement, just real quickly, just to add to that, because it was a statement he made previous to this one, where he stated that those who are either taking part in launches will be arrested. He's saying that they will not be tolerated and they'll be found and they'll be arrested, he said.
Yeah, he has to say that, or yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. They're still going. IDF's still going to keep pounding away. They won't come on boots on the ground if they're that stupid, like Roy said, man. If they're that stupid. And I actually had
but that
this. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say they've shifted their position, right? I don't know if it was the Prime Minister who gave the statement yesterday, but you remember last night or a few hours ago, just before I went off, there was a statement where he was like, oh, I don't know if it was the Prime Minister, but the statement was something like, oh, Hezbollah should stop this because otherwise Israel will then attack us. And I was like, they have been attacking you. They've been attacking you for the last few weeks, or have you just missed that? So now they're actually calling out Israel. They weren't calling out Israel in last night's statement. Interesting. Sorry, Andrew, back to you. And then Miles, if you've got your mic sorted, we'll come to you straight. And then Mr. V. Go ahead, Andrew.
Just before he goes, so this is breaking news. Israel is attacking Iran across Tehran, widespread, involving hundreds of missiles and rockets.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see a lot of Israeli aircraft, really. Sorry, Mankos. I don't think we'll see a lot of aircraft. I think most of it's cruise missiles that are hitting Iran. But anyway, yeah. But back on that, yeah, Lebanon, I would love, when Raid came up to the space, I had a great conversation with him, DMing, and then we called each other. And it was heart gripping. It was really wrenching because I was there, 82, and he was I'm older than he is, and here I am, a young man. He's a boy, 11, 12 years old, but at the time, and the people can't comprehend the devastation. But do you know there? And that's why I want to talk to Ryan Dawson. Ryan Dawson, hopefully, I know he's got a full schedule, but I definitely want to work with him on that project because there were things that would today be open, but genocide, and they covered up war crimes. Anthony Aguilar called it out. He said, these are war crimes by every statute, the Geneva Convention, by every moral code. These are war crimes. And that happened in Beirut. The IDF had murdered, and I don't use the K word, I'm going to use the M word. So let's say it, murdered. They murdered those innocent Lebanese. Oh, they murdered them. And then they covered it up, and they did this little burial thing, and they tried to cover that up. And no one would want to talk about it. And when we would ask questions about this whole section of the most foul stench of burning, there's burning bodies, burning buildings, burning tires, garbage, animals. It's a horror scene. And the devastation, the IDF, they came in there and then they put their little faction. They got their Druze militia, and they got, of course, all the other little groups working in there, the Christian militia. And when they're done, guess what? Guess who came in to clean up the mess? The United States. Well, French were sitting there driving around their little Thule-villes down there in Beirut. Italians, the multi-peacekeeping force. But the United States got the brunt end of it. The Marines had to secure the airport. And then here comes the blood ritual. This is the blood ritual on the altar of Baal. Hey, Marines, you need to move out of your bunker at the airport. They were living like animals down. Our Marines, it was so bad when I went in to resupply them. When I was a boat officer, we bought our supplies to them, and I'm standing there, and it was very dangerous. We kept hearing this like a crack of a whip. And I'm like, what the hell's that? And this Marine gunny sergeant said, some idiots shooting at us. Don't worry. He's not a good shot, and he's way out there. I'm like, let's get out of here. I want to go back to the ship. You guys get paid for this. But it was like, really, they're living down in a hole with sandbags. And I said, whew, you guys got it rough. Anyway, well, they moved the Marines out of it, but they said, at least we're alive. They moved them against the opposition of the colonel, because our battle group was there. In the Marine Amphibious Unit that replaced us, they put him in an open, very vulnerable target. And to this day, I believe the IDF Mossad was behind that, and they pinned it on Hezbollah. Now, I'm telling you, I'm not going to go off into all that now. Again, and it doesn't
Even they know
stop.
it, though, don't they? They know that it was Israel behind it.
Yeah, yes. And that's why I believe Reagan pulled us out. Admiral Lyons, a great man. And Admiral Lyons is like, no, we got him. We can circle Hezbollah, put the U.S. in this, get this. We have the force here. We have the entire Marine Amphibious Unit. We have 2,500 Marines, battle-hardened, trained Marines. We've got the logistics lift here. We're ready to go. Let's take Hezbollah. Yeah. Nope, because you know why? They knew.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get
You know
up
what, Andrew? I think when this is over, and I keep saying when this is over because I do not want it to be prolonged and I don't want lives to be lost, but when this is over, maybe we'll do a whole space on Lebanon. You know what I mean? With
Let's
you
do it.
and talk about it.
Oh man, yeah, would love to get
We
Raid
will.
in there. Yes, yes, yes,
We
definitely.
will. We
Sorry, I won't
will.
go off on that. Yeah, we'll keep it on this
No,
for
no, no
sure.
problem. I see some hands up, but just before we do, so guys, listen, right? You know that news we were just talking about where IRGC announced possible assassination attempt of Netanyahu. Well, he was supposed to go to Beit Shemesh today in Israel. And well, he's not gone there. That's been cancelled. So why has that been cancelled? Is he alive or is he not? That is the thing, right? So we're going to keep you updated on Netanyahu. Also, General Majid Ibn al-Reza has been appointed acting defense minister of Iran. I don't know this person, but acting
Yeah,
defense.
my name is Al Fanel. First time caller. I do have some developing stories concerning the situation in the Middle East. This morning, I just learned that the FIA Formula One series is what I'm hearing is that they're going to postpone. They're going to cancel the Formula One race in Bahrain and possibly cancel the races in Qatar and Abu Dhabi as a result of the situation going on in the Middle East. Another announcement they just made is that people just been told that the Israelis citizens are right now reportedly fleeing out of Israel right now. This is just confirmation right now, and they're having a hard time trying to get out right now because of the carnage going on and everything else. And one last announcement I'm going to make right here. They're also announcing the cancellation of a sports car, the World Endurance Championship, that was supposed to be in Qatar on March 28th. So that's what I'm going to give you up to date concerning sports in the Middle East and everything. So I'll land my plane.
Alpha, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I don't know if you could hear me or you realized I was in the middle of giving breaking news and you just interrupted me because I didn't see your hand up. I hadn't actually come to you. We do have other people waiting,
I'm
but
sorry. I'm
no,
sorry
no
about that.
problem. Normally, Alpha, I'd have jumped right in, right? And I'd have been like, hold on a minute. I'm in the middle of news. But I thought, okay, you know what? Let me give the guy a chance. So appreciate the news, appreciate the sports news. Yeah, I don't see any way they can hold any Formula One in Qatar. Literally, it's such a small place. Anyway, it's a lovely place, but they just cannot do it. So appreciate the news. Hello, Kill.
Hello.
Hi, I have to go to you because you unmuted your mic. Guys, if you come up, please keep your mic muted. We're just trying to give news in between. But jump in, Elo Kill. Appreciate that, Alpha. Thank you. Elo Kill, jump in.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this 3 days, day and night. I'm following you guys for your efforts. So much appreciated. So I don't know if Suleiman is here or not, but I'm from
Suleiman's always
Turkey
here,
and
Elo Kill, let me tell you, but go ahead.
I'm from Turkey and he just shared a post about Iran hit US base in Turkey, which is actually not correct. We don't have any US bases in Turkey, only NATO base, and it's actually Israeli propaganda to uh, take people on his side, take NATO countries on his side. And this Suleiman's post has at least 5,000 retweets, and it's the first post, and it's still keep going on
Yeah, so
spreading this
Elo Kill,
propaganda.
that's fine. Thank you for pointing that out. Suleiman's team does verify what they put on there. Okay, let me just mute you because when you can't just leave your mic open when someone's speaking, it gives the disturbances. They do verify what they put on there. And I understand, right, that, and we will verify it. I'm not saying we won't again, just to check. And, in the fog of war, in a situation like this, news is coming at us thick and fast, right? I mean, you cannot keep up with the amount of news in a normal one country on one country situation. Here, you're dealing with what, 7 other countries, probably about 11 countries involved now total. So it's really, really like you verify as much as you can and get it out as quickly as you can. So they do verify it. We will verify it again. And take a look at it. But thank you for pointing that out. Okay. I know they have NATO bases. and they're not American bases. Yeah, that's what you wanted to say. And so we'll check that and amend the language. So thank you, Ilokil. Appreciate that. Let's go to Abu Wednesday. Oh God, what a DP Abu Wednesday, but jump in. Thanks for joining.
Assalamu alaikum, Beatrix. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. How you doing?
I'm great. Look, really, first of
Your
all,
mic's not great though, Abu Wednesday. You sound
okay,
like
you
you're
know what?
out or it's windy or something.
I got some issues here. Let me jump down. I'll come back. I'll come back up in a little while when I'm better situated. Sorry.
No problem. Let's go to Revolutionist.
Thank you for giving me the chance to talk today. Appreciate it. And thank you again, everybody. I just want to share my thought here. This is just an idea. I know you're going to kick me out, but it's okay, no problem. What's happening is really bad. Like I predicted many times before, and one time you already kicked me out. I said these people, the Persians, are really hard headed. They know how to fight. They know how to defend themselves. They fight for the dignity. Donald Trump made a big, serious mistake. He didn't do his homework. He thought Ayatollah Khomeini is just another leader. He didn't know that Ayatollah Khomeini is like a pope in the Western world. Ayatollah Khomeini is a religious leader, is not a political leader. So he made a big gambling mistake here now and is paying for it. Soon he will pay for it with his throne too. It is not a joke because nobody, not even Saddam Hussein, dared in the 80s to take off the Ayatollah Khomeini, Rahullah Khomeini then. And this is a serious matter for the Iranian, the Persian, for the Shia, the Sunni, everybody. This is seriously, I don't know why Donald Trump didn't do his homework. Is it dumbass or what? We don't know. But he made a serious mistake. This is seriously bad decision for him to make. And honestly speaking, this war, if it does not stop now, is going to linger and linger, linger. It's going to go on and go on forever. Because these people, they will not let it go. Because Ayatollah Khomeini is not a sector leader or sectarian leader or a Sunni leader or a Shia leader. He's a religious leader. He's a religious scholar. He's like second to none. It's like you killing Pope in the middle of Rome. So this is what they just did. In other words, from Christian perspective or the Western perspective, they just killed the Pope in the middle of Rome. So this is what they did. Kill Ayatollah Khomeini in Tehran, in Baghdad, in Basra, and now this. But anyway, I don't want to go through all that stuff. It's okay. What I want to say, a message to everyone here, it is time to dismantle the GCC, the Gulf Corporation Councils
Yeah,
or
okay. This
countries.
is why, because I'm listening to you and I'm thinking I would not have stopped him for that. Yeah, you can't come and do that on here. There are people on this space that live there. There are people on this space that have to go there. And like somebody like Suleiman, right? He's been banned from there. There are people that will not want to risk their travel for whatever reason. So appreciate it, Revolutionist. I'll let you stay on because if you have anything else to add, but we'll just pause it there. Let me just give numero uno 999. Appreciate the 1999 super chat, and that's 19 British pounds and 99 British pence, guys, which are probably about $30 right about now. Professor Marandi, what a legend. Guys, please watch and repost the interview. Respect to Sully and the team. You're doing a fantastic job from Sempre Europa. Oh, thank you so much, Numero Uno. I really appreciate it. Sempre Europa. Appreciate the support. And everybody on YouTube. We've got a great team on YouTube. They're in the chat. And the mods are there. And it's really good. So thank you everyone who's on YouTube. Do share that interview, put it out there, put it in groups, send it to your friends. I've sent it to a few people on WhatsApp just now, the link for the YouTube. Put a comment on it, like it, and do give Suleiman a follow on TikTok as well, please. Sheikh Suleiman X, he's putting all his videos out on TikTok. More interviews to come. You saw Sneeko was up here yesterday, Professor Morandi this morning, Lieutenant Daniel Davis, I think that was yesterday as well. So yeah, more to come. Andy, jump in. Nathan, if there's any news. Oh my God, where's Nathan gone? Oh, let's bring Nathan back up. Nathan, I sent you a mic. Oh no, I can't even. Yeah, let me send you. Wait, one second. Let me just send Nathan a mic in DMs. Because I can do it now that I'm on the app and I'm not on the I'm not on the web. Right, Nathan, you've got a bank in DMs. You can use it anytime you glitch out. Andy, sorry, jump in.
Yeah, so my mom just woke up to go to the gym, and I was telling her like this is crazy, but I was telling her that Iran's actually basically fighting us to a draw slash winning, and we're basically running out of interceptors, and how our military is basically completely fraudulent. And she's like, "That's frightening," and I'm like, "Yeah, are you really shocked at this point that we're wasting our taxpayer dollars?" And I think this is gonna wake a lot of people up when we're begging Iran, and you already have people trying to say, "Oh, Iran launched." I already saw one person in the app say, "Oh, Iran apparently launched less missiles than they did the other day. They might be slowing down because of the effectiveness of the strikes," which is obviously just propaganda at this point. Iran didn't launch less missiles than they did the first day. I mean, Israel's getting hit harder than ever. I mean, you saw you're going to see some propaganda. I mean, that's what they said during the 12-day war. Remember, after the first few days, they said, "Oh, Iran's slowing down," and then you had Israel freaking had to bring the U.S. in to bomb the nuclear sites and beg for peace, and they do not have 12 days of interceptors this time. I mean, obviously Iran's getting hit harder this time, but I mean, Iran used what, probably 5% of their stuff in that war. I mean, they've been literally preparing for this since the inception of the regime in 1979. They've had 47 years to prepare for this. So if the U.S. has been preparing to fight what, half the world, Iran's been preparing for this one contingency for their entire existence, and they're fighting when they believe when they die that they're going to be martyred and ascend to heaven. Versus Israel, they don't have that same belief. So if it gets bad enough, Israel will try to call it off. And I mean, again, Trump doesn't have the patience. I mean, Trump might try to call it off at some point, and it's like Trump doesn't want to get embarrassed. It's like there's no end game. And I'm honestly scared that they might try to do boots on the ground. I mean, they'd need what, 1 million soldiers? I'm 24 years old. Like, I could theoretically get drafted if they try to bring the draft back at this point. Like, I could.
Do you think, Andy, and I want you to continue talking about this, because look, this is a realistic perspective that you're giving from an ordinary American. When I mean ordinary, I mean a normal person like we all are, okay? We're not politicians here.
Yeah.
So an ordinary American, the fears that they have and the realities of this hitting them. I just want I don't know if Andrew or you would know, because I'm not military or anything like that, but is there any way from America and Israel, given the location, they could do boots on the ground in Iran?
I don't think currently, because we haven't massed the troops there, so I feel like that would take a long time to stage that type of thing. Like, we'd have to mass a bunch of troops in Iraq or whatever to try to invade. And the fact that we abandoned Afghanistan, that makes it less likely, because that would have been a place that we would have invaded from, and now we don't have any control of that. So that if we didn't, like, if we still had Afghanistan, like we never withdrew from Afghanistan, it would have been much more likely. But now that we don't have that, that's a huge area on their border that we could have invaded from. So now we don't have the troops in Iraq. And invading, I mean, I've done research on this. They said it would take like 1 million troops, and we'd probably lose 100,000 trying to do it, and we still probably couldn't install the regime. Because I mean, we couldn't even install something in Afghanistan, and that was people with some rifles fighting us. And Iran has advanced drones. They have much more advanced weapons. They have artillery pieces. I mean, you'd literally have American troops going through the mountains, getting picked off by highly trained snipers and drones. I mean, that's just horrific and awful to think about. Like, and just, I mean, all the Iranians that would die in that, because, two, it's just absolutely horrific for everyone involved. But I mean, I can't rule out that happening, because these Israelis, like, they're so crazy if they really want that to happen. But I mean, I could also see us just keep trying to bomb them and just degrade them to the point where they're not viewed as a threat, and be like, okay, we didn't get our regime changed, but we destroyed your missiles, to the point where we think that you won't be able to do any harm. But we only just have to hope, basically, that Iran can keep firing missiles until the air defenses are degraded.
Yeah, Andy. Yeah, I agree 100 100%. With exception of one thing, I want to push back. You said it could be could be a possibility. Absolutely not. There's no way in hell the United States of America has the will or the ability or the, let's say, I'll just say we have not the will nor the ability nor the assets to send. And I agree with that assessment up to 1 million men. But I was going to say initial surge of 500,000 to get 500,000. That's several divisions, tenfold divisions. But then the next thing is the logistics. You could take all those container ships in the Persian Gulf, and that would be the massive lift and logistical support you'd have to have there to get armor ashore and all of your equipment. Then comes the problem of establishing a beachhead. You'd need the Marines. You'd need at least 2 Marine amphibious units to establish a beachhead. That would be a hell of a bloody battle. No, I mean, I'm not, and again, I'm not Army, but I've listened to generals, plural. I've listened to 2 colonels I highly respect. I have a very dear friend of mine. He's Green Beret Green Beret Colonel, Vietnam era, but he and I are talk. I mean, no. America is not a ground force power. We are a naval power and air power, but our ground forces would no, we can't do it. Then we have. How are we going to cover the rest of the world? No. And Iran knows that. So we have to fight an asymmetrical war. We have to fight it. As you said, Andy, I agree, from the air. But we know, sir, that's not going to accomplish jack squat. Nope, it will not. No, we can bomb
So do
through.
you think they're just trying to degrade that? So do you think that Iran has enough missiles to hold on to avoid? Because again, my fear is that. Do you think Iran has
Yep.
enough missiles to hold on?
Yes,
Or
absolutely. Yes, for what they need. I hope you could get a chance to listen to Lieutenant Colonel. Now, he's the expert, and Lieutenant Colonel Davis, Daniel Davis. He and Sully had a great interview on that, and Sully also has a great video on the number of missiles. Now, this isn't. This is just the estimates in the tens of thousands. I think it was 20,000 missiles. But see, also, that's what we know of. There's levels beyond that. But they have enough, Andy, enough to drag this out far enough to where America loses its will because our people back home are going to say enough bloodshed, enough time, enough effort. No, they have enough, I think, to carry it out. And Andy, I hope you can stick in the space for a while. You won't believe the pushback. We'll get these neocon right-wing hawks in here, and they'll come in here. No. America can go on for years, and then Iran will soon fall. And no, stop it. They can last long enough, Andy, and that will be
I
months.
saw one of these MAGA influencers post some poll yesterday that claimed 54, not a Twitter poll, they claimed it was from a reputable polling source. There's no way. It claimed 54% of Americans support the strikes, and they're like, this is going to help Republicans win the midterms. And it's like, yeah, we will
Yeah.
be winning the midterms. Like, I mean,
No way. Is that what it
yeah.
was? Seriously?
Yeah, did you
Like
see? Yeah, did you see Nick Fuentes?
crazy.
Did you see Nick Fuentes? He posted never Vance, never Rubio. The Iran war ticket just lost 2028. I agree. Like I'm Republican. I'm not voting for anyone associated with this war. Heck, no, I'm not voting for that. If someone runs that's authentically, actually not supportive of Israel, because I mean, you can't say you're anti-war at this point and support Israel because Israel's the one that's dragged us into every war since I was born. At least I was born in 2001. I mean, like they dragged us into
So
Afghanistan, Iraq, and
that
2001. You're very mature beyond your age, sir.
thank you.
and you say support Israel, and it's support Israel or be controlled by Israel, right? Like
Yeah,
literally, that's what it is.
exactly.
Yeah, Andy, stay on the panel with us
Yep, I'll stay up here. Yep.
and jump in. Yeah, thanks. I appreciated that, Andy, because look, I think a lot of people are worried about the boots on the ground thing, and I think you and Andrew having this back and forth will have reassured them. Let's go to Nadeem. Nadeem, jump in. Thanks for joining.
Hi, Beatrix. Thanks a lot. And I hope you've managed to get some rest. I know you guys are working around the clock. To the current conversation about potential boots in the ground,
Guys, I have some
You
breaking news really quickly, and then I'm gonna give it
sure?
right back to you. I'm so sorry. So Trump is making a lot of statements as of the past 7 minutes. I thought they were quite interesting. So starting from the first one that I saw, Trump told Telegraph he was very disappointed with Keir Starmer for initially blocking U.S. Use of Diego Garcia Air Base for strikes on Iran, saying the prime minister took far too long to approve access. Then he said on Iran, there are people without arms and legs and faces that have been blown up. Iran is 95% of those. Iran is 95% of those, which is a weird statement. Those horrible events were caused by Iran. Then he says Trump on Keir Starmer's Chagos deal. It was a very woke thing, quote unquote, and that was reported by the Telegraph. And then there's two more. So Trump on Iran, we anticipated 2 to 3 weeks to take out some of the leadership, but we've taken out all of them in one day. So it was well ahead of schedule. We always viewed it as a 4 week operation. Do you see how much he's like he doesn't even understand how he's trying to make it seem like it's Israel's fault that they were going to do it, but then he goes and he tells you that they've been planning this shit for a month. Okay, now then he said they want to make a deal. This is Trump basically talking about Iran. They want to make a deal badly. I said you should have made it a week ago. And then finally, the last thing that was that Mike Pompeo to Iranians is saying, don't pick the Chinese, don't pick the Russians, don't pick the Ayatollah, stand with the Western civilizations and be decent, be a normal nation. And yeah, that was the last one that I wanted to report, but I'll be back. Go ahead. Sorry, Nadim.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll try to move on from those bizarre statements. Yes, so we were talking about potential boots on the ground. Beatrix, you weren't here for this part of the conversation earlier on. I was talking about the possibility of a fatwa being released by the senior clerics within the Shia world, and how it's a certain threshold would have to be met in order for that to be materialized. Now, one of those potential thresholds would be boots on the ground. Now, the martyrdom of Sayyid Ali Khamenei has actually removed some of that risk now. So if you consider how potential boots on the ground would look like, the points of entry for them would be traditionally would have been Iraq, where the US has a significant amount of influence and power and existing assets and stuff where they could potentially cross the border into Iran. That's out the window now because any boots on the ground in Iraq for an offensive against Iran would automatically, in my opinion, trigger a wide fatwa from the most senior clerics within the Shia world of jihad against the enemy. Now, the other option would be Pakistan, but Iran has fostered groups within Pakistan, within the northern region, Shia groups that would be instantly be activated if there were boots on the ground in Pakistan. And I don't think the Pakistani military would necessarily want to engage with those groups. The other option now becomes Turkey, and that's the part I'm hoping Andrew can probably jump in and explain if there's a viable possibility for Turkey to ever allow for boots on the ground to come via Turkey. Other than that, I can't see any real possibility of a draft being released for boots on the ground within Iran. And even if that was somehow the case and that materialized, the reality is that the US and Israelis sort of points of strength is their naval and their air force. In a dogfight, they are woefully outmatched. And I hope so. I believe so. They would get their asses handed to them. And you also have to consider the mountainous terrain within Iran would make any dogfight extremely, extremely difficult. I'm not an analyst, military analyst, but having followed this, I felt like I've learned something. I just wanted to contribute that. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, this is Nadeem. I got to put that in my notes here. I forgot to mention what you brought up. Thank you. I'm going to put it in my notes. That is huge. Any military strategy, any general war planner has to take that into consideration. And that is huge. That meaning you're going to incite a holy war and say, "Oh, so what? What does that mean?" I hope people are listening carefully to what Nadeem was saying. You're not only activating there in Iran to go kinetic, but also in Pakistan and other countries, he has mentioned. As far as Turkey, Turkey is the wild card. They are NATO on paper, but they are not NATO. They're NATO, but they're not. They're not. They're really not. And I might know what I'm talking about there. I've done 2 naval exercises. Well, let's call it this way: NATO exercises. Turkey, what are they doing? I don't want to talk about it. We won't talk about that. But no, in Turkey, yeah, they're not going to fall for that. I think the last time I checked, correct me if I'm wrong, but Turkey is an Islamic nation. Now, someone told me that. I have to double check that. I'm being facetious. So, great point, Nadeem.
Thank you, Andrew. Just one quick follow-up question. Does the US have enough assets within Turkey to execute something like that?
No, no. That's another thing. If they did, why wouldn't see? I was personally involved in Desert Storm 1, literally working at the Pentagon and watch desk. And when we did that surge, the people don't comprehend the logistics. We had to do a massive. We had hundreds, and the average person, when I use these numbers to them, it doesn't make sense. But imagine a massive container ship, massive oilers, hundreds of surface ships, commercial ships, hundreds and hundreds of aircraft, 747s loaded. We went to commercial airlines and we put them under contract. They were doing lift. What does that mean? They were carrying supplies, staging, and then, but we needed to put those in close. They had Kuwait, well, excuse me, they were using Dubai in those outward bases. There's no surge, there's no lift. And then there was a speaker, I'm not going to mention his name. We love him dearly. He comes into the space. He's a little bit of a, neocon here. And he's like, no, do we have 2 battle groups? They can sustain, and they're 2 battle groups. They did what 6 did. I said, do you understand what you're saying? Yeah, the technology. I don't care about the technology today. They don't understand that the logistical back redundancy of 6 battle groups, and that was a war that's not even close to being what Iran is. I'm talking and talking and talking. I won't stop talking. I'm sick of these Zionists, neocon fascists up here saying, "Oh, we're going to go kick some ass." No, this is not. This is serious. Say no. Just say no, folks.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate your insight.
Yeah, do you know
Yeah,
what?
thank you.
I think you guys are right because Turkey, and I do believe this, and I know that people cry about it, but Turkey is a part of NATO because of its location. Half of it sits within Europe, half of it sits within Asia. It borders Europe. When the genocide started, okay, when all the other countries, and I'm not just talking Muslim countries, I'm talking all other countries, stayed silent. Nobody got up and banged their drum louder, calling Israel and Netanyahu terrorists and calling it a genocide and everything. Nobody did that more than Erdogan. Literally, he was calling it out for what it is. He was not mincing his words. And I thought, right, okay, so he's part of NATO, trade, location, geography, whatever, but he's not compromising himself on this. So I don't think that would happen. And the thing is, Nadeem, when you talk about this, it's quite funny because they actually incite it as a religious war, but the reason they incite it as a religious war is to be Islamophobic, right? So you'll see a lot of these magatards and people like that come up and say, oh, but it's a jihad, it's your holy war, it's an Islamic war. They don't understand the meaning of it, okay? And I think that
Now what's happening, I literally, I feel this very strongly. Iran gave warning after warning after warning and said, look, I mean, you've got a nation that has suffered so much because of your sanctions, right? Like that people, generations have suffered. You've assassinated so many people on Iranian soil, not only Ismail Haniya, but also look at President Raisi. You know that helicopter that just went down? What, that didn't just go down just like that. So listen, justice on freaking YouTube, right? I'm really tired and I haven't got time for trolls and I've deleted one of your comments. Stay like that and I'm banning you off there, so behave yourself. So yeah, like they've assassinated people and people who've never harmed America, people that have been held in high regard by Iranian people have been assassinated. Iran put up with it all of it, right? And I now firmly believe that at the time when Ismail Haniya was assassinated, they tried to make out that it was somebody in Iran who'd done this. I never believed it anyway, but now we know that they were infiltrated with Mossad agents, right? So somebody from Mossad probably went and assassinated him, hoping Turkey would get the blame, Iran would get the blame, and then if Iran got the blame, that would cause a friction between Iran and the resistance factions, and blah, blah, blah. That plan backfired because like nobody out of any of the resistance factions or across the Muslim country world blamed Iran. None of them publicly came out and said Ismail Haniya was the responsibility and the guest of Iran. How did you allow him to be killed? And the reason why they didn't say that is because they all freaking know about Mossad operation. They've all got it in their countries. Iran put up with it all with like real. I don't know where they get their courage from, but it has to be a God given courage, right? To just suffer in silence, not hit back. They didn't do any retaliation. They didn't do any assassination attacks on anybody else. They just took it. And this time they put everything they had. And guys, I know I keep saying this, but I have to stress everything they had on the table and said, once and for all, we want peace. Once and for all, we want peace. We will agree to all of the demands and more. Let's do it. We're trusting you. Let's go forward. But don't mess us around. Don't do this, because if you do this, there'll be no stopping us. Do not harm us anymore. And you take somebody to that stage, right? Literally, where they're willing to give you everything you want after years of suffering at your hands, and they still don't hold resentment for you. They still treat you with dignity, and they say, fine, you can have whatever you want, but don't do this. And you still go and do it. They've got nothing to lose. They have nothing to lose now. You can bomb their country, you can make it into Gaza, you do whatever you want, but it's going to be who bluffs first. And let me tell you something, with Trump going out there, the statement that May's just read, okay, about Trump saying, oh, we thought it would take 3 to 4 weeks to assassinate them, but we did it within 24 hours. Like, that is just gaslighting. That is just putting, like, rubbing salt into somebody's wounds. How do you think that is going to help peace come about? I wouldn't want to come on a negotiating table with you after you make stupid statements like that. That, yeah, I'm gloating because I got your leader in one day. Ha, ha, ha. We planned it for be 3 weeks. So you were planning to assassinate him then. Trump is actually telling you we plan to assassinate him. Maze, jump in, love. I'm so angry. I'm on a freaking rant. Maze, jump in.
Mays also
I know.
Mays
It's just
also
wild.
tell
There's
Beatrice
breaking,
about the one where
break.
he said we killed 2 and 3 and 4. Man, now we can't even replace him because we killed them too. It was almost a bloodthirsty
Yeah.
psycho stuff.
One second, really quickly. Just so I want to get this out. Qatar Energy says that it halted LNG production after military attacks on its facilities in Ras Lafan and the Masaid. I don't know what that is exactly, which is interesting. And also, Turkey's transport minister says flights to Iran, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, they've been canceled through March 6th, and all planned flights to Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and UAE are canceled until March 3rd. And lastly, Cyprus, something major going on over there, because not only there's smoke that's rising from the area of the British airbase following the alerts of the Iranian drones, but they're going to be sending a whole bunch of there was one. Is your school bus here? All right.
Bye. Love you. Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah, Cyprus. I've been hammering on that for 3 days now. Major. And people are thinking that's not near the Persian Gulf. No, that's the entire Sixth Fleet. That's the Mediterranean. That's the entire west coast of Israel. That's huge. That's a major stock resupply refit point. I know those words may not make sense to some of the listeners, but okay, simplify it. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and the Iranians know it.
Yeah, if I can just quickly respond to some of the things that Beatrix said. Um, Now, with regards to where the Iranians are getting their steadfastness from, this is a doctrinal issue for Shias across the globe. This is a case of what we are brought up on with regards to our view on opposing tyrants and oppression from the day that we are born to the day that we die. We eulogize the story of Karbala, which is the story of the grandson of the Prophet, and Suleiman did a really good job of incorporating that in his interview with Sayyid Marandi. But also, this is again, it kind of goes back to the effects of killing Sayyid Khamenei. Now, what people might not understand that strategic patience um, was mostly enforced by the spiritual guidance of Sayyid Khamenei. Now, the reality is that there are many factions within Iran who found strategic patience deeply uncomfortable and were not in favor of it. But because Sayyid Khamenei commanded such respect and such reverence, and his wisdom was given precedence in these moments, strategic patience was maintained. Now that he has been removed, in the most horrible and decrepit way by the enemy. I think the any concept of strategic patience is going to be pushed back very, very hard, especially within the IRGC. And so when we have the Orange Man, coming up and making statements that they should have made a deal before, they want to talk to us now, I don't believe that for a second. I'm more inclined to believe that what's probably more likely is that he did try to reach out to the IRGC through the Italians to get them back to the table, but they have flat out refused because they are aware that any show of strategic patience right now would work against them. I think Simon's touched on this before, that if enough economical damage is inflicted on the region and US interests, that will only bolster the Iranian position. And quite frankly, we can't remove emotion from this. There are tens of millions of people in Iran right now who, and we've seen some of the demonstrations, who are calling outright for revenge, straight up revenge. They want revenge for the killing of their leader. And I think any commander within the IGC, any politician, any person in a leadership role is not going to discount that when they're making their decisions. So even if they were to adopt strategic patience, I don't think we're going to see anything like that for at least 2 weeks. That's just my own personal assessment.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And the emotion, it's the emotion that I'm talking about here, Nadeem, right? Because this is the comparison, isn't it? Trump and Netanyahu are not doing this emotionally, they're just demonic. But the Iranians have suffered a massive, massive loss. And I think the world has felt the ramifications of that. It's not just a loss for the Iranians. You know what? It just goes to show, doesn't it? The amount of, they've probably spent billions of dollars over the years, probably hundreds of billions over the years. When you look at the entire establishment machinery, global media, all these paid touts that go out demonizing Iran, right? Demonizing it. And since I've been growing up, Iran's the enemy. Iran's America's enemy, therefore it's got to be our enemy. Iran's never done anything to me or to England or anything like that. All of that was wasted because I truly feel that, yes, our politicians may not do the handful of these politicians, but I feel the world stands with Iran at the moment. And maybe it is the final battle because you can't take the emotion out of it. I feel a sense of loss, and I don't know why I'm feeling a sense of loss because I hadn't been to Iran,
I don't know. I think a lot of people are feeling that, and I think that Trump going out there making these stupid statements that he's making, adding fuel to the fire. We assassinated him a lot sooner than I thought we were going to. We thought it was going to be like 4 weeks, and we've done it in a day. That actually is just going to add fuel to that fire. And I totally agree with you, Nadeem. I think they reached out to the Italians to say, come, tell them to. I think the Italian Prime Minister was in Israel, and it was the Italian foreign minister sat over here in Italy that they reached out to and said, "Oh, go speak to them and see if they come to the table." And I think through the back channels, America is trying everything desperately to bring this to a close, but it's not working, and it's not going to work. I think there's going to be a lot more suffering and losses for America and Israel and anybody else who gets in the way, because they pushed it too far, way too far. And what was Iran's crime? I'll tell you what Iran done, right? This was the crime that Iran had done. Iran had helped those who were under occupation, who were being massacred, who were being oppressed, and who were being bombed illegally and indiscriminately, who were being starved. Iran had tried to help those people out of a sense of humanity. That's what Iran had done. And that's why Iran was demonized. It's disgraceful. I just cannot believe we're living in these times. And it makes me so upset. It literally does. Like, where I just think, you know what, just focus on the freaking breaking news and politics. Because when I start going down these thoughts, I just think, where are we at? Where are we at as human beings? Where's our humanity? Like, how can you just go in and kill an 80-odd-year-old man and just bomb a school of children? And yes, we've seen it all before. And then go around doing your TV circuit, dumb interviews and gloating about it. And then people support you. People actually do rah, rah, rah in your name. Like, Andy's bang on the money. Every American should take that position now. I'm sorry, I'm not going to vote anybody. These are not the people that represent us. It's not humanity at all. But stay with us, Nadeem. We'll talk about this more. And Maze Love, if you're there, if there's any news, just jump in. Natasha, go ahead. Thanks for
Hi,
waiting.
thank you for bringing me up. Just touching back on the subject of a draft in the U.S. to get boots on the ground. I agree. The Iran strike is extremely unpopular. Something like 70% disapprove, and nobody, other than the elites, are interested in any sort of additional foreign wars. And the idea of a draft would also be very unpopular. What I've been wondering about is whether the dire economic current situation, as well as the forecast in the U.S., would cause a not insignificant amount of people to choose to voluntarily enlist, given the millions of homeless and unemployed and underemployed, and whether they would be motivated by, three hots and a cot, so to say. Welcome, any thoughts on that?
You're saying that because economically people are suffering in America, maybe they will use that to entice people to take part in some sort of draft, would they? Is that what you're
Yes, I
asking?
mean, there's been hundreds of thousands of layoffs in recent months. AI and other non-tech businesses even are all saying we're all going to be replaced with AI. We're all going to become homeless or unemployed. And at that point, what's your refuge? Do you
Yeah,
go and join the military? Go ahead,
yeah,
sorry.
that's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. And you're going to get recruitment will go up exponentially during these times. So you got that. I agree with you there, Nadine. I'm sorry. We've been- yeah,
Natasha, I think Natasha was
Natasha.
asking.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I think
goodness. Yeah,
Natasha,
I'm going on day 3
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Going on day 3. Wow.
You have,
Wow.
you have. You've been a trooper,
Phew.
Andy.
This is the last
Don't
time I've
worry.
done. No, I'm serious. The last time I did this, honestly, was when I was active, literally at sea in a literal. Oh yeah, I'm serious. We went into the 4th day. People were like dropping, falling asleep, standing up. Anyway, so no, sorry about that, Natasha. You're absolutely correct. That is a factor. Of recruitment always goes up during economic hard times. So yeah, Yeah, desperate people saying, "Yeah, I need my 3 hots and a cot." Yeah, and for medical care, yeah, and sadly, those are the cannon fodder. That's who goes and the front lines and get chewed up. But no, the draft. No, the draft is a no go. That would be right now. Are you kidding? Especially when mama bears. See, one thing amazing about women, that mama bear thing takes over. Whew, you never get near a, a grizzly mama bear. They would go, they body start coming home after what we've already been through. The 30 years of hell our country's been through already. And I can go back to Vietnam, and I don't because a lot of people can't relate to that. Now I've got Vietnam stacked up on top of that. Now you imagine how I feel. And like I said, I keep repeating myself. I have skin in the game. I lost a son to that war. So, no thanks. Nope. Nope. So,
I know what you're saying, Andrew, right? And I agree with you. But, there are going to be a whole generation in America, not on social media, hardworking Americans. Probably their worldview is restricted to what mainstream tells them. And if they have the option of going out there and making money when they have no job or anything, they would probably do it. Do you know what I mean? Or they're already drafted in and they've got a couple of young kids. Let's say they're already those three servicemen or women who were killed yesterday that Trump could show zero sympathy for. Zero. These are your own people. Like you have zero regard for humanity, but I'm not going to start on that because I did talk about it a lot last night. But those were three American servicemen or women, right? Who were involved in this. Maybe they didn't want to be involved in this, but there's going to be plenty more in the American military at the moment who've got young children, and because they don't have any other skills or they've not got an education beyond a certain level and they don't know about AI and data and all of this stuff, they're in the military, and if they were drafted in, they would have to do it because what they're going to do when they've got kids. So it's going to leave people helpless. I don't think it's going to be a big rah rah rah, we're going to war like it was before, but I think some people may just not have a choice, Andrew, because it's hard, isn't it, when you've got kids and mortgages to pay and things
yeah,
like
it's a
that.
great point Natasha made
I
there.
just,
Yeah, true.
it's tough. Yeah, Andy, you wanted to chime in on this, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're really headed for a recession, and it's almost like they're gonna. It's like this is forcing a recession, and then you're almost gonna get more people in it because like if let's say Iran goes all out and just says, you know what, we're gonna take out all of the oil fields, then oil prices and gas prices could literally double, and that's gonna hit a recession. And even without this war, we were headed towards a recession anyways. I mean, because just with COVID and everything, the economy was artificially propped up because I mean, you can't do a lockdown and have stimulus and not expect there to eventually be consequences from that. So we were headed for a recession anyways. I mean, the Dow kind of capped out around 50,000 and it started going down a little, settling around 49,000. So the stock market's artificially inflated. So that was eventually going to come down anyways. And then just adding this, I feel like is going to cause a recession for sure now. And then the second that happens, yeah, you are going to have people sign up for a war. Whether they actually do that ground invasion or not, I'm not sure. But the fact is that is going to create more of an incentive for people to join the military. I mean, obviously, there's only so many spots in the military. Like, if a million people tomorrow said, I want my 60, 80,000 a year, whatever they pay, they're not just going to say, sure, we'll take a million soldiers because, I mean, there's only so much budget. Now, if they needed them for invasion of Iran, then sure, they'd obviously take a million cannon fodders. And obviously, it's horrible to discuss human beings in that way, but that's what they view us as, sadly. That's what the Zionists view us as. It's horrible. And what's actually really freaky is I remember watching a TV show. The first episode was produced in 2019 and it came out in 2020, and it took place in the future. It took place in 2033, and they mentioned, and one of the main characters was an Iran war veteran who got his legs blown off. So that's actually kind of scary. Like, was it just fictional, or were they planning this? Like, what the show was produced by Amazon, because they plan this stuff years in advance.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what happens is they recruiting numbers, recruiting personnel management in the military is very interesting. I thank God I never had a tour at NPC. That's the Navy Management Manpower in Washington D.C. But I've worked. I had to deal with them, and every time I got my orders to transfer, but no, they will literally triple, quadruple stack bodies, meaning okay, I've got two billets to fill. Well, I'm going to make sure I have a backup and a backup because I guarantee you in training, you're going to lose. See, what happens when you recruit new recruits? You're going to lose 20, 30% that go in there that for either they're feeble-minded, God forbid, or they can pass the minimum maybe entrance exam, but they're still feeble-minded. They just can't grasp stuff. You have others that have physical ailments. They just, maybe they can't do a push-up, or maybe they have a bad knee. I don't know. And then you've got psychological issues, mommy issues. I saw recruits literally. I need my mommy, and I'm talking. When I was 20 at the time, and then before I went and got my commission to become a commissioned officer, even at that level, university students come in through those program. There's psychological issues. I had a brilliant friend of mine, smarter than me. 2 weeks before graduation, we were having a beer. The heavy lifting's done. We're getting ready to graduate. And he says, look, and he told me, I'm sorry, you got to be a tool to be in the military. I'm a free thinking individual. I just can't do this, Andrew. I'm bailing. I said, what? Well, what it was psychologically, he's like, literally, to be a successful military unit, you basically have to let them go in, remove your brain, and put in a zombie mind. And I can't do it. And I said, well, yeah, I can. I can do it. So I did it. No, but seriously, you can recruit 10 people. But guess what? You're only going to get 3 that are going to be the product you need mentally, physically, psychologically. You know what I'm saying? So they'll always recruit way beyond what their numbers might mean. And then you got reserves. You got to keep your reserves. Then you got National Guard to fill. So, yeah.
That's a great question, actually, Natasha. And what I would say is what we could do and should be doing and are doing, actually, to be fair, is make as much noise about this, what America and Israel have done as possible. I do think it's making a difference. I see Trump giving out lots of mixed messages and thinking how he can please his base and not alienate Israel and look like the big showman that he thinks he is and stuff. He's not going all on the war narrative. It's pathetic, isn't it? But I do think that make as much noise as possible. Make sure that they cannot take us down that road. This cannot happen.
Can I
So yeah, stay
Yeah,
up.
and Beatrice, I
Yeah.
also want to weigh in on personnel, military. The IDF, they cannot do it. They won't do it. They never have done it. They use American and British, or I'll say the Western forces, the Australian, whatever they need, but they cannot, they will not, and they have not. Oh, we're going to he calls up 500,000 reservists. Do you know those kids he's calling up? These are clerks, store clerks. Some of those kids, they can't, first of all, physically, they wouldn't qualify for us to be in uniform. And then they don't have a heart. Like, I don't want to be here. Put your uniform on, kiddo. You're going to go fight. But wait a minute. Andy Aguilar, my dear, dear, dear Anthony Aguilar. He's a retired colonel, Green Beret, 20 combat tours. He was in Gaza. I've talked to him twice. I've talked to him twice and exchanged many DMs with him. He was in Gaza. He was like shocked by the level of competence, and he couldn't say it at the time. I know that they were just like, wait a minute. Our military forces are far, far trained, far beyond them. So whenever you hear, oh, Israel's going to go boots on the ground, no, they're not. You heard Raid. Raid is Lebanese. He's in Lebanon. He's Lebanese. Raid grew up with this. He knows what's going to happen. They'll go into a meat grinder. So they'll send the U.S. They want the U.S. to do it.
Yeah, I think the word you were looking for when you were talking, trying to describe, the British, the Europeans, the Westerners that they would take as opposed to Israelis. The word, Andrew, is
Ah,
goyim.
that's the word.
They want
Thank
the
you.
goyim to fight their wars. Yeah, yeah, goyim. Exactly, exactly. Um,
Azaha, thanks for joining. Jump in.
Hi guys, I just want to say thank you for the space. You guys are doing a great job. Yeah, so um, there's a lot to talk about. I mean, even I don't know where to start. There's so much to talk about. So maybe you can ask me a couple of questions, see if I can answer.
What? Why would we ask you questions? It's not interview time,
I
Azaha. We've
don't
been
know where to
running this
start.
like.
There's just so much going on, guys. And
What are your thoughts? Okay, so let me just make this easy
okay,
for you. How do you feel about what happened? What do you think happened? Do you think there was a real threat to America and Israel? Do you think it was,
no, not
you
not at
know?
all, not at all. I mean, we're past that
Yeah. So
stage.
that's where
Yeah.
you start, and then how do you feel about it? Then you can jump in there.
It was coming, like it was coming. The threats were there to Iran. Iran have done nothing wrong. America and Israel doing what they do best, what they've always been doing for the last, well, since 9/11, pretty much even before that. So yeah, I don't feel like Iran have done anything wrong. They're just retaliating and defending their country, and they have every right to. So I mean, yeah. So that answers that. So yeah. What do I think Iran should do? Like continue, just keep continue with doing what you're doing, just because I mean, if you look at the bigger picture, it's all for Greater Israel, right? They're planning to take over the Middle East. So I've always said Iran will eventually lose. They're not going to win this war, but go down with a fight. You know, at least go down with a fight. So that's where I think that's what I think will happen. That's where I think we are at right now. We're at pretty much the end game, if you want to call it.
Hey, let me ask you, when you say the end game, do you take that like literal, meaning Iran will not back down? This is it. They'll go they're going to go nonstop, whatever it takes. Last man standing, last woman standing. Is that how you see it, sir?
With Israel and America, I think so. I'm not sure when if other countries get involved. I know there's talk that Britain, France, and other countries in Europe have joined the war, but in terms of fighting America and Israel, I think they will. I think I think they've just had enough. I've been listening to Beatrice. What's your real name, by the way, Beatrice? Been listening to
Khaleesi.
Beatrice for the last couple hours. Khalees.
No, I'm good.
Is it,
Sorry.
Khaleesi was her last name, wasn't it? Because I remember in the 10-day or 11-day war last time, it was Khaleesi, wasn't it? But yeah, she's been talking about how she feels Iran has had enough and they're just going down. That's the way I feel anyway. I feel like they've had enough, and the way the way is going, and they did kind of like say that we're going to hit all the military bases in the Middle East, which they've stood by, and they've literally done that, and they're going to bomb Tel Aviv and Israel. They're doing it. So I think it will be a long war. I can't see it happening. And yeah, like yeah, I don't know what else to say on that matter. Really, I just feel like it's gonna continue. I can't see it stopping anytime soon. I don't think Iran will back down unless America agree a ceasefire. I don't think it's gonna happen.
But wait, even if that's what we've been talking about, even if America offers a ceasefire, a lot of us believe, like myself, we believe that Iran's like, no, we're not going to fall for that trap again, unless,
Yeah, I
yeah,
believe it too.
yeah,
Yeah, I honestly believe that. I think they've just had enough.
yeah,
Like you can't give threats, constant threats.
right.
Like Iran don't even have the nuclear. That's what it's all about, right? It's all propaganda. Iran has nuclear, or they're making nuclear bombs. They've come out and said we aren't. We don't. We're not doing that. And then to just give constant threats again and again and again, and then you get to a point where you're just gonna lose your shit at the end, right? So for them to attack Iran like they did, I think it was 3-4 days ago now on Saturday it was, and then take out the leader of Iran, the I
Many,
can't remember Khomeini, yeah,
Kamani,
taking out Khomeini, his family members, and then bombing a girls' school, killing over 100 students, children. It's not right. It's not right, and this is what they're fighting against. They're fighting against an army that is just evil to the bones, like. So I don't think Iran will back down. I don't think they will. I hope they don't. Anyway,
Yep.
I hope they don't. I don't want them to because last time they had the 10-day war, Iran agreed to ceasefire, and look, it's literally not even 6 months, and we're at it again, and it will continue. It will continue. It's not going to
Exactly.
stop.
Do you engage, have interaction or engage with Zionist forces or pro West where they think that Iran is the axis of evil? Do you engage with those accounts or people or folks in your circles, either
I
so?
I see a lot of that, like you know people you follow, or just on X feed on Twitter. You'll see a Zionist say, "Oh, this is against our democracy. Iran needs to be." I'll engage with them a little bit, like you're just talking nonsense. Just like the replies or retweet their tweet with
Right.
a comment. But that's it. I don't actually engage with Zion. I've seen a few of them on these spaces actually, especially during the 10-day war last year, and they are just like evil. They don't care. It's like they live in a different planet to the whole world. And I'm like, you guys can't be serious. It's just there's something wrong with them. There is.
Have you ever dealt with the monarchist, we call them, that say we want make Iran great again? We're going to help the Israel,
Mhm.
throw them out and regime change.
Yeah, yeah. They've tried all of that in the past as well. We've seen it in Libya, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. It's the same story. It's the
Yep.
same script. And like, when will, like, I know there's a lot of people, especially a lot of people in this space, and a lot more people are waking up, but there's still loads of people asleep. And when will they actually
Yeah.
wake up? Like,
How did
it's
you
the same
wake up?
script.
Yeah. How did you wake up, sir?
I
Or
think I've got to be quick because I've got 2 minutes before I join the work. Also, I'm working and listening to this, but. It was after 9/11 because obviously I grew up a Muslim. My mum and dad, we're all Muslim, and we were raised in a way where treat everyone well, treat everyone with respect. Don't be bad to people. So when 9/11 happened, I was questioning it for about 2 3 years. I used to question it. Was like, this is not the Islam I know. And then eventually, when you start looking in, you start opening up one rabbit hole and another one. You eventually realize, hang on a minute, this is like there's something fishy, and then when you open up all these rubber, you realize, like, this is not what they say it is. It's all lies. It's just lie after lie after lie. So yeah, since I would say about 3 4 years after 9/11, I've been awake.
in your sphere,
Yeah.
your circle, your social spheres of influence, meaning your social groups, people you deal with, do you have get a lot of pushback from your own community, or
Not at all. I mean, I have friends who like they're just happy like living, working. I'll give you an example. Like, I've got a lot of friends that are directors and VPs of companies, and they're just happy doing their nine to
yeah,
five, and they don't really get involved. And when I mention it, like, you don't know what you're talking about.
yeah?
But I have other friends as well who are like, yeah, I believe what you're saying. But like, it is what it is. This is what I'm saying. Like, some people are woke, some are not, and you can't really put it on the people that are happy working, because at the end of the day, people want to work, they want to support their family, they want to do this for and that they want to live a simple life, and you can't really force it on them because they're good people, they're not bad people. But like, for them to actually wake up, they need to dive in deep, like you guys are, like I have. But guys, I've got to jump, I've got a call right now, but it was great talking to you. Just keep up the good work, and yeah, you're doing amazing, guys. Really
All
appreciate it.
right, buddy. Thank you, sir.
You too.
Blessings to me.
Take care.
Love you. Well, no hands. I guess we're all quiet here. No hands. I don't see any hands in here. Nobody coming up to speak. Speaker panel. Whoa, where did Andy go? My friends, we're getting the speaker panel went way down here. Do we have something? Okay. I'm going to say it's right here. If you're coming in as a listener, I urge you, please go into the host there, Suleiman.
This to you so you can confirm it.
10-4.
Oh, and sorry for the UK. While we're waiting for Yehuda, it was an African migrant that did the thing in Edinburgh.
I put his picture in the purple pill.
The other question that's going to be asked. Does the
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was for sure a fucking Bush Muslim. Let's be for real. Is Yehuda gonna finish the story or not?
Sorry, I was just coughing. Yeah. So, anyways, he then said, "I'm going to bomb your kids." And I go,
I don't think you have a plane. And he said, no, F you and this and this and this. And then we took it to DMs. And he was almost like schizophrenic. He's like, bro, you want to murder my Palestinian people. You want to murder me. You said, I have my lawyers waiting, my team of lawyers. I will crush you. I own a house in Miami. It's $11 million. And like, I was like, what is this guy writing? It's just really weird. I said, listen, something's not right with you, buddy. You threaten my family. You're in Canada. I'll call the police. He goes, bro, roll up on me, bitch. I said, pardon me. He goes, yeah. Rah. I go, what do you want me to do? I want him to come to my house right now. I go, it's 11 o'clock at night. I've got kids. Like, what's wrong with you? I don't want to. I'm like, what? Why would I go to your house? Blah, blah, blah, blah. He's threatening me. And I said, okay, I'll bite. Okay. How am I supposed to find your house? So he sends me an address. I shit you know. He sends me an address. And he goes, Google search it. So I Google search it. And I send him the picture of the house, the street view. So this was now the next morning. So he goes outside of his house, matches the street view of the picture I sent, and he's got his little chihuahua in his hands. He took a picture just to prove that was his house. And I'm thinking to myself, you're nuts. And I go, and what name do he gives me his full name. And I'm thinking, this guy's sane. So I end up calling Halton Police because he lives in Oakville. And eventually someone from CIB people called me. And in a nutshell, they said he's a mental patient, and he's like they don't even want to lay charge because he's going to get kicked. The crown's going to, the defense. Oh, my patient is got. Well, they didn't tell me what it was, but he was known to police, and he's been formed multiple times. So formed means you do something so wacky, the police can put you in the hospital for either
No,
24 or
it's
72
like a
hours.
5150 for the American
Yeah.
people.
So then I
But
felt
he
bad.
lives
So I
in
called.
America.
He doesn't live in
He
America.
lives
He
in
never
Canada.
lived in America. He's lived in Oakville. He's not an American. He lies because his crowd is an American crowd. He's literally lives with his mom, his dad in the
Wait, are we
basement
talking
with
about the
his
same
wife.
person? Wasn't he like in
Yusuf
the
Ayman.
service, like American service?
Yeah, so we were
Yeah,
talking
he's
about
yeah.
we were talking about what's his face?
Lucas Gage.
Yeah. And
Oh, I thought you were talking
Who
about
were?
Junior.
Oh no, but fuck that guy too.
Yeah, no, Lucas Gage.
Wait,
You
Dude, I
sent
was like,
Linda. You just sent me
wait a second, what's
yeah, I
going
wanted
on?
you to
you
see
sent me
that
the post.
they're doxing his real name.
Okay, well that's why I was talking about it because you sent me this message. So I thought you were
okay,
talking about
no, we
him.
were talking about Lucas Gage. I was like,
Ah,
what the fuck are you? Whatever.
Yeah, Lucas was a
well, I
former
mean,
Marine.
everything. I think everything else still applies. I think Luke Cage is a mental
I mean,
case.
yes, also yes, but now he's a self-help mental case, guys. Give him like
And
500
dude,
bucks an hour
Well,
to help you with your mental
the
health.
funny thing is that's what Yusuf says he is. He says he's a self help life coach
Why
now.
hasn't
So
he been arrested yet?
I just told you
Seriously,
why because he's unwell. The charges wouldn't stick probably.
it doesn't matter. But in Canada,
Yusuf,
we don't have
I
like
haven't
the same
seen Yusuf
laws.
in a hot minute.
Yeah, he needs to be taken down. Yes.
Yusuf,
Yeah,
like
Yeah.
arrested, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I mean.
Okay,
Come on.
yeah. Just clarify.
I don't roll that other way, you know? I stay on this side of the
Idiot.
Anyways,
law.
so the funny thing is someone was punching down some Christian apologists who like I guess debate Muslims. They invited him somewhere into the States for a conference and he quote unquote debated two guys. And if you ever want to see the craziest interview or like it's wild. He's you could see he's clearly mentally ill. Like they're having a discussion about Jesus or the about gospel and the Quran, and he's just rambling about stuff that makes no sense. And he then stops and goes, "See, everyone in the room agrees with me. They all know I've won this debate." And everyone's like, "No, no, you're dumb. What are you saying? Stop."
I
I
feel like that's
watched
the
some of that.
experience you have, Yehuda.
Who was it with recently? It was in the past like 2-3 weeks. He had some
Yeah.
debate with some.
Oh, a Christian apologist guy, like a guy who supports Christianity, and then Rizvan Admir, the apostate prophet guy, he was on the next panel with him.
Pete, you can go ahead.
Oh, but hold on, Masad.
Hey guys.
Masad,
Th-
Sorry.
I assume since it says CENTCOM,
it is accurate. So allegedly, CENTCOM is saying that a fourth U.S. service member has been killed.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they were
Wow.
injured in the initial attack when the three others were killed, and they unfortunately succumbed to their injuries. So
Did I just hear correctly that Junior, the online jihadi, lives with his mom and dad and has a little chihuahua?
Yep. Yes, he lives
Yes,
in
you
Canada.
did.
He lives in the basement with his wife. Apparently, he says he's married. I don't know if it's true, but he lives in the basement of a house in Oakville.
You
And
know, somebody posted a picture of him a few hours ago.
That's him.
You know, swarthy looking, Arabic looking dude with
Tell
glasses.
him he looks That's Ashkenazi. Him. I'm sure he'll look it. That's him. He looks
Yeah, that's Junior.
He's a basement internet jihadi.
Wait,
Okay,
Linda, I can't edit.
lives with his
Linda, I can't
parents.
edit. I can't edit
Great.
anyone right now.
with
Ahmad
a with an
Yusuf Hayed.
$11 million
Uh,
with an $11 million house in
oh,
Miami.
truth is definitely stranger than fiction.
Do you want me to find the video of him so-called debating? It's just wild. The
Oh
comments on
hell,
the
I've
video.
even debated the son of a bitch.
He blocked me a while ago, so it's really frustrating to see everyone else comment and I can't jump in. It's so annoying.
I can't get over this. He's one of these basement dwelling guys living with his mom.
Junior,
And he
that's like
calls
the
for
Sharia law in the
Oh
West
boy,
guy, right?
that made my
Oh
morning.
God, this
I'm
Chihuahua
gonna
can't
I'm gonna
fucking.
turn my mic off.
dude, remember I don't know the name of it, but like the Muslims have like a term for like the second coming of the prophet. And a couple people started accusing Junior of being this guy, and he started like schizophrenically posting. He was like threatening to delete his account. He was like, "You guys can't say this. You're gonna get me killed." Yada yada yada.
Like, why do all these people think they're so fucking important?
Well, he
That
so
part.
Hmm.
one day he's doing an internet debate online with I don't know who it was, where he was saying that that Muslims should not leave and you should take over, like just crazy talk, the West. And the very next day he's doing a space with Hotha as all Muslims need to leave the West by 2030. This is and I will lead them and I will lead the movement. It's like doesn't obviously he's not well, right? Like it doesn't make sense.
Oh, maybe that was the space. It was like, should Muslims? Yeah, he's advocating for Muslims to leave the West, which I agree with completely.
Mossad,
Yeah.
are you watching?
Yup.
You see it? They just bombed. Hey,
It's fucking
so
crazy.
IDF has officially taken control of all of Western Iran. In other words, I
It's
guess,
so cool to watch this live, like on the cams.
yep, boom.
What camera are you watching?
Intel
It's a YouTube link.
Intel Cams live on YouTube. Do you want to post the video there, Linda? I sent it to you.
No, we
I
can't. It's
can't.
live. It's literally live.
I can't do it. If I try to do anything from YouTube while I'm hosting, it'll kick me out. Oh, okay. I
Let
sent
me
it to
see.
who's. I sent it
I
to
can't
Sam.
do it because I'm retarded.
So the
This is
UK
true.
knifeman has blockaded himself in a high-rise flat, and people on the ground are yelling at him to jump.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I sent it to you, Sam.
Oh shit. It's so go to YouTube and then in the channel is Intel Cams.
Yeah, Linda showed it to me. I've been watching this for days. It gets really cool at night when you like can see the missiles.
Should I post this in the nest? What do you want me to post it?
Yeah, yeah. Post it in the purple pill at least. Let people see it for
Okay.
later. If you ever want to laugh. Truly, it's the most bizarre exchange of human beings speaking I've ever heard. We lost. I think we lost cams or we lost internet in Iran. Shit.
Again? Yeah,
Yep.
I just
God
saw
damn
that.
it.
Here, I put it in the purple
Should have
bill, but
paid
you
their
guys let me know
bills.
if it's the right one. That's the one with 2.6K watching, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, put it up there.
I can't put shit in the nest.
Yeah, it might be too clogged.
No, no, no. I haven't been able to put anything
Yeah.
in the nest for like a month.
No, I put it in the
Oh,
nest.
Thanks.
there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff in the nest Mossad. You might
Yeah,
Mm,
want
Linda,
we're
I'm gonna
fine.
start
No, no, no,
removing
no,
some
no,
of
no,
these.
no,
No?
no, no, no. But I'm taking the link out of the nest. It can stay in the purple pill.
there's
This is
a
all breaking news. This is all like 99% of the stuff up in this nest is confirmed shit. So I want to keep it that way.
no, I believe you. I don't want it to crash the space. Sometimes it starts to glitch it.
If it's top heavy, it will.
I mean, top heavy things do make people glitch out, you know.
Yup. Is this true? Yup.
Oh, God. Kaiser. Yeah, so these cams, like, go on and off depending on internet and Iran.
Somebody said, "Come on, Iran, fight back."
The funny thing is that this is it. This is their fighting back. There is nothing else. And people are surprised. Oh, wait till they really get angry. Then they're going to start doing something. No, this is it.
Yeah. They're using the bottom of the barrel munitions right now. Wait till they bring out the real big ones.
Yeah, that's what you normally do when, your regime is destroyed. You start with the crap because you really want to send a message. Masad,
Yeah.
handle it for a little bit. I'm driving.
Okay, wait, can you add Matthew back? Because
Where
I
is
can't
he?
add
I,
he's there.
I don't see him.
I
Oh,
see him
Oh,
as
he
a
just.
listener.
I
sorry,
see him
sorry,
as
sorry,
speakers.
sorry, sorry. There he is.
All right, I'm in charge of the kindergarten now. Great. Oh wait, no, Matthew's here. We're co-parenting. Oh, I hate when these cams go down. Like it's super cool to like watch it kind of take off. It's cooler at night though.
It's definitely better at night.
So like, how much shit?
I think. Oh,
No,
sorry.
so
Go
I was
ahead.
just gonna ask like, how much shit do you kind of? I mean, no one's gonna know the actual answer, but like, how much? Like, how many more days can they possibly fucking fire stuff?
Iran or the
No,
United
Iran.
States?
The United States can keep going.
Oh, I don't know. I think ISW said they're down to less than half of their launchers.
Yeah, so apparently had about 380, 390 launchers, mobile launchers, and over 200 have been destroyed by the Israelis already. That's all their priority one targets are all the launchers. So they're coming out of their caves, they're coming out of shelters, and the Israelis are nailing them. They're taking videos of it. You got to go to the IAF Twitter account. It's pretty glorious, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they said they were planning for 4 days.
Mossad, that video I put in the group chat
Yeah,
yesterday, where you can watch the ballistic missile launch, and then you can see the drone that's literally like less than 10,000 feet above the ground shoot at the launcher like immediately afterwards. Did you see
yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah. I remember that.
That's such a crazy concept. Um, because they're doing it in literally broad daylight. Like it just goes to show how uncontested their airspace truly is at this
Why
point.
is it so hard, like, for them to find all of them quickly?
Because some of them are like they like camouflage them or put them behind like concealment. So the like hasty concealments, they put them in a place where they can essentially like roll out a launcher, shoot it, and then roll the launcher back in. Sometimes they use like buildings with like train tracks or like something similar to a train track. Um, or they'll use camouflaged vehicles. So uh, it's more that's more so for rockets and maybe some of the shorter range munitions. But I know that like the PMF, the Shia militia in Iraq, they started fabricating these like work trucks where I wonder if I have any photos of them still. I'll see if I can look and I'll send you one. But they fabricated these work trucks so that the bed on the pickup truck would tilt upwards and underneath it would be rockets, and they would put it on a remote system and they would like park the truck and then leave it there for like 2 to 3 days so it was indiscriminate, and then they would remotely launch munitions, and they'll do the same things with their ballistic missiles, right? They're some of them are in areas where they have to have like physical interaction to launch and roll them out and maneuver them, and some of them are in like covered locations. I think the good news is like I said earlier, um and I'm actually quite surprised at how well they've been able to kind of stomp some of this out. I think well, it's indicative. The United States definitely expected a much larger response. They installed air defense batteries all across the Middle East for the last month and a
Well,
half.
they
There's
already
been,
had tons. They
you
added
know,
some fads.
yeah, yeah, yeah, but I mean, that was the holdup. The holdup wasn't there was enough firepower to strike Iran in the region, within a matter of a couple days. But what took the most amount of time was this constant air train of bringing in more and more and more and more and more air defense systems. And I think the lack of the coordination by Iran, granted they have been able to hit a few things, they have unfortunately killed US service members. I don't think it's nearly as large as anybody thought it would
Well,
be.
here may be an indication.
So
So, this is from Channel 14.
And I also want to report that Barzani has conveyed his condolences to the martyr Ayatollah Khamenei.
I'm not calling you
he
Big Daddy, so just Big God.
You can call me Biz Dev or Big Dev. A lot of people can't read that cursive Z. Howdy, y'all.
Hey,
I'm on.
oh,
I'm
it's
on Starlink.
dead.
Is my audio okay?
yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
Just wanted to hop in here. I think to kind of preface. I think so. I'm definitely pro America with respect to our offensive and defensive initiatives, but I do think there's a little bit of cope on the panel here. Um, our current rate of attrition with respect to our air defense, bad Patriot. And I see you laughing, Linda, but let me
Wait,
make the
who are
let me
you
make the point
with?
first.
Which country are you in?
I'm American. I'm
He's
on
on
a
Starlink.
little surf trip in the Caribbean, so I'm on Starlink. But
Okay.
yeah. So I think it's a little bit of cope because what's happened over the last 5 or 6 months since Operation Midnight Hammer is that a lot of the Shaheed production facilities have moved to
Wait, what
decentralized
do you mean what's happened over the past 5, 6 months? If the war started 48 hours ago.
since Operation Midnight Hammer.
He's talking about the
Is
12-day war between 12-day war and now.
yes, yeah. So since the
Oh my God,
12
his
day
audio
war,
is cutting in and out for me. Sorry.
can you hear me now? Check check. So since the 12 day war, what's happened is a lot of the Shaheed production has moved to decentralized production means, similar to the Ukrainian drone production effort. So there's a lot of mobile CNCs and lathes being made in garages, containers, etc. And so Intel estimates are that there's about 80,000 Shahid drones stockpiled. And so while our interception rate is still above 90%, we're basically using Ferraris to intercept e-bikes, right? We're at about $4 million per Patriot missile, north of $11 million per THAAD.
the David Sling system, or whatever its formal name is called. So attrition is not in our favor. And if you were to tally up all of our interception missiles, because we don't have mass produced interceptor drones, we're essentially looking at about 4 to 5,000 units at the at the very peak of our ceiling to intercept potentially 80,000 Shahid drones that are produced in a decentralized manner and fired
I
in
gotta
a
jump in here.
decentralized manner
I
as
gotta
well.
jump in here. Do
So that's
you
a
think,
shortfall.
do you,
To
no,
just
no, no, no,
close the
no,
point,
sir.
that's a
This is my
shortfall of
space and
7.
I will jump in whenever I want. Listen, do you really think that we're only using the Patriot missiles to shoot down drones? Is that what you think?
So it depends on the theater, right? So I'm speaking outside of the Iron Dome, right? That's obviously it's got a
You're
different
wrong.
layering.
You're wrong. We're using jets. We're using missiles to shoot down drones, not
So,
Patriots.
that's the thing. So I could concede that that is a possibility, right? But every flight hour that's used to intercept, which is certainly possible and certainly being done, I would agree with you there. But every flight hour that's being done defensively with an F-15, an F-16, or an F-35 is taking away from the same limited amount of flight hours that could be used in an offensive strike capacity. So I would agree with you. We are certainly
You're
doing
moving the goalposts because
You
we just
realize
talked
you
about.
realize you realize every you realize every nation that's either friendly or semi-friendly to the United States is now offering up their air force to shoot down and
That's
intercept at
true.
this point.
This I'm not a
Like
full. Yeah, go ahead.
Iran's done themselves no favors by shooting random munitions at GCC countries, claiming that they had some sort of involvement. And a lot of these munitions, the Jordanians, the Qataris, the Saudis are more than capable of intercepting with like a 20 millimeter Vulcan gun fixed to their F-15 or F-16. Um, I don't think that there's at this point. I don't really think that there is task saturation. I think it's going to be quite the opposite. I think we're going to start getting target hungry. Unfortunately, we can't hit things we don't know where they're at. And right now, the only thing to do is to stand back and detect launches and then destroy launch sites.
So let me pose.
But
Yeah.
do you think so you're under the impression that they have 80,000 Shahed drones? Do you think they have the means or the logistics or like the command and control structure to even launch 2% of that right now? Because I don't.
So that's the difference between sort of traditional battery-based surface to air, right? Versus if you guys scroll my profile, I mean that we don't have enough munitions to blast every box truck in Iran, right? And so these are being launched
Yes, we
out of.
do. Yes, we do.
Well, I'm talking. I'm speaking with a little bit of hyperbole, but I mean every box truck. Like there could be, I mean, the thing is, like, our hardware has inventories that are.
Okay, honestly, can I ask you a question? What is the point in you coming to the space when we're doing like breaking news? Like, what do you have to offer?
And what's your
Well,
political
that is
expertise?
breaking.
I mean, what
That
your military expertise?
that is breaking news
How
when
is
you're
that
What's your
breaking?
talking.
military?
No, that's your
Well,
fucking opinion. How is
hold
that
up,
breaking
hold up,
Right,
news?
hold up.
right.
So
And what's
to
your
be clear, like,
expertise? What are you basing your expertise on?
I
Like
mean,
what?
like, do I sound like I know what I'm talking about? I've only been
No,
in
not
No,
really.
No,
You
you
sound like a
really
no.
fucking
don't.
idiot.
You really
Okay, you
don't.
know what?
like
I'm kicking him because like I'm not in the mood. This is like a
I've literally
serious
only brought facts. I mean, here's the
space.
thing.
It's
I'm very.
dumb.
Yeah, I'm not having that today. Sorry, guys. I'm not in the mood.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why the Department of Defense has failed every single budget audit in the last like 15 years. It's because we buy shit and we don't put it it's always a talking point with people online, right? Where they go, well, according to this report, you guys only have 100 you only have 600 GBU 32s, and it's like you realize like every state in the United States has like a weapons depot bunker just full of munitions. Like it would you don't make publicly available your logistics, the amount of your stockpile.
and report it to the public. I don't think that a lack of munitions is the problem. I think it's going to be, if what he's saying is true, and I don't necessarily believe there's 80,000. I do believe there's quite a bit. It's going to be locating these pieces of equipment. But I think Shahid drones are pretty low priority, to be honest. Um, right now, I think the priority is the ballistic missiles, anything larger, and then obviously, we've seen that Israel has kind of shifted their target priorities to local military, local police facilities, and other equipment that would support any sort of um, any sort of uh, heinous operations carried out by the regime post strike. And it looks like the United States is um, kind of focused right now is well was their navy, which apparently 9 ships were sunk, their entire navy, um, as well as assisting with the ballistic missiles and the nuclear facilities. That's Trump's number one priority. And what I was going to say was before this guy came in here, just based off of um, Trump's rhetoric in his speech the other day and kind of uh, the framing in which this mission has taken place, is that, choosing my words carefully, the United States cannot verify that it has destroyed or rendered the nuclear material inaccessible. I very much think that we could see some sort of joint US Israeli ground operation strictly to secure nuclear material, and that's it. Because that is the number one priority, and that is our doctrine with uh, proliferation, counterproliferation, the prevention of breakout isn't just destroying facilities, but at this point, they've proven that they've had plenty of usable fusel material, and we do not want that just disappearing and going wherever, because that kind of defeats the purpose. So,
I just came up to ask why the fuck Josie was fucking in here, but when that dude
Yeah, I
left,
was going to say the same thing, but I was going to say, why is Ava Brown in here?
Oh, she's gone
who?
now. Ava Braun.
How is that big dude back when I
Ava
removed him?
Brown, Hitler's girlfriend.
I don't know. I'm not scrolling the space to fucking see who's in here.
Yeah, that Josie woman is a piece of fucking shit, by the way.
And not Jewish, pretending to be.
Okay, so is
Yeah.
Spain allowing you guys or not allowing you guys to use the bases? Like, this is confusing.
Did we even ask to use Spain's shit? I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
we did.
Apparently, no, because apparently, like, a bunch of your planes just left, and the way this is worded is, like, super fucking confusing.
I don't think
Well,
Spain's involved. I could be wrong, but I don't think they are.
there's
well, it is very possible. Spain's like primary like capacity in terms of like providing any sort of military support would be their air force, and they have done a lot of like joint European NATO operations previously, so it is very possible. um you have to realize that at the current moment, like these other countries that are offering their assistance to the United States and Israel right now, um is strictly from the framing of helping to defend the kind of belligerent cross-border ballistic missiles being fired into areas. This is a big deal. Like these countries, these countries take their sovereignty very seriously. And this has always been, the talking point of why Iran is problematic for people in the region is because they are not only extremely dangerous and suicidal and have, jihadi ideology, but they are and always act extremely irresponsible, and are constantly affecting the stability of the region and any of the global trade and markets surrounding it. So like these countries now are able to frame their involvement with assisting the US in a strictly defensive capability that will um, kind of draw favors from their local government, because that's one thing, we're fortunate as like Americans because we have such a big country, is that like we don't really have to necessarily placate to every single citizen that we have. And in some countries they do. Like, oh, why are we getting involved? Well, we're getting involved because Iran shot ballistic missiles into Abu Dhabi and killed, X amount of people that had nothing to do with the war. So
From what I understand, Spain is also like super fucking liberal right now. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, you can't use our bases to fucking do anything, you know, just like the fucking UK. Dude, Keir Starmer is such a fucking bitch. He is hereby the biggest bitch in the entire fucking world. Keir Starmer gets the award for biggest bitch.
the politics in Europe are so crazy. Like you have these like far left extremists that are like anti-war, but they're like totally in favor of like nuking
Hegseth
Russia.
is
Or
talking
like
right
they're like,
now on the news live.
oh,
I don't know if anybody's watching that, Linda.
What's he saying, Jenny?
He
who
is talking
who's
about
talking? Seth?
Iran and the IRGC and what's happening.
Who'd you say's talking? I'm sorry.
Hegseth.
Oh, oh yeah, I forgot that's 8.
Is he saying anything good?
He said if you kill any Americans, we'll hunt you down anywhere you are and kill you.
I think he's turned out to be a pretty great Secretary of War.
Linda, I gotta take my dogs out. I will be back.
It's a terrible. Can y'all deal, hear this? But not under this president.
Yeah.
Turns
No,
out the
Cam.
regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted